Chapter 76. For example, in a certain battle, Luffy underestimated a little pirate who was holding a surprise capsule in his hand, and as a result, he was sprayed with colorful, weird-smelling sticky foam in his face. He was almost sick to death. For example, when Zoro was fighting a bounty hunter who claimed to have mastered the invincible Iron Head skill, in fact, it was just a swelling of the head due to random luck. He was actually hit by the opponent's head, which was harder than a rock, and he saw stars and almost lost control of the knife in his hand. For another example, when Sanji was dealing with a superpower who was trying to control his actions with his mind, actually, it was just his face turned red because of constipation. He also felt speechless and a headache. Although these innovative enemies were eventually successfully resolved by the Straw Hat crew using their more traditional and simple ways. However, these not so big but small troubles also allowed Luffy and others to have a more intuitive and profound understanding of the so-called Buu legacy and the mysterious power called Chi. They began to realize that this new world seemed, really, to have become more complicated and unpredictable because of the appearance of those aliens. And they must also adapt to this new era, full of new things as quickly as possible. After experiencing the first few islands of New World, which were full of surprises and accidents, Usopp, the sniper of Straw Hat crew, became extremely interested in the Buu legacy full of unknown technologies that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace, especially the universal capsule that could conjure up all kinds of creations out of thin air, and the small aircraft that he saw in the images of the black stone tablets in the palace. They were small and exquisite, and could fly freely in the air. Usopp, although he looks a little timid and fearful on weekdays, and often brags some, irrelevant bragging. However, deep in his heart, he always has a great dream of becoming a brave sea warrior and possessing all kinds of magical props. In his opinion, those universal capsules and small aircraft are simply the best way to realize his dream. Imagine if he could make a universal capsule that he could carry with him and, when needed, could pop and turn into all kinds of useful things. Then, wouldn't it be possible for him to possess an inexhaustible supply of secret weapons, anytime and anywhere? For example, when he encounters a powerful enemy, he can bang and create a super slingshot that can fire a must-hit star. When he needs to escape, he can whoosh and conjure up a super escape speedboat that is faster than a marine warship. Even when Nami is in a bad mood, he can conjure up a bunch of shiny treasures to cheer her up. Although this idea may cost him a painful price. And if he could also create a small personal aircraft that could fly freely in the air like in the palace image, then, wouldn't he be able to soar above the sky like those legendary sky knights, overlooking the entire earth and becoming the overlord of the sky? Although he might be a little afraid of heights. These are full of middle school atmosphere and a hint of unrealistic fantasy, making Usopp feel incredibly excited and blood boiling. So, he began to devote most of his spare time to researching and transforming the universal capsule and the aircraft, full of passion and imagination. He moved the few, empty universal capsule shells that he had picked up in the chaos of the palace, as well as some disposable attack capsules filled with unknown parts that he had seized from the enemies he defeated, into the workshop of the Nihao. Then, he began to, like a real inventor, hammering and splicing all kinds of whimsical things on those parts that he couldn't understand at all and a pile of scrap metal. After a while, he took a wrench and a screwdriver and tried to dismantle the empty universal capsule shell to study the secret inside, the secret of compressed space. After a while, he took the welding gun and glue, trying to forcibly fuse those unknown parts that looked like some kind of energy core with a part of the super invincible slingshot Mark II that he made himself. He also borrowed some spare parts of the Sunny and some more advanced tools from Frankie, under the euphemism of conducting interdisciplinary technical exchanges and joint research and development. Result: the workshop of the Sunny was often filled with thick smoke, flying sparks, and even one or two not so small explosions from time to time, due to Usopp's creative and destructive experiments. This made Frankie, the shipwright in charge of managing and maintaining the Sunny, feel both headache and a little amused. However, Frankie, to some extent, understands and supports Usopp's, spirit of exploration and hands-on ability behavior. Because, he himself, for those mechanical technologies that were ahead of their time and flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace, was also filled with indescribable shock and a strong desire to learn. Frankie, as a world-class shipbuilder and a half-baked scientist, has an instinctive obsession and pursuit for all kinds of sophisticated mechanical structures and powerful energy systems. He once felt incredibly proud and proud that he could design and build a dream ship like the Sunny, which had all kinds of magical functions, such as the wind cannon, the lion's roar cannon, and the General Frankie that could combine and transform into a giant robot. He even thought at one point that his technological level was hardly rivaled in the world, except for the mysterious Dr. Vegapunk. However, after experiencing the Summit War, and in the subsequent battles with new enemies who had mastered part of the Buu legacy, although the imitation degree was extremely low, the design ideas could still be seen, of Dragon Ball weapon wreckage were seized. Only then did Frankie realize his own insignificance and ignorance. He carefully brought the weapon wreckage, filled with unknown metals and strange energy circuits, back to the Sunny's workshop, and then, day and night, Zhuangming carried out meticulous disassembly and in-depth research. Whenever he discovered some energy transmission methods or mechanical structure designs that he had never seen before, which were full of ingenuity and a hint of black technology, his eyes would burst into a brilliant light, as if he had discovered a new world. He discovered that the technological level contained in those seemingly simple weapon wreckages was actually far beyond his current understanding. No matter what kind of energy conversion efficiency it is, the energy that can instantly amplify weak energy and emit it in the form of a beam. It is the kind of miniaturized mechanical structure that can integrate various complex functions in a very small space. Or maybe it's that kind of unknown alloy material that can withstand powerful energy impacts and extreme physical environments. All of them made him feel both shocked and fascinated. He felt like a child who had just learned how to build a small house with building blocks, but suddenly saw a skyscraper made of steel and glass that soared into the sky. That kind of dimensionality reduction attack from a higher dimensional technological civilization caused his genius heart, which had once been somewhat complacent about creating General Frankie, to suffer an unprecedented shock and a slight blow. However, this blow did not make him feel discouraged or desperate. On the contrary, it further stimulated the pervert spirit deep in his heart, the never-give-up pervert spirit and the strong desire to learn about unknown technologies. Super. Frankie suddenly stood up from his research table, with a blazing fire in his eyes. He struck his signature, powerful pose and shouted loudly, These mechanical technologies are ahead of their time. They are really too super. Frankie. I must learn them all. Master them all. Then, use my genius hands to create something that is even more super. More pervert. And more capable of bringing happiness and a hint of romance to my friends, a super invincible, #1 man in the universe, a dream creation. He decided that in future adventures, he must try every possible means to get in touch with more and more complete, the real Buu legacy. He wanted to draw nourishment and learn from those technologies that were ahead of their time, and then integrate them into his own inventions. He wants to make the Sunny even more powerful. Even more omnipotent. He wants General Frankie to evolve into a Frankie Marshall. Or Frankie Unicron. In short, Frankie's technological soul has been completely burned because of the appearance of these Buu legacy. And his passion and his crazy desire to learn will surely bring Straw Hat Crew unimaginable surprises and some minor troubles at some point in the future. New World, a vast sea full of unknowns and dangers, known as the Graveyard of the Strong. Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law is leading his group of Red Heart pirates on their free-diving ship Polar Diver on this rough sea, conducting a secret operation full of calculations and a hint of medical ideals. Their target, of course, is that coordinate point, located in the sea area near Marineford, left by the mysterious palace, and constantly flashing with lavender light. Law, the supernova who possesses the heaven-defying ability of the OPOP fruit, is filled with an indescribable desire for the medical technology that may be ahead of its time in the Dragon Ball Palace. He believed that if he could obtain that technology and combine it with his OPOP fruit ability, then he might really be able to realize his, more ambitious, and more, dangerous ambition. However, how easy is it to get close to the mysterious coordinate point that is closely monitored by the Marine and World Government and also coveted by countless other powerful forces? Although Luo was conceited, he was not a reckless person. He knew that with the current strength of the Red Heart Pirates, if they rashly engaged in a head-on conflict with other powerful forces, they would probably not gain any benefits. 0. Therefore, he adopted a more covered and more, in situ and infiltration method that was more in line with his identity as a death surgeon. They used the superior diving performance of the polar diver and Luo's elusive OPOP fruit ability to carefully avoid the marine blockade and some other, patrol boats of the pirates that looked not easy to mess with, and quietly approached the mysterious coordinate point. Once, Law led several core crew members, such as Popo, the polar bear who always carried a huge samurai sword, and Shaky and Peking, two partners who seemed a little too reliable but were actually very reliable, disguised as ordinary explorers and sneaked into a neutral island close to the coordinate point, which had become extremely chaotic and mixed due to the rumors of Buu's legacy, to collect intelligence and supplies. They unexpectedly encountered a CPO agent team that was also carrying out a secret mission in secret. CPO, the world government's highest intelligence and assassination organization. Each of its members is a top master of Grandmaster 6 styles and assassination techniques. The leader of this CPO team turned out to be an old acquaintance of Luo, although their relationship might not be very friendly. The mysterious female agent who had fought with him briefly in the chaos of Summit War and left a deep impression on him, the tall, white-masked, wielding a strange finger pistol. Assuming that this is an original character of CPO, or a CP character who didn't have many roles in the original work but was quite powerful, and was strengthened. The two parties, in a dark, stinking underground trading market, met each other because, they both had their eyes on a piece of top-secret information that was said to contain a partial map of the interior of the palace, although the authenticity of that information has yet to be verified. A battle filled with temptations and murderous intentions inevitably broke out. Oh? Isn't this the surgeon of death Trafalgar Law who rescued the Straw Hat Boy during the Summit War? The female CPO agent wearing a white mask looked at Law, who suddenly appeared in front of her, and said in a cold tone. Her voice was like an ice ridge in the cold winter, without any emotion. What a coincidence. Humph, same here. Luo's lips curled up with a hint of amusement, and his hand had quietly grasped the hilt of the magic sword named Ghost Cry at his waist. I didn't expect that the lackeys of the world government would be interested in this kind of unknown rumor. It's not your turn to interfere with our CPO's actions, little pirates like you. The female agent's voice was still cold. If you know what's best for you, just hand over what you have, referring to the intelligence. Otherwise, I don't mind giving you a ride here in advance. Oh? Really? There was a teasing gleam in Luo's eyes. Then we'll see whether you have the ability to do it. Chapter 77. The words haven't been spoken yet. The female agent's figure disappeared instantly like a ghost. The next moment, she appeared behind Luo. Her slender fingers in black silk gloves were like the fangs of a lion majesty, and they struck Luo's vital spot in the back with a sharp gust of wind. Finger gun Madara. However, Luo's reaction was also not slow. At the moment when the female agent launched the attack, a light blue, translucent spherical space room quietly unfolded around his body. Slaughterhouse. Following Luo's low shout, the positions between him and the female agent instantly swapped. The female agent's attack, which was originally intended to be successful, landed in the air. And she herself was exposed to Luo's attack range. Humph, a mere trifle. Although the female agent was somewhat surprised by the strangeness of Luo's OPOP fruit ability, she was not panicked at all. Her body, as if boneless, twisted in midair at an incredible angle, dodging Luo's subsequent slash. Then, her finger pistol attack, as dense as raindrops, came towards Luo, covering the sky and the earth. The two sides, in this narrow and dark underground space, launched a fierce attack and defense, filled with speed and skill. Relying on the mysterious power of the OPOP fruit and his own superb swordsmanship, Luo fought with the CPO female agent, and the two were evenly matched. However, just when the battle reached its climax, the female CPO agent seemed a little impatient. She suddenly took out something from her bosom that made Luo feel familiar, but also strange. It was a very peculiarly shaped, dark silver metallic luster. Well, it looked like some kind of medical device, but 930 was much sharper and more technologically advanced than ordinary medical devices, a small scalpel. The scalpel was only about 10 centimeters long, and the blade was as thin as paper. On the blade, there was a layer of faint, but extremely pure, energy light flashing. This is... Luo's pupils shrank suddenly. He could clearly feel that there was a kind of qi emanating from the small scalpel, which was somewhat similar to the qi emanating from the pink demon he had seen in the image of the black stone tablet in the palace before, but it had undergone some kind of artificial transformation and energy compression, a special energy fluctuation. He immediately realized that this thing was definitely also a Buu legacy. Moreover, it was a preliminary imitation made by Dr. Vegapunk based on the technology obtained from the palace. Microenergy surgery. The prototype of this microenergy scalpel is probably the little tool that Majin Buu uses when he's bored to cut food or make some weird candy models. After the CPO female agent took out the microenergy scalpel, her whole demeanor changed. Her eyes hidden behind the white mask flashed with an even colder and more dangerous light. Trafalgar Law, the female agent said, with a hint of barely perceptible superiority. Let me show you the power of the world government's latest technology. The words haven't been spoken yet. The microenergy scalpel in her hand suddenly emitted a slight buzzing sound. The faint energy light on the blade also became brighter and sharper. Then, her figure, like a ghost, rushed towards Luo again. This time, her attack was no longer a simple finger pistol, but a perfect combination of the high-frequency vibrating energy scalpel and her lightning-fast physical skills. Shave energy cut. All I saw was silver knife marks flashing with energy, which were almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. They were like a storm, cutting towards Luo's body. Those energy knife marks were not only extremely fast and had tricky angles, but also, their power was extremely astonishing. Wherever they passed, the air was cut, making waves of teeth-grinding hissing sounds. Even the hard rock walls, after being rubbed by those energy blades, were left with deep bone-smooth, mirror-like cuts. Luo's expression, when faced with this unheard-of attack method, also became unusually solemn. He could clearly feel that the sharpness and cutting power of the microenergy scalpel in the opponent's hand far exceeded any kind of cold weapon he had encountered before. Even his demon sword Ghost Cry covered with armament Haki felt a burst of effort when it collided with those energy blade marks. What gave him a headache was that the high-frequency vibration energy seemed to have a special effect that could interfere with his OPOP fruit ability. He found that it was becoming extremely difficult for him to cut and exchange objects in the room space as he wished before. Damn it! This ability specifically designed to restrain me. Luo cursed in his heart, with traces of cold sweat oozing out of his forehead. However, at this critical moment, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Luo's mind. Since the opponent can use the technology of Buu's legacy to strengthen his own attack, why can't he use this technology to make up for his own shortcomings? Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in Luo's eyes. While he was struggling to avoid the female agent's energy cutting like a storm, he quietly activated the other secret of the OPOP fruit ability. Transplant. With Luo's low shout, the CPO female agent saw that the microenergy scalpel in her hand, which was still attacking frantically, suddenly, without any warning, disappeared from her hand. The next moment, the small scalpel that was flashing with energy light actually, miraculously appeared in Luo's right hand. What? The female agent was shocked when she saw this. She had never expected that the other party actually had this strange ability to directly snatch the enemy's weapons. After Luo successfully transplanted the microenergy scalpel into his own hands, his face showed 10 smiling lips full of confidence and a hint of evil. He could clearly feel a wave of cold and pure energy coming from the scalpel. This energy did not seem to repel his own devil fruit ability, but instead could produce some kind of strange resonance. He tried to initially integrate his OPOP fruit's special ability to perform fine cutting and molecular level operations with the high-frequency energy vibrations contained in the energy scalpel itself. Then, a miracle happened. The microenergy scalpel in Luo's hand, the energy light that was originally only faintly flickering on the blade suddenly became unusually bright and condensed. It was as if there was an invisible layer of pure energy, a surgical blade extending from the physical blade. That kind of, ultimately sharp feeling made Luo himself feel heart palpitations. This feeling. Luo looked at the energy scalpel in his hand, which seemed to have become even more powerful, with surprise and a hint of ecstasy in his eyes. He discovered that, with the power of the OPOP fruit, the cutting force, accuracy, and control over energy of this already very sharp energy scalpel had all been greatly improved to an unimaginable degree. He even felt that he could now use this small scalpel to easily cut a piece of steel into countless perfect, molecular level, cubes, just like cutting tofu. Hand of God. Luo muttered to himself subconsciously. He felt that the enhanced energy scalpel in his hand was simply a perfect weapon tailor-made for him, the surgeon of death. Then, Luo's mouth curled up a trace of cold arc, and his eyes once again turned to the CP0 female agent who seemed a little panicked because of losing her weapon. Now, it's my turn to perform a small operation on you. A battle full of high-tech and devil fruit capabilities, which ended with Trafalgar Law's unexpected harvest. And the micro-energy scalpel that Dr. Vegapunk had initially copied based on the palace technology, by some strange coincidence, became a brand new and more deadly divine weapon in Luo's hands. It will also play an immeasurable role in Luo's future adventures, or surgery, career. Just when Trafalgar Law accidentally obtained a micro-energy scalpel, he was full of imagination about the future development of his OPOP fruit ability. Speculations about the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace and the true identity of its former owner, the pink demon known as Gohan Buu, have also triggered a new round of heated discussions and bold inferences within the academic circles around the world, although this circle may not be very formal and authoritative. Previously, there were three main speculations about the identity of the palace owner: an ancient sleeping god, a demon from hell, and an alien visitor from a distant galaxy. Although these three speculations are full of imagination and a hint of mystery, they also have their own flaws that are not easy to explain. For example, if the owner of the palace is a god, then why would he leave behind so many props that look technological rather than holy? Moreover, that pink demon doesn't look like a kind and merciful god. If the owner of the palace is a demon, then why would he leave behind magic medicine like magic beans that can bring the dead back to life? Moreover, some rooms inside the palace, such as the storage room full of food bags, and the bedroom with a huge soft bed, look, too, lifelike, and not at all gloomy and scary as a demon's lair should be. As for the alien visitors, although it sounds more, well, it fits the advanced technology level of the Buu legacy. However, if the palace is really a crashed spaceship, then why does it have such a powerful defense mechanism and what about my repair ability? Moreover, the power of that pink demon is really too exaggerated. It's just like a character in a comic book, not really real. Just when all the speculations were at a stalemate and could not be justified. Some scholars who like to study history and have big imaginations, combined the huge size of the palace and the powerful defenses inside it. After the legend of the Master Gohan Buu who could easily destroy the planet, suddenly, a new, more daring and more chilling speculation. They believe, the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace itself, along with its legendary Master Gohan Buu, is likely to be the three legendary dragons who can destroy the world. One of the ancient weapons. However, this ancient weapon is not man-made like Pluton or Poseidon, or some kind of special bloodline inheritance. It is very likely that it is a living weapon that comes from outer space and has self-awareness and unlimited evolutionary capabilities. The reason why it is currently sleeping in the deep sea and has only leaked out some, relatively harmless legacy. It is very likely, it is just because it is, in some kind of, special sleeping or, energy replenishing stage. Once it, fully awakens and returns to its peak state, then, the damage and destruction it can cause will probably far exceed the sum of the other two ancient weapons. Even, enough to completely destroy the entire world. Eradicated from the universe. Once this theory of sleeping ancient weapon was proposed, it immediately attracted a lot of attention among scholars who, well, like to study forbidden knowledge and doomsday prophecies. A huge sensation and a strong panic. They began to frantically search for any possible connection with this from various ancient documents, myths and legends, and even some unreliable folk tales. Some clues related to the extraterrestrial living weapons. However, they did not find any direct evidence. However, this speculation is like a seed filled with ominous atmosphere, deeply buried in the hearts of everyone who knows the situation. It also makes the mysterious palace, sleeping in the deep sea even more strange and unpredictable, and even more awe-inspiring. After hearing this new speculation, the 5 elders of the world government remained calm on the surface and severely rebuked those who the ignorant scholars. However, deep in their hearts, they also felt a chill because of this terrifying inference when they thought about it carefully. They knew that if this speculation was true, then all their previous efforts to recover the legacy and control the power would be enough to. In the face of the absolute power that could destroy the world, everything would become meaningless. They can only pray that the so-called sleeping ancient weapon will never wake up. Or, at least, not wake up until they find the power to fight it. Just above the sea, people are in a state of panic and undercurrents are surging because of all kinds of speculations and unreliable rumors about the Dragon Ball Palace and Gohan Buu. When in the deep and dark seabed, in the sleeping huge palace, in the deepest part of the secret cultivation room full of unknown technology, something is happening. Subtle, but also more disturbing, substantive changes. The huge, transparent culture tank that looked like a giant egg was still filled with light pink, slightly fluorescent, viscous nutrient solution. Chapter 78. And that piece of Buu cell tissue, only the size of a thumb, with a strange pink color all over, like a chewed gum, was still lying quietly at the bottom of the culture tank. While continuously and slowly absorbing the weak energy escaping from the core of the palace, its volume seemed to have increased slightly compared to before. Although, this increase is still very difficult to detect. However, the wriggling on its surface has become more active, and more possessing a certain indescribable vitality. What is even more surprising is that it seems to have become more sensitive to the energy fluctuations generated by external human activities, especially those related to the practice and use of qi. Before, it would only produce a slight, faint resonance in response to those more violent and destructive energy impacts, such as the three-way fight between the Marine and the pirates at the entrance of the palace. But now, it seems to be able to distinguish more clearly the special nature of the pure and more original life energy called qi. Whether it was the Iron Fist Monka who accidentally mastered the shockwave fur in East Blue, when he had random luck, or the Marine hero Garp, when trying to combine Haki with the principle of using Ki to strengthen his Iron Fist. Or when Sabo of the Revolutionary Army was studying the remaining fragments of Introduction to Crane Senryu Fighting Techniques A&D. He had a preliminary understanding of some of the basic principles of air dance and Dong Dong Wave. Even when Straw Hat Boy Luffy, when fighting Hody Jones, unconsciously combined Haki with some kind of hazy chi feeling, and fired the Fire Fist gun that broke through the stone. These energy fluctuations related to chi, although some are weak, some are chaotic, and some are even full of misunderstandings and a little bit funny. However, the Buu cell tissue sleeping in the culture tank of the deep sea palace can, more or less, sense their existence. And for them, I developed 16 kinds of instinctive, strong desires. It seemed to know that the energy called qi was more nutritious to it than the ordinary energy emitted from the core of the palace. Also, a special tonic that can promote its awakening and evolution. Therefore, after feeling those intermittent energy fluctuations of qi coming from the distant sea surface, the cell activity of that piece of pink cell tissue actually had a slight but real increase. The frequency of its surface movement also speeds up a little bit, imperceptibly, because of this. It was like a hungry beast with an extremely sensitive sense of smell, smelling a hint of delicious blood from afar in the darkness. It instinctively desires to get more qi energy. Longing for those beings that possess qi to be able to get closer to it. Even, it can actively come before it and become the perfect nourishment for awakening and evolution. Although, it is still very weak now and cannot actively influence the outside world. However, this instinctive desire, and the slight increase in cell activity that results from it, is like a seed of disaster that is quietly sprouting. It indicates that, at some point in the future, when it truly wakes up and has enough power, it will bring what a horrible catastrophe to this world. The palace in the deep sea is still sleeping. But the unknown fetal movement became more active and full of ominousness because of the emergence of the external chi energy. Naval headquarters, the temporary command center, is in a conference room filled with a depressing and solemn atmosphere. A heated debate is going on, in full swing, regarding whether a larger expedition should be organized to go deeper into the core area of the Dragon Ball Palace sunk in the deep sea and conduct a more thorough and dangerous investigation. The two sides of the dispute are the two core factions of the naval headquarters. On one side are the hardliners, led by the new Marine Marshal Akainu Sakazuki. They argue that time is of the essence and action must be taken as soon as possible. There must be more and more powerful Buu legacy hidden in that mysterious palace. If Marine can master all these things, then Marine's strength will be unprecedentedly improved. Enough to crush all pirates and even completely end this chaotic era of great pirates. As for the risks. Humph. As a Marine, when have you ever been afraid of taking risks? For justice, for order, for the absolute rule of the world government. Any sacrifice is worth it. We can't wait any longer. Marshal Akainu's face was filled with unquestionable majesty and a hint of anxiety. He scanned every general present with his eyes as hot as lava, and roared like thunder, that palace is like a huge treasure house. It contains power that can change the world. We, the Marines, must, and can only be, the first and only ones who can open this treasure house. Any stumbling block that dares to stand in our way, whether it's the pirates or any other messy forces, will be completely crushed by us. On the other side, there is the conservative faction, headed by former Grand Admiral Sengoku, who has resigned from the post of Grand Admiral but still has great influence within the Marine, and the Chief of Staff of the Naval Headquarters, Vice Admiral Crane, etc. They thought that Marshal Akainu's plan was too risky, too radical. The defense mechanism inside the mysterious palace had far exceeded their expectations. The painful lessons of the first exploration were still fresh in their minds. If they rashly organized a larger expedition team and went deep into the core area of the palace, once they alarmed the legendary palace master Gohan Buu, who was said to be able to destroy the planet, although they didn't know that the master might now be just a mass of slowly developing cell tissue, or triggered more violent events in the palace. A powerful defense mechanism that they simply cannot resist. 014806316 Philo 19250158 Then, the consequences are disastrous. It's not just the Marines participating in the operation might be wiped out. It may even bring a devastating disaster to the entire world. Akainu. Calm down. Sengoku's voice, though a little tired, was still full of unquestionable majesty. After all, he was once Akainu's superior. The danger of that palace has far exceeded our assessment. We know almost nothing about the situation inside it now. In this case, rashly sending a large force deep into the palace is not heroic and decisive at all, but a stupid act of suicide. Vice Admiral he also nodded slightly, looking at Akainu with eyes full of wisdom and a hint of worry, and said slowly, Marshal Akainu, I understand your urgency to master that unknown power as soon as possible. However, we cannot ignore the huge potential risks because of this. I suggest that we should start from the periphery first, and gradually conduct a more detailed and safe survey of the palace. At the same time, we should also concentrate our efforts to have Dr. Vegapunk crack the technology of the Buu legacy that we have obtained as soon as possible. Once we have a deeper understanding of the palace and have more powerful countermeasures, it will not be too late to consider whether to enter its core area. The two major factions of the Marine hierarchy had huge disagreements due to their different views on the exploration of the core area of the palace. The two sides held their own opinions and argued endlessly, and neither could convince the other. As a result, the atmosphere in the conference room became unusually tense and stalemated. And this difficult decision about whether to go deep into the tiger's den will inevitably have a profound and unpredictable impact on the fate of Marine and the direction of the entire world at some point in the future. Just when the Marine executives were arguing over whether to seek death, in a corner of the New World, a swordsman who was originally well known in the New World and was known for his pretty good swordsmanship and a relatively arrogant personality, completely changed the trajectory of his life, because of an unexpected Buu legacy, and Eventually, he walked into the abyss of destruction. This swordsman's name is, let's just call him Bloodblade Carlos. Carlos the Bloodblade was once a young swordsman full of dreams and ambitions for the future. He dreamed that one day, he would be able to carve out a place of his own in the new world with the sharp blade in his hand, and even challenge the high-ranking 4 emperors and become the new overlord of the sea. However, the reality is, cruel. New World is a cruel world where the strong prey on the weak and the strong are respected. For an ordinary swordsman like Carlos, who has some strength but lacks a strong background and heaven-defying luck, it is harder than climbing to heaven to make a name for himself here. He fought and failed again and again, but he kept fighting and failing, and gradually, his initial spirit and dreams were worn away. Until one day, during a very bloody gangster-on-gangster fight, he accidentally got a somewhat evil-looking samurai sword from the body of a little-known pirate's leader he had killed. That katana was different from the one that Rain Shiryu got, although it looked different. The blade of this sword was as black as ink, and the handle was inlaid with a strange red gem that looked like the eyeball of some creature. However, they possess extremely similar evil characteristics. That is, it can absorb the life energy of the person being killed to strengthen the blade itself. After Carlos got this magic sword, he didn't care too much about it at first. However, when he used this knife to kill some ignorant minions, he was shocked to find that this knife was actually absorbing the power of those dead. And he himself could also feel an unprecedented, powerful pleasure through this knife. So, Carlos, the swordsman who had been somewhat disheartened, seemed to have found a new life goal and began to madly indulge in using this magic sword to kill people. With this magic sword that can continuously absorb energy and strengthen itself, his strength is increasing rapidly. He became quite famous in the new world. He defeated one after another powerful enemies that once intimidated him. He also received a huge amount of wealth that dazzled him. His ambition also swelled up again. He began to feel that he was the chosen one. This magic sword was a divine weapon bestowed upon him by God. He was destined to conquer, with this sword, the whole world. However, he did not realize that as he continued to indulge in killing the improvement of his strength. His own mind was also unconsciously being gradually corroded and controlled by the bloodthirsty desire and evil will contained in the magic sword. He became more and more brutal, more and more bloodthirsty, and more unscrupulous. He no longer fights for survival or dreams, but purely to kill for the sake of killing. To satisfy the endless appetite of the magic sword. Bloodthirst. Finally, in a reckless action, he thought he had enough strength to challenge the 4 emperors' cadres. Carlos, the Blood Blade, encountered the most powerful enemy in his life, and also met his destined ending. Although he relied on the evil power of the magic sword, he once fought a fierce battle with the 4 emperors' cadre. However, just when he was about to launch a fatal blow to kill the opponent completely, the magic sword in his hand, however, completely lost control because it absorbed too much energy in a short period of time, far exceeding its own endurance. An unimaginable terrifying force filled with destructive and violent aura suddenly erupted from the interior of the devil sword. Then, it turned against its master. No. Bloodblade Carlos only had time to let out a scream, filled with unwillingness and despair. Then, under the impact of the uncontrolled huge force, his body, like the marine officer who just swallowed Senzu Beans, his muscles swelled and his blood vessels burst. Bang! In full view of the public, he died. Turned into a pool of blurry flesh and blood. And that magic sword that was filled with evil and ominous aura, after absorbing Carlos's relatively delicious life energy, emitted there was a creepy buzzing sound, and then, it turned into a black light and disappeared into the vast ocean, leaving no trace. View legacy, or rather, those seeds of power that were accidentally scattered around the world due to the emergence of the palace, full of unknowns and dangers. While they bring miracles and hope to some people, they also bring destruction and despair to others. And this cost of legacy full of irony and tragedy will surely continue to be felt in the days ahead, in this increasingly out-of-control world. Continuously happening. East Blue, that area of sea that is much calmer and weaker than the Grand Line. Iron Fist Monka, the little pirate's leader who became East Blue's martial arts genius, self-proclaimed, because he accidentally picked up a few torn pages of the Turtle School training manual, is now his mood was not as glorious and proud as he looked on the surface. Since last time, he defeated the Marine Captain with one punch using his, sometimes ineffective shockwave magic, and some unspeakable luck, after robbing a marine warship. His reputation, indeed, has caused quite a stir in the small pond of East Blue. Chapter 79. Countless young pirates who are equally ignorant regard him as an idol and a life mentor. They come to him one after another, hoping to learn a few tricks from him, or, at least become familiar to him, so that they can have more topics to talk about when they go out to brag about it. As a result, the size of the Iron File Pirates group, grew a little bit. From the original dozen people, it grew to, 20 or 30 people. This made Iron Fist Monka feel incredibly inflated and elevated for a moment. He even began to fantasize, was he really the kind of martial arts genius that only appears once in a century? Destined to soar to the sky, become famous all over the world, and become the new generation of the Overlord of the Sea. However, this beautiful fantasy did not last long. Soon, the card encountered a bottleneck. He discovered that although he could relatively stably release that kind of weak, light blue energy shock wave from the palm of his hand. However, no matter how hard he practiced, how diligently he posed in those weird postures, the power of his shock wave always remained at the primary stage, which could only break a relatively thick wooden board, or knock down an unlucky seagull. It was impossible for him to become what he imagined, to destroy the heavens and earth and be omnipotent. What made him even more frustrated was that he found that his understanding and control of the mysterious energy called Qi always remained at an extremely superficial and vague level. He simply had no idea how to effectively channel and store that energy. He also had no idea how to combine that energy with his own body and that unsystematic Iron Fist technique, at a deeper level. The few remaining pages of the Turtle School training manual in his hand recorded some basic training postures and patterns of energy bursts. However, because the skills were incomplete, and many of the key luck techniques and mental formulas had long been lost or used as toilet paper by his equally uneducated skinny crew members on a certain, stormy night. Therefore, Monka is now completely in the dark, like a blind man groping in the dark, practicing blindly and without any clue. As a result, his strength quickly reached an insurmountable bottleneck, and he could no longer enter the village. Damn it! Why can't my shockwave become stronger? Monka punched the side of the ship in annoyance, making the gap that he had just made with the shockwave even bigger. He began to doubt whether this was really the only talent he had. Or, that magic skill secret book is actually not a magic skill at all, but just some, more advanced magic tricks? This kind of doubt about one's own strength and confusion about the future made Iron Fist Monka feel extremely frustrated and unwilling. He has already experienced the wonderful feeling of killing a strong enemy with one punch and being respected and admired. He absolutely would not be willing to stop here. He longed for greater power. He longed to unlock the true secrets of the mysterious energy called Qi. So, after a not particularly intense ideological struggle, Iron Fist Monka made in his opinion, very wise and decisive decision. He wants to get out of East Blue. He wants to head to the more vast and dangerous Grand Line. He was going there to look for more information about Buu's legacy and the cultivation diagram of the secret manual of divine skills. He believed that as long as he could obtain a more complete cultivation method, or some other godly tools that could enhance his strength, then he, Iron Fist Monka, would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck again and become even more powerful. Even become the true overlord of the sea. Of course, he also knew that with his current, mediocre strength and his group of equally incompetent subordinates, wanting to survive in the Grand Line, an area full of powerful people and monsters, and to find those illusory opportunities was simply a pipe dream. So, he also made another decision that was, in his opinion, equally wise and sensible. That is, he had to take the initiative to find some pirates that were more powerful than him, and then, temporarily, join them and become their a partner? Or, to put it more bluntly, just be a little brother and suck up to them. He believed that, with his, somewhat potential shockwave magic skill, and his eloquent tongue, although, most of the time, he only talked about irrelevant bullshit, he would definitely be able to convince a visionary boss to take him in, and provide him with some training resources and intelligence support. So, Iron Fist Monka, the East Blue martial arts genius who rose to prominence due to an accident, led his Iron Pirates who were full of infinite visions for the future and a little bit of unrealistic fantasies, and marched towards the Grand Line, which was full of unknowns and dangers, with great vigor and confidence. His journey of seeking the truth, which is full of legends and a touch of humor, will surely create some, well, maybe not too big, but definitely, interesting enough, small waves on the ocean in the future. Just when Iron Fist Monka embarked on a Grand Line journey full of unknowns in pursuit of greater power, the world government's top intelligence and assassination organization, CPO, has launched a more ruthless, bloodier, and cruel purification operation around the world with the tacit approval and secret support of the new Marine Marshal Akainu Sakazuki. The goal of this purification operation is not just to recover the Buu legacy that is scattered outside. More importantly, we must eliminate those individuals and small forces that have accidentally obtained the Buu legacy or have mastered some of the Qi training methods, and whose power has lost control, or that pose a potential threat to the rule of the world government. In the eyes of the five elders and Marshal Akainu, the unknown power of Buu's legacy and Qi is like a double-edged sword. If they can be firmly controlled by the world government, then they will become powerful weapons to consolidate their rule and eliminate dissidents. However, if these forces fall into the hands of those uncontrolled, ill-intentioned lucky ones or ambitious people, then they may become a major hidden danger that subverts the world order and threatens the government's rule. Therefore, for these, disobedient lucky ones and ambitious people, CPO's policy is very simple and crude, or, surrender completely, hand over all legacy and secrets, and become a new tool in the hands of the world government. Or, disappear completely, erase all traces of existence from this world. Thus, in the following days, one after another, bloody and terrifying hunts and purges quietly took place in dark corners all over the world. Rob Lucci, the core backbone of CPO, and his equally ruthless former CP9 partners became the main executors of this purification operation. They are like a group of ghosts walking in the darkness, appearing silently in front of those lucky ones or new powerful ones who are listed as elimination targets by the world government. Then, they used their perfect six-style physical skills, and the Buu heritage full of unknown technology obtained from the palace, for example, the damaged but still usable treatment device, after a simple repair by Dr. Vegapunk, was transformed by Lucci into a small electric shock device that could temporarily paralyze the enemy's nerves, to ruthlessly judge and cruelly purify those targets who, were still immersed in the beautiful dream of reaching the sky in one step. Some small pirates leaders who had become arrogant and insolent because they accidentally got one or two magic beans, before they could use those magic beans to save themselves or their companions, were pierced through the heart by Lucci's lightning-fast finger pistol. Huanglian. They died without even a groan. And the magic beans on them, which were regarded as treasures, naturally fell into the hands of the CPO. Some bounty hunters who were so self-righteous and causing trouble because they got one or two broken combat power detectors by chance, before they could use those detectors to find some real big fat sheep, were directly cut in half by Keiku with his, more perfect Tempest Kick. Joduan, and died miserably. And those, high-tech detectors in their hands also became the spoils of the CPO. Even some, because of randomly imitating Iron Fist Monka, they accidentally, developed a little bit of unsystematic chi sense and began to challenge the authority of the local marine branch, good martial artists. They were also, ruthlessly committed suicide by the CPO. Their, pitiful Kigong waves, maybe, just a loud sneeze, were like a child's toy in front of Rob Lucci's Six Kings spear that could easily tear through steel. They were vulnerable. The CPO's purification operation was so cruel, so swift, and so efficient that it was simply outrageous. They are like an emotionless killing machine, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of those who were lucky to rise because of the Buu legacy but unfortunately became the elimination targets of the world government. For a time, the entire underground world became panic-stricken because of CPO's bloody action. Many lucky people who were once complacent because they accidentally got some Buu heritage began to be in a state of panic all day long, like frightened birds. Hiding from place to place, afraid that it will be my turn next. They began to realize that those gods' tools that seemed to bring great benefits, also hid great dangers that were fatal. And the world government, through this iron-fisted purification of CPO, once again clearly conveyed a message to the whole world. The unmistakable signal: anyone who dares to challenge their authority, or who attempts to get involved in power that does not belong to them, will pay the most painful price. Just as the world government's CPO organization was ruthlessly hunting down and brutally purifying those out of control on a global scale. The Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, is also quietly carrying out a seed plan full of hope and unknowns in a secret base of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo, the blonde young man who inherited Ace's will of fire, accidentally seized the fragments of Introduction to Crane Senryu fighting techniques from those, unlucky pirates. He then conducted in-depth research and bold speculation on it together with Commander-in-Chief Monkey D. Dragon. They discovered that the mysterious power called Chi had such great potential and such wide applications that it was simply unimaginable. If the Revolutionary Army can truly master this power and use it in the fight against the world government, then their chances of overthrowing that corrupt rule will greatly increase. Therefore, under Long's decision, a secret plan aimed at cultivating the Revolutionary Army's own Chi force was quietly launched. Sabo, with his extraordinary talent, keen perception of fire and energy, and from the two books of Turtle Senryu and Crane Senryu, although they are both fragments, from the secret book of divine skills, he comprehended some unsystematic but inspiring cultivation experiences, and became the chief instructor of this seed project. He secretly selected 10 groups of young fighters from within the Revolutionary Army, young, well-qualified, determined, and absolutely loyal to the revolutionary cause. Some of these young fighters may have originally been just ordinary revolutionary soldiers, but in the previous battle, with Li Liaozhao, they showed extraordinary courage and potential. Yes, they may be some orphan patrolmen whose families were broken up under the high-pressure rule of the world government and who are full of deep hatred for the old order. Some people may even, for various strange reasons, accidentally develop some weak induction into the energy of Qi. Lucky guy? In short, Sabo gathered these, young people who were full of plasticity and revolutionary enthusiasm together, and then began to try to teach them the method of practicing the mysterious power called Qi based on his own understanding of the fragments of Kame Senryu and Crane Senryu, as well as some preliminary research materials on the energy principles of Buu's legacy that leaked out from the Vegapunk laboratory. Of course, these materials were also obtained by the Revolutionary Army through some special channels, with great difficulty. This process is, naturally, full of hardships and difficulties. After all, Sabo himself, his understanding of Qi is still in the stage of groping and blind cat catching a dead mouse. The 2 secret books of magical skills in his hands were also incomplete, and in many places, they were filled with incomprehensible metaphysical theories and self-contradictory descriptions. He could only rely on his own intuition and some unreliable inspirations to select those cultivation methods that he thought were more reliable, and then use a more easy to understand and full of revolutionary optimism method to teach them to those equally confused young soldiers. Comrades, listen up. Sabo stood on the high platform in the training ground. His face was filled with a confident and sunny smile, although, in his heart, he might be a little unsure, and said loudly to those young soldiers below, full of expectations and a little bit of confusion, what we are going to learn today is a kind of Chapter 80. A brand new great power that will make us stronger and powerful enough to overthrow the corrupt rule of the world government. This kind of power is called Qi. It is hidden within each of us. It is the flame of life. It is the roar of revolutionary will. As long as we can feel it with our hearts, guide it with love, use the right posture to explode it, then we can fly into the sky and hide on the ground like those legendary heroes, and be omnipotent. We can even blow up a marine warship with our bare hands. Kick the door of the world government with our feet. Sabo's, passionate and inflammatory speech immediately ignited the raging fire in the hearts of those young warriors. They were all eager to try, wishing to immediately master the magic skills, and then liberate all mankind. However, when they actually started to practice, according to those training methods taught by Sabo, full of creativity and imagination, they discovered that ideal is full. The reality, however, is harsh. Some of them imitated the postures of Kameryu and tried to, Kamehameha. The result was that they just made their faces red and almost got a stitch in the side. Some imitated the postures of Crane Immortal style and tried to, dance in the air. The result just fell down from a wooden stake more than one person high, and landed on the ground. Others simply, because of their random luck, ended up with, body aches, meridians going in reverse, and even, spitting out, blood of an abnormal color on the spot. The entire training ground, for a moment, was in chaos, filled with grief and an indescribable joyful atmosphere. Sabo looked at these young warriors under his command who were, full of vitality and spirit of exploration, and although he also felt a little headache and helpless. However, he was not discouraged in his heart. He knew that the process of acquiring any kind of great power would inevitably be filled with hardships and twists and turns. As long as they can persevere, keep exploring, keep trial and error, then, one day, they will be able to truly ignite the revolutionary fire in their bodies, called Qi. Although, this process may be very slow and very difficult. However, the first batch of seeds of Qi belonging to the revolutionary army have been quietly sown. THEY-137 will surely take root, sprout, and grow vigorously at some point in the future, adding a new and powerful force full of infinite possibilities to the future of the revolutionary army. Just when Sabo was working hard and devoted himself to cultivating the Qi troops of the revolutionary army, that mad scientist, Mga Kulang, who had an inseparable relationship full of love, hate, and vengeance with the Straw Hat crew on Punk Hazard Island, was also in his secret laboratory, which was borrowed from some unlucky guy and was filled with all kinds of dangerous chemicals and unknown biological experiments. He was ecstatically fiddling with some fragments of the Buu legacy and some related technical information, most likely shared from Doflamingo or Kaido, that he had obtained through some equally dishonorable channels. Gaisa Kulang, the evil scientist who has a morbid obsession with the power of gas fruit and various biological weapons of mass destruction, after coming into contact with the Buu legacy, filled with technology beyond its time from an unknown palace, his already very crazy and twisted brain instantly became like being injected with high purity stimulants, and he became completely high. SHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHH. Guy let out his signature, creepy, shrill laugh. His eyes were bloodshot from overexcitement and his face showed a pervert smile that was both greedy and full of scientific exploration spirit. It's too incredible. This way of energy conduction. This efficiency of material conversion. This, unknown alloy material that I can't understand but feels very powerful. Guy carefully analyzed the fragments of Buu's legacy with various sophisticated instruments. Of course, most of these instruments were, borrowed from other places, or pieced together by himself with some scrap copper and iron, while constantly making tisk-tisk sounds of amazement. He discovered that the level of technology contained in these, seemingly insignificant fragments simply, far exceeded all his previous knowledge. Regardless of whether it is the energy weapon technology that can instantly amplify weak energy and launch it in the form of a beam. Or is it that kind of space-folding technology that can compress huge objects into tiny capsules? Or maybe it's that kind of unknown energy radiation technology that can directly act on the cellular level of living organisms and make them produce various strange upgraded effects. All of them made him feel both shocked and fascinated. He felt like a curious baby who had opened Pandora's box. And inside the box, there were all kinds of God's materials that could enable him to realize his, crazier and evil science fictions. So, Gaisa Kurant began his crazy experiment, full of creativity and destructiveness. He began to try to combine these mysterious technologies from the unknown palace with his own devil fruit abilities, mainly his gas fruit ability that can produce and control various deadly gases, as well as his, equally inhumane human body modification and biochemical weapon technologies, to, a big, fusion. He wanted to see what kind of earth-shattering chemical reaction would occur when these black technologies from different fields and dimensions collided with each other. Result. He really created some new things that are even stranger and more dangerous. For example, he tried to forcibly graft some small weapon modules that were disassembled from the remains of metal puppets and could fire energy beams onto his half-orc biochemical weapons that were transformed using the power of the smile fruit and gas. As a result, some creatures were born that could both spit poisonous gas and shoot energy beams. Gas laser orcs. Although, these gas laser orcs, due to immature technology and unstable energy supply, often, blow themselves up, or die on the spot due to energy backlash. However, the one or two gas energy beams they occasionally successfully fired were, not very powerful but full of unknown radiation, and they did indeed cause extremely horrible damage and some irreversible strange upgrades to those, the guinea pigs who were unfortunately their experimental subjects, usually some unlucky pirates or civilians they caught. For example, he tried to use some unknown alloy powder scraped from the shell of the universal capsule, which was said to have the property of space compression, and some new type of gas he developed himself, to mix and compress it, high-tech. As a result, they created some, small and portable, but extremely powerful, concentrated gas capsule bombs. Once this bomb is detonated, it can release a high concentration of deadly poison gas in an instant, enough to cover a range of several kilometers. Its killing effect is simply so devastating. He even had a sudden idea to fuse his gas fruit ability with the life energy of the legendary Senzu Beans that could bring people back to life, to some extent. He fantasized that if he succeeded, he could create a super invincible gas bean man that could kill people without being seen and could also, give him a feed at a critical moment. Although, this idea sounded, too, perverted, and impossible to achieve. In short, the mad scientist Geisa Kulang, after coming into contact with some fragments and technical information of the Buu legacy, completely fell into a kind of scientific frenzy that he could not extricate himself from. His crazy experiments that were full of creativity and destructiveness would also bring unimaginable disasters and some ridiculous surprises to the world at some point in the future. Just when Geisa Kurant was conducting various crazy experiments for his scientific dream, far away in Tato land, the desert queen Charlotte Linlin is also making some equally creative and slightly childish attempts for her desert dream. Previously, Big Mom had tried to use her soul fruit ability to give souls to some relatively intact Dragon Ball gadgets, such as a broken detector and several empty universal capsules, snatched from the melee at the palace entrance, turning them into homies. She had thought that these Buu heritage with souls could display even more magical functions, or, at least be able to chat with her and tell her some secrets about the palace. For example, is there a mountain made of chocolate in the palace? However, the results of the experiment made her somewhat disappointed. Those props that were endowed with souls did not come alive or become more interesting as she expected. They are more like some souls that have been forced into bodies that don't belong to them, poor mental patients. However, Big Mom did not give up completely. She then turned her gaze to another Buu legacy that she had picked up from the battlefield and that looked even more potential, the wreckage of the candy-making machine that was said to be able to turn any object, even living things, into candy. Although, that machine was severely damaged, and it seemed to be missing some core components. However, Big Mom, with her, almost instinctive intuition about desserts, still sensed a faint but real sweet scent from the wreckage. She believed that this thing would definitely bring her a surprise. So, she activated her soul fruit ability again, and extracted a relatively strong and obedient soul fragment from a hapless chef who was about to be executed by her because he didn't provide her with the latest cake on time. Then, she carefully, of course, in her rather rough way, injected this soul fragment into the wreckage of the candy maker. Miracle seems to have really happened. The wreckage of the candy maker that was originally lifeless and covered with rust and damage, after being injected with soul fragments, suddenly, made a slight clicking sound of mechanical rotation. The indicator lights on the machine that had been turned off began to flicker, colorfully. Well, they looked very sweet. Then, from the small discharging port of the machine, it actually began to slowly but continuously produce some, somewhat oddly shaped, but emitting a strong candy aroma. Candy soldiers. Those candy soldiers are only about the size of a palm. Some are candy knights made of hard candy, wielding candy swords, some are marshmallow gunners made of marshmallows, which look soft but can spray syrup, and some are made of chocolates and biscuits of various colors, which look delicious. Chocolate biscuit commandos. Although, the fighting power of these candy soldiers is very, low, maybe, they can't even beat a slightly stronger mouse, and when they move, they are also a little, shaky and uncoordinated. But, after all, they are also soldiers that can move on their own and look pretty cute. More importantly, they are all made of candy. This makes Big Mom feel extremely excited and satisfied. Meh. Success. Mommy succeeded. Big Mom looked at the candy soldiers that were constantly produced from the machine, and danced with excitement, with her saliva almost dripping onto the ground. With these cute candy soldiers, Mommy will not only be able to eat all kinds of delicious candies in the future, but will also be able to form the most sweet invincible army in the world. Meh. However, Big Mom's beautiful fantasy did not last long. She soon discovered that this candy-making machine homies whom she had endowed with a soul did not seem as obedient and reliable as she had imagined. Because the machine itself is in a severely damaged and unstable state. Moreover, the soul she was given, which was extracted from the unlucky chef, was not very strong and not very smart. So, when this candy-making machine homies was making those candy soldiers, it would often, have all kinds of strange, faults and accident. Sometimes, it would suddenly get stuck and wouldn't be able to produce a single candy soldier for a long time. Sometimes, it would uncontrollably produce a bunch of, weird-shaped, unidentifiable, failed candies. What is even more troubling to Big Mom is that the intelligence and obedience of those candy soldiers that he had finally created are really worrying. They often don't listen to instructions and run around everywhere. They often fight each other because of a little thing, like snatching a piece of sugar residue that fell on the ground. They were even so bold as to try to steal those premium desserts from Big Mom's collection. These out-of-control candy soldiers full of energy and personality have caused a lot of ridiculous little troubles on Cake Island, and also made the hostages the head chef, Shatroy, who is responsible for managing and cleaning up these troubles, and the other members of the Big Mom Pirates, are feeling a headache and suffering terribly. Chapter 81. Big Mom's Prop Homies experiment, which is full of sweetness, is, to some extent, successful. However, the final result seemed not as perfect as she expected. Instead, it's more like a sweet burden full of surprises and accidents. Just as the other four emperors of New World Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin were all conducting various creative and a little crazy experiments and attempts on the Buu legacy that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace in their own ways. The Red Hair Pirates, a powerful pirate group known in the New World for being relatively Buddhist and peace-loving, at least, when it doesn't involve their bottom line, are also conducting a more covert and more far-reaching secret investigation under the leadership of their captain, Red Hair Shanks. The target of their investigation is the Buu heritage itself, which possesses magical powers. Although, they are also full of curiosity about those magic beans that can bring people back to life, or instruments that can detect combat power. However, compared to these, practical props, Red-Haired Shanks and his vice-captain Ben Beckman are more concerned about the pink demon that can easily destroy the planet that appears in the image of the black stone tablet in the palace, Gohan Buu, or, that's what they temporarily call it, and the true origin and purpose of the mysterious palace full of unknown and ominous atmosphere. Shanks' intuition told him that behind this Buu who suddenly descended upon their world and that palace that was like Pandora's box, there must be huge secrets and potential crises that were far beyond their imagination. This crisis might even be more terrifying and unpredictable than any enemy they had faced before. Therefore, he must find out the truth of all this as soon as possible. So, under Shank's personal instructions, the Red Hair Pirates used their powerful intelligence network that was all over the world and could penetrate everywhere. They began to investigate in depth anything that might be related to the pink demon called Gohan Buu or the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace, $4,437. The scope of their investigation is extremely broad and extremely in-depth. They weren't just paying attention to the various rumors and unreliable folk tales that circulated after the Summit War. They also turned their attention to those taboos listed by the world government, which had been sealed for hundreds of years. They tried to find any mysterious symbols or prophecies that might be related to Buu or Palace from the extremely rare historical text rubbings that recorded the historical truth of the blank 100 years. They even sent some Grandmaster Ancient Languages and Mysticism crew members to conduct on-the-ground investigations and explorations in those seldom visited, lost ruins and forbidden places around the world that are said to hide ancient secrets. They hope to find some key clues that can reveal the true identity of that mysterious being from the dust that has long been forgotten by history. This investigation process is naturally full of hardships and danger. Not only do they have to face close surveillance and secret obstruction from the world government and the Marine. We must also be wary of the dark forces of other powerful pirates and underground organizations who are also coveting the Buu legacy. However, the members of Red Hair Pirates did not back down. They believed in their captain, and also believed that only by finding out the truth could they better protect the sea they loved so much, and the companions they cherished. And during this secret investigation full of unknowns and challenges, red-haired Shanks himself would often fall into deep thought. His eyes, which always carried a hint of carefreeness and a hint of drunkenness, were now filled with a rare solemnity and a hint of worry. He always felt that the appearance of the pink demon called Buu in the mysterious palace was not accidental. Behind this, there seems to be some kind of bigger, more disturbing conspiracy? Or some kind of sign of a huge disaster that is about to befall this world? His intuition has always been accurate. And this time, his intuition sent him an unprecedented, strong warning. He knew that he had to find the answer as soon as possible. Otherwise, what awaits them may very well be an abyss from which there is no escape. The secret investigation of the Red Hair Pirates is still proceeding, difficultly and persistently. And they will surely, at some point in the future, gradually uncover the tip of the iceberg of the shocking secret about Buu and the palace from those clues that have been buried by history. Just when the Red Hair Pirates were working hard to find the truth about Buu, at the headquarters of the Marine Science Corps, in a secret laboratory filled with all kinds of fantastic ideas and a hint of madness, the genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk is working day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep, in order to crack the mysteries of the Buu legacy. After weeks of hard work and countless failed attempts, Dr. Vegapunk finally achieved an important result, not big or small, but of milestone significance, in a certain field. That is, he actually successfully imitated a simplified version of the combat power detector. Although the appearance of this artificial probe looks more rough and bulkier than the original Buu legacy. The lenses on it that were used to display the numbers would often flicker due to unstable energy supply, and even emit a few wisps of black smoke from time to time, full of technological sense. Moreover, the range of combat power it can detect is also very limited. For those targets that are too powerful, such as Marine Admiral level, or have very special energy fluctuations, such as some with strange devil fruit abilities, it will often crash directly, or display a bunch of meaningless garbled characters. Its accuracy and versatility, for example, the original detector seems to have some simple friend or foe identification and danger warning functions, are far from being comparable to that original from an unknown palace. But after all, this is also a high-tech gadget that can roughly determine the target's strength level. Moreover, most importantly, the core components and manufacturing process of this artificial probe have been mastered to a certain extent by Dr. Vegapunk. This means that Marine will be able to achieve small-scale mass production and preliminary practical deployment of this probe in the future. This achievement, though, is still somewhat insignificant compared to the grand goal of the Five Elders and Marshal Akainu, of completely cracking and copying all of Buu's legacy technology. However, it was like a ray of light that broke through the darkness, allowing the Marine executives to see a glimmer of hope to catch up with or even surpass the technological level of that unknown palace civilization. Oh! Success! I finally succeeded. Dr. Vegapunk looked at the artificial detector in his hand, which looked a bit copycat but could indeed work, barely. He was so excited that his whole body was shaking. His wise eyes hidden behind the strange helmet were also bloodshot due to excessive excitement. He knew that this seemingly insignificant gadget actually had a huge strategic significance. He immediately sent this important scientific research achievement of his, as well as a detailed report full of humility and a bright future, to the Five Elders in Sindomaria through secret channels. In the report, he other than, slightly exaggerating the actual performance and reliability of his artificial probe. More importantly, he made a new request to the Five Elders in an earnest tone filled with a spirit of scientific exploration and unlimited loyalty to the world government. He requested that the Five Elders allow him to have access to more core, technological information and physical samples about the mysterious palace. Especially, those mysterious devices located in the core area of the palace, which may contain more powerful Yamato, unknown technology. He believed that as long as he could obtain these, more precious research materials, he would be able to decipher more and more amazing secrets of Buu's legacy in a shorter time. Thus, he could develop more powerful and more deterrent super weapons for the world government. After receiving Dr. Vegapunk's report, which was filled with good news and new requests, the Five Elders felt unusually complicated. They felt a little relieved and a little surprised that Dr. Vegapunk had been able to copy a simplified version of the combat power detector so quickly. I also feel a headache and frustration from Dr. Vegapunk's never-ending research funding applications and increasingly bold authority requests. Sky Dash. However, they also knew that Dr. Vegapunk was the only main card in their hands that could compete with the unknown palace civilization in terms of technology. So, after some, not particularly intense weighing, they finally approved part of Dr. Vegapunk's request. They agreed that, under the premise of ensuring safety, they could appropriately open up some research permissions and sample support regarding non-core technologies in the outer areas of the palace to Dr. Vegapunk. As for the technology in the core area of the palace, well, let's wait until the Marines' legacy recovery team can come out alive and bring back something valuable. Dr. Vegapunk, although he is a bit stingy and conservative about the Five Elders, I feel a little unsatisfied with the reply. However, he also knew that food must be eaten bite by bite and the road must be walked step by step. At least, he now has a legal excuse and some resources to continue his further research. A more crazy and black technology scientific research competition centered on Buu's legacy is about to take place in Vegapunk's laboratory, and with the support of the highest levels of the world government, it is being accelerated. As the value of Buu's legacy is being hyped up higher and higher on the black market, the bloody fights it has sparked have become more and more frequent and brutal. Especially in New World, that chaotic sea full of lawlessness and the survival of the fittest. Some, originally just licking blood on the edge of a knife, living a precarious life, Lone Ranger killers, or some small-scale but strange assassination organizations after hearing the legends about the gods' tools, they also changed their career plans. They are no longer like before, just taking on some, ordinary assassination missions with low pay and high risks. They began to turn their attention to those lucky people who got the Buu legacy by accident, but whose own strength was not that good. In their eyes, these lucky ones are simply groups of people moving around and not very resistant, a huge treasure trove. As long as they could snatch even one piece of Buu's legacy from them, and then sell it on the black market, the profit they could get would be more than what they would earn from all their hard work. Several years of hard work, and much more. Therefore, under the temptation of huge profits, some new types of professional hunters who specialize in hunting down Buu legacy holders and snatching props for a living have emerged. Born. Their methods are strange and their whereabouts are unpredictable, just like a lion majesty hiding in the darkness, quietly approaching their prey. Then, they would use their poisoned fangs to give their prey a fatal blow. Many people, in the previous chaos, were lucky enough to get some scattered Buu heritage, such as a Senzu Bean, or a broken universal capsule, and moreover, the lucky guy who was still gloating over his good luck had no time to warm up these treasures before he died inexplicably. These, new types of professional hunters. And the legacy in their hands naturally became the trophies of those hunters. The appearance of these assassins and hunters who target the legacy will undoubtedly make those who accidentally obtain the legacy but are not strong enough to protect themselves people fell into a deep nightmare. It also makes this, already chaotic new world even more dangerous and bloody. The old order is collapsing. And a new, more cruel and full of black humor law of the jungle is quietly being established. Just as the undercurrent of the new world was becoming more and more turbulent due to the emergence of Buu legacy. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, is also in his, adventure full of foodie instinct and battle instinct. Unknowingly, he has become familiar with the kind of the mysterious power of Chi has a deeper, although he himself may not know what it is, experience and application. During the fierce battle with Hody Jones on the Fishman Island, Luffy, in a state of rage and extreme strength, unconsciously combined armament haki with the one from the palace. The Pink Demon's way of condensing energy learned from the image on the colored stone tablet was carried out in a preliminary and very superficial fusion. That time, the power of the Fire Fist gun he fired was much stronger than before. After entering the new world, as the enemies they encountered became stronger and stronger, they also became more and more, prison, such as those who mastered part of the Buu legacy or people who used Chi superficially. No. Chapter 82. Luffy, in battle, would more and more frequently, unconsciously combine armament haki with that, vague feeling of ki that he himself couldn't explain. He discovered that when he concentrated his attention, highly, for example, when he was very, very hungry, or, very, very angry, and concentrated all his strength, not just muscle strength, but also, a strong desire from the heart to knock the opponent away, on his fist or, a certain part of his body, and then, burst out suddenly. The power, penetration, and that indescribable explosive power of his attacks seemed to be significantly improved. For example, during a battle with a tough enemy who possessed the ability of the steel fruit and whose entire body could turn into hard steel. Luffy is in a state of rage after failing to capture the enemy and his stomach is growling with hunger. He suddenly had an idea, and subconsciously added a little bit of the feeling of condensing energy that he had learned from the Pink Demon to each bullet of his rubber fist that was shooting out as fast as a machine gun. Result: rubber, machine gun. I saw that his rubber bullets, which originally could only make a series of dang 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 crisp sounds on the opponent's steel body but could not cause any substantial damage, were now equipped with that kind of weak but real chi. Surprisingly, just like a red-hot iron burning through butter. Easily, penetrated the opponent's proud steel defense. On the opponent's hard body, it left, smoking, penetrating small holes. Although, those small 937 holes were quickly restored, due to the self-healing effect of the opponent's devil fruit ability. However, that unprecedented penetrating feeling and the horrified expression on the other party's face, as if he had seen a ghost, made Luffy feel extremely excited and a little proud. Ha ha ha. See? I have more strength when I'm hungry. Luffy rubbed his empty stomach and boasted loudly to the iron fruit ability user who had been beaten by him to the point of doubting his life. He himself, however, was completely unaware that the increase in the power of his rubber machine gun move was not simply due to the fact that being hungry gives you more strength. It was because he had already begun, unconsciously, to, initially, fuse and utilize haki and ki, two completely different but mysterious forces that seemed to have some inner connection. This kind of unconscious use of techniques is full of Luffy characteristics, although it is still very superficial and unstable. However, it is like a seed full of infinite possibilities, buried deep within Luffy's body. It will also surely bloom, more dazzling, and amazing, flowers of power, on his future path of growth. Different from Luffy's, unconscious fusion of power which is full of foodie instinct and battle intuition. Roronoa Zoro, the swordsman of the Straw Hat crew, seems to be more focused, hardworking, and full of the persistence and obsessive-compulsive spirit that is unique to Kendo otakus. Ever since he witnessed the terrifying power of the pink demon to destroy a planet with a wave of his hand in the image of the black stone tablet in the mysterious palace of Marineford, Zoro has developed an indescribable yearning and confusion for the pure chi that can tear apart space. He had been trying to combine his increasingly improved armament haki with that hazy feeling of ki, hoping to find a new path leading to a higher realm of Kendo. Although, he doesn't have the epiphany ability like Luffy, the protagonist's halo. However, with his steel-like will and his almost obsessive pursuit of Kendo, he was also groping and moving forward little by little, with difficulty. Once, the Straw Hat crew, on an island in the New World that was, full of futuristic technology, although most of them were flashy and inferior imitations, were having a fierce battle with an enemy, wearing a heavy high-tech power armor that was said to be made from the scraps of Buu's legacy. Zoro is caught in an unprecedented tough battle. That enemy's physical and sword skills were only, third-rate. However, the technological armor he was wearing, which looked very tough, actually possessed extremely amazing defensive power. Zoro's sharp slash that was powerful enough to cut through steel, when it hit the armor, could only splash out a series of dazzling sparks and leave a series of shallow white marks, and could not cause any substantial damage to it at all. This made Zoro, who was always proud of his strong attacking power, feel unprecedented frustration and anger. Damn it! This turtle shell! What on earth is it made of? Why is it so hard? Zoro was waving the three knives in his hands, engaging in a fierce fight with the enemy wearing technological armor, while cursing in his heart. He could feel that if he continued like this, his physical strength would sooner or later be exhausted by the other party. Just when his mind was highly concentrated and on the verge of breaking point, even, his consciousness was beginning to become a little blurry. Suddenly, in his mind, like a flash of lightning, the terrifying scene of the pink demon destroying the planet with a wave of his hand appeared again. And that kind of pure energy explosion without any techniques or impurities, which seemed to be able to tear apart space and annihilate everything. It's that feeling. Suddenly, Zoro's eyes burst into an unprecedented, terrifying light. At this moment, he was blessed. He no longer thought about sword moves, techniques, or the use of haki. He just put all his will, all his faith, all, his desire for victory and his anger towards that turtle shell, all concentrated on the blade in his hand. At the same time, he subconsciously used some of the crude techniques about the instantaneous burst of energy that he had obtained from the image of the pink demon and from his own vague understanding of chi over the past period of time. He suddenly took a step forward. The three knives in his hands carried a resolute momentum, to move forward and cut off everything. I bowed fiercely to that enemy who was wearing heavy technological armor. Home! Zoro didn't even have time to shout out the name of the move. All I saw was a black slash that was more condensed, sharper, and more full of destructive aura than ever before. Like a bolt of lightning that cuts through the night sky, it instantly cuts through the thickest special alloy armor on the enemy's chest. Clang! A deafening, teeth-grinding metallic wail suddenly sounded. Sparks flying. Energy surge. Everyone who saw this scene subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they found that enemy wearing heavy technological armor is still intact, standing there. Zoro's earth-shattering blow seemed not to be able to completely cut through the opponent's hard turtle shell as he had hoped. Ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. The enemy in the high-tech armor, after a brief moment of surprise, let out a hoarse laugh, full of pride and relief for having survived a disaster. It's useless. This set of my super invincible diamond indestructible universe's most handsome armor. It's made of real Buu alloy. With the attack of a third-rate swordsman like you, it's simply impossible. However, before he could finish his words, they suddenly stopped. Because he suddenly discovered that on his chest, the special alloy armor that he was so proud of, which was said to be able to withstand all attacks, there were actually two. There appeared a, not too deep, but clearly visible, cut. Moreover, the edge of the cut had a trace of charred black, as if it had been burned by some high-temperature energy. This is impossible. The smug smile on the enemy's face froze in an instant, replaced by unbelievable horror and deep fear. And Zoro himself, after seeing that his sword, which he had used all his strength to strike, only left a shallow cut on the opponent's armor, his heart was also filled with resentment and a hint of disappointment. However, when he carefully observed the cut with strange burning marks, a glimmer of enlightenment and hope flashed in his eyes. He knew that the knife he had just struck still did not do its job completely. However, he, vaguely, touched upon a new possibility that could make him stronger. That kind of perfectly blending wool, haki, and the explosive technique gained from the perception of ki, a slash that can be done in a moment's thought. Perhaps, this is the important direction of his future swordsmanship. Zoro held the knife tightly in his hand, his eyes filled with more determination and burning fighting spirit. He knew that he was one step closer to the state where he could cut off everything. The Fishman Island, this dream island located 10,000 meters below the sea, is now shrouded in a shadow filled with despair and madness. The captain of the new Fishman pirates, Hody Jones, and his corps codders who had also taken a large amount of the mutant evil drug launched a long-planned full-scale invasion of the kingdom of Ryugu, turning this beautiful island into a hell of blood and fire. With the terrifying power brought by the drugs, which far exceeded their own limits, and the almost morbid hatred for humans that came from hundreds of years of resentment, they wantonly destroyed and killed crazily on the Fishman Island, trying to completely eliminate all the fishmen and mermen who were friendly to humans. They want to establish a new Murloc empire that belongs only to the Murlocs and mermen, and completely breaks away from humans. However, there is full of paranoia and the great ideal of destroying desires, but was met with stubborn resistance from the Straw Hat crew and all the peace-loving residents of the Fishman Island. A final battle that would determine the future of the Fishman Island took place in the central square of the Fishman Island, Jiran Code Square, and on the ancient weapon Noah's Ark that carried countless hopes and a hint of ominous premonitions. Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid who is always full of justice and belligerence, naturally took on the challenge of confronting the final boss, Hody Jones, who had become a bit, neither human nor fish due to excessive drug use. The two sides, on the deck of the huge Ark Noah that was about to crash into the Fishman Island, launched a earth-shattering life and death struggle. After Hody Jones took dozens, even hundreds of mutated evil drug in succession, his body had swelled to an extremely terrifying size. The degree of distortion. His muscles were as hard as steel, covered with blue veins bursting from the effects of drugs and some disgusting-looking black Madara spots. His teeth became sharper and more bloodthirsty than any shark's teeth. His eyes also turned red due to the stimulation of the drugs, filled with deep hatred and crazy murderous intent towards humans. The power he could unleash had reached a terrifying level, enough to easily tear apart steel, crack the earth, and even stir up huge waves in the sea. Straw Hat Boy Luffy! You damn human! Do you think that, with your weak fists, you can stop the great revival of our fishmen? Hody Jones roared like a wounded beast, and his huge white fish tail covered with hard scales, like a giant steel whip, came towards Luffy with a devastating momentum. Go to hell! Together with those traitors who betrayed our fishmen, turn into dust on the seabed. Luffy 0.2 did not flinch at all in the face of Hody Jones' desperate and crazy attack. His eyes were also burning with raging anger and a firm will. He knew that he had to stop this guy. Stop him, and destroy the Fishman Island. Stop him, from harming those innocent lives. Stop him, from imposing the hatred of his own race on a world that should be full of peace and hope. I don't care about your revival of the fishmen or your bullshit hatred. Luffy roared, and his small body once again erupted with unprecedented power. I only know that you are a coward who only relies on drugs to hurt yourself and others. You are a pathetic person who is blinded by hatred and doesn't even know what you really want. And I will never, never let someone like you succeed. Anger. Unparalleled rage. And when facing a desperate situation, that kind of never giving up, moving forward, the extreme state. In Luffy's body, the strange power of armament haki and the hazy ki that he gradually comprehended and unconsciously integrated in the battles with various powerful enemies was once again completely stimulated. He concentrated armament haki on his arms and legs, making them as black as ink and as hard as steel. At the same time, he subconsciously imitated the way the pink demon condensed his chi, and highly compressed and concentrated all his strength and the strong desire to protect the Fishman Island and his companions, into the attack that was about to erupt. 18. His rubber body wrapped with black haki is like a compressed spring, accumulating terrifying power to destroy the world. Chapter 83. Jet, Machine Gun. A deafening roar. Luffy's black iron fists, as dense as raindrops, with a strange force that was faster, heavier, more penetrating and explosive than ever before, fiercely slammed into Hody Jones's huge body, which had become unusually tough due to excessive drug use, but was also full of flaws. Boom 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 boom. Waves of thunderous, dense, teeth-grinding sounds of flesh and bones colliding continuously rang out on the deck of Noah's Ark. Hody Jones's proud hard scales and steel-like muscles that were strong enough to resist sword attacks were actually like paper in front of Luffy's black iron fist that contained a strange sense of chi. Every punch he landed on would leave a terrifying fist mark deep enough to see the bone. Every time he punched, his body, which had become abnormally swollen due to the effects of the drugs, would emit a series of crackling sounds, as if it could not bear the weight. Wow! Puff! Hody Jones let out a series of heart-wrenching screams, and out of his mouth continuously spewed a mixture of blood and some unknown internal organs, filthy things. He could clearly feel that his strength, which was forcibly increased by the drugs, was rapidly fading away. His body, which had become unusually strong due to the drugs, was also crumbling and disintegrating, inch by inch. He couldn't understand. He couldn't believe it. Why could that skinny little Straw Hat Kid burst out with such a terrifying force, even more powerful than this drug-fueled monster? No. Impossible. I am the captain of the new Murloc pirates. I am the future of the Murlocs. How could I lose to a lowly human like you? Hody Jones' heart was filled with unwillingness and despair. Driven by a strong desire to survive and the fear of failure, he made a decision that was even crazier and even more stupid. He took out the last small bag of 16 from his pocket, which was also the most powerful one, the mutated murder drug ES. Then, without even looking at it, he swallowed the whole bag of red pills into his stomach. Gulp! As those pills, containing terrifying energy and deadly poison, slid into his throat, Hody Jones' body underwent a drastic change again. His body was swelling even more horribly than before. His muscles were bulging, even breaking the hard scales on his body. His eyes turned redder than blood. They were filled with pure, irrational madness and a desire for destruction. A terrifying aura that was more powerful and more evil than ever before suddenly burst out from him. Hody Jones let out a roar that was not like a human beast's voice. In his brain, which had become somewhat delirious due to excessive drug use, there was only one thought left, that is, to kill the Straw Hat Boy in front of you. Tear him into pieces. Then, destroy the entire Fishman Island. Let all those friendly people to humans go to hell. However, this kind of false strength, gained by burning one's life, is destined to be unsustainable. Just when Hody Jones burst out his last and craziest power, preparing to have a final battle with Luffy, to the death, his body, which had become extremely fragile due to excessive overdraft, finally could no longer withstand the horrific load of drugs. His body suddenly, just like a deflated ball, quickly shrank. His originally strong and sturdy muscles, in just a few seconds, shrank into skin and bones. His originally black and shiny fish scales also became dull and even began to fall off piece by piece. His red eyes, which were once filled with hatred and madness, also quickly lost all their brilliance and became cloudy and empty. The most horrible thing is his hair. His originally fairly thick black hair actually turned grey at a speed visible to the naked eye. And then, it completely turned pale, like dead grass. Just a dozen seconds. Hody Jones, the captain of the new Fishman pirates who was once ambitious and tried to subvert the entire Fishman Island, has changed from a relatively young and strong, although he took drugs, fishman to a sagging skin, wrinkled face, grey hair and even can't even stand steadily, a frail old man. He completely overdrew all his vitality. He aged, quickly. My strength. Hody Jones looked at his hands which had become dry and thin and covered with the scars of old age in a daze, and muttered to himself in a hoarse voice. He could clearly feel that the power in his body, that once made him feel extremely powerful, was receding rapidly like the tide. Instead, there is endless weakness and fear of death. He failed. The defeat was so complete and so miserable. Luffy looked at the man in front of him, Hody Jones, who suddenly changed from a ferocious monster into a pitiful-looking old man. The anger on his face gradually subsided. There wasn't much joy and pride in his heart. On the contrary, there is a hint of complexity and a hint of sympathy. He knew that this guy, although hateful, was also truly pitiful. His whole life, it seemed, was spent in hatred of humanity and pursuit of false power, and he never truly lived for himself. In the end, it could only end up with such a miserable end. Luffy sighed softly. Then, he stretched out his rubber fist which was still wrapped with black haki. "It's over," he whispered. Then, with one punch, he knocked unconscious the old and decrepit Hody Jones, who had completely lost the ability to resist. The turmoil on the Fishmen Island, filled with blood and fire, finally came to an end with this last punch. The Straw Hat crew, and all the peace-loving residents of the Fishmen Island, successfully protected this beautiful island. And Hody Jones and his remnants of the new Fishman pirates, who had also become old and frail due to excessive use of the evil drug also received the punishment they deserved. During the battle, they also deeply felt the troubles and a hint of warning brought about by the Buu legacy, although only indirect and negative impact. They knew that the future New World would become even more unpredictable and dangerous due to the appearance of those gods' tools. After successfully resolving the incident on the Fishmen Island, attending a celebratory banquet, hosted by the Ryugu Kingdom, which was full of delicious food and joy, Luffy was naturally the one who ate the happiest and the one who ate the most. The Straw Hat crew is finally saying goodbye to this beautiful island and those hospitable fishmen and mermaid friends. Before leaving the Fishmen Island, Sea Knight Jinbei, the fishman hero who also played an important role in this incident, specially found Luffy and had a heartfelt talk with him. "Luffy-kun," Jinbei looked at the Straw Hat boy in front of him, who seemed a little out of tune on weekdays, but could always burst out amazing power at critical moments. His eyes were full of relief and a little bit of worry. "This time, really, thank you and your friends very much. If it weren't for you, the Fishmen Island, I'm afraid, would really be doomed." He. "It's nothing. We are friends," Luffy said nonchalantly while gnawing on a huge piece of grilled fish. But, Jinbei's tone suddenly became a little serious, although the crisis on the Fishmen Island has been temporarily resolved. However, the danger level of the new world you are going to next is probably far beyond your imagination. Especially, recently due to the appearance of the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace and those Buu legacy, the situation in the entire new world has become more complicated and unpredictable. Jinbei briefly introduced to Luffy and the others some of the news he had gathered from some reliable sources, such as the Revolutionary Army, or the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, about the chaos and disputes caused by Buu's legacy around the world. "When I heard that those props with magical powers could actually cause such great chaos and a bloody fight," the expressions on the faces of the Straw Hat crew members, except Luffy who was still concentrating on eating the grilled fish, became somewhat solemn. They also realized more deeply that the Buu legacy was not just some fun toys or some props that could bring convenience. They are more like sharp double-edged swords. It can bring miracles and hope, but it can also cause disaster and despair. "So, Luffy-kun," Jinbei's eyes turned to Luffy again, his tone becoming unusually serious, "you must be extra careful in your adventure in the new world. Don't easily provoke those powerful enemies, who may have the Buu legacy. And don't put yourself and your friends in unnecessary danger because of momentary curiosity or greed." Hearing this, Luffy finally put down the grilled fish in his hand. His eyes, which were always full of innocence and optimism, rarely flashed a trace of seriousness. He knew that what Boss Jinbei said was right. New World is indeed dangerous. Those Buu legacy are indeed troublesome. He. Luffy suddenly grinned, his face regaining that carefree and sunny expression. Don't worry, Boss Jinbei. We are the Straw Hat crew, but very strong. Besides, his eyes were gleaming with an infinite yearning and expectation for unknown adventures. New world, it sounds like it will be even more fun. I must go there. Go there, find more powerful partners. Beat up more annoying villains. And become the king of pirates. Oh. That's right. Luffy suddenly remembered something. He slapped his thigh and showed an even more excited expression on his face. I also want to find that in the new world. Gohan Buu, who left so many good things. Make friends with him. Then, find that machine that can turn candy into candy. Move it to our ship. Wee. Looking at Luffy, who, was still full of foodie instinct and adventurous spirit, Jinbei also felt a little helpless and a headache. However, in his heart, an inexplicable sense of confidence and expectation rose up involuntarily. Exit. Only someone like Luffy, who is simple, optimistic, and possesses the incredible protagonist aura, can, in this increasingly chaotic and dangerous new world, truly, carve out a future of its own, right? Well, take care of yourself, Luffy-kun. Everyone. Jinbei bowed deeply to the Straw Hat crew who were about to set off, his eyes filled with sincere blessings and 473 Well. Boss Jinbei. Take care of yourself too. See you in New World. Luffy also smiled brightly at Jinbei, then, waved his hand vigorously. Wave. With the reluctant farewell of the residents of the Fishmen Island, the Straw Hat crew's Thousand Sunny set sail again, heading for a new land full of unknowns and challenges. The true starting point of the world, let's go. Their understanding of the so-called Buu legacy has become more profound and more specific because of the incident on the Fishmen Island. They are also filled with stronger anticipation and more cautious vigilance for the upcoming adventure. Luffy even listed the search for Gohan Buu and the candy-making machine as one of the important goals of his adventure in the new world. However, finding One Piece and becoming the king of pirates are still the most important goals. The storm of the new world is already waving to them. And the Straw Hat crew's more exciting and more unexpected adventure story has just begun. Shortly after, the Straw Hat crew, full of longing for a new world and a desire for delicious food, officially embarked on a new journey. They were very lucky, or rather, very unlucky, to find themselves at the first stop of New World, the one half of which was burning with blazing fire and the other half was covered with punk hazard, is an island filled with a biting cold, strange and dangerous atmosphere. The paragraph of first of all, they were here, and they had met that person several times in Sabayati Archipelago and Summit War, and they had also saved him. The surgeon of death who saved Luffy's life, Trafalgar Law, met again, unexpectedly. Moreover, this time, Luo seemed not to cause trouble for them. Instead, he took the initiative to ask Luffy to join the Pirates Alliance, which sounded full of conspiracy and unreliability. Their purpose is to join forces to take down the next 4 emperors. This sudden blockbuster shocked the members of the Straw Hat crew, except Luffy, who was still in good shape, and some of them couldn't help laughing. However, what shocked them even more was the darker and more evil secrets hidden on this island. They discovered that this seemingly uninhabited island was actually the home of a madman who once worked in the Marine Science Corps but was later expelled for conducting various forbidden experiments. Mad scientist M. Geisa Kurant's secret experimental base. And Jisukulang, the evil scientist who has an almost morbid obsession with the power of gas fruit and biological weapons of mass destruction, is conducting some more cruel, horrible experiments. Chapter 84. Not only is he secretly producing a key ingredient called sad that can be used to produce artificial Zoan devil fruit smile for a dark middleman in New World, that is, Don Quixote da Flamingo, in large quantities. More importantly, in the process of conducting these crazy experiments, he seemed to have also involved some of the early technologies of energy weapons and biological transformation obtained from the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace. These technical data were most likely obtained by Doflamingo through his huge underground network from some, unreliable channels. Then, they were shared with Guy S.A., an equally unreliable scientific partner. Therefore, with the blessing of these Buu legacy technologies that are full of black technology, Geisa Kulang's experiments that were already very crazy and dangerous, became, even more, uncontrollable and full of surprises. For example, he used the preliminary research data on energy weapons obtained from the palace, as well as some, high-tech parts disassembled from the remains of metal puppets, and actually, really equipped his, victims of the giantization experiment on ordinary human children with some, simple laser guns that were not very powerful but could indeed emit energy beams. Although, those laser guns, due to immature technology and unstable energy supply, often, explode, or, injure their own people. However, the 1 or 2 energy beams filled with unknown radiation that they occasionally successfully emitted did indeed cause extremely horrific damage and some irreversible genetic mutations to those enemies who were unfortunate enough to encounter them, such as, some unlucky pirates who strayed into this place, or marine soldiers who came to investigate. For example, he used the initial technical data on biological transformation obtained from the palace, as well as some samples of the mutated killer drug ES obtained from the black market on the Fishman Island, and actually began to try to use the gas fruit abilities of humans, animals, and even his own gas fruit abilities to do something even more insane. He wants to create a super biochemical weapon that possesses multiple biological characteristics, can release deadly poison gas, and has a special affinity for Buu energy. Although, most of his experiments, which were, full of creativity and anti-human ideas, ended in failure. However, those, successful works by chance were so weird and dangerous, that they were enough to make any normal person shudder. After going deep into the heart of Punk Hazard Island, the Straw Hat crew unfortunately, or fortunately, became the latest witnesses and potential experimental materials of Guy S.A. Kuron's crazy experiments. And because of this, they also realized more deeply that if the Buu legacy fell into the hands of a madman like Geisa, it would bring about a terrible disaster. In the secret research institute on Punk Hazard Island, which is filled with poison gas and all kinds of weird experimental subjects, the Straw Hat crew not only has to deal with Geisa Kulang's troublesome gas fruit ability, but also his, high-tech transformed snow mountain killer subordinates. You also have to face a bigger, more, slimier, horrible pet. That is Geisa Kuron's masterpiece, a giant slime monster with self-awareness that is made of a mixture of high-concentration H2S gas and some unknown viscous substance, crown, or Death Kingdom slime. This slime monster is already very difficult and disgusting. Not only can it release a highly toxic gas that is enough to paralyze the nerves, but it can also eat and digest anything that comes into contact with it, just like a real slime. However, what makes Straw Hat crew even more troubled is that Geisa Kulang, the crazy scientist, wants to enhance the combat power and the viewing quality of his beloved pet. He was so crazy that he forcibly implanted a piece of mysterious fragment that he got from Doflamingo, which was said to have flowed out of the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace and contained extremely unstable but powerful, unknown energy, into the core of the slime monster. He originally thought that this fragment filled with Buu energy could act like a catalyst, greatly enhancing the toxicity and explosive power of the slime, turning it into an indestructible and a super killer weapon that could self-destruct at a critical moment. Result: he did halfway there. After the fragment containing unstable energy was implanted into the slime monster crown, its size has indeed become larger than before. The poison gas it releases has also become more deadly and difficult to defend against than before. Moreover, it seems that it really does possess some kind of potential ability similar to energy burst or self-destruction. But he also failed halfway. Because the fragment containing the unstable Buu energy has a nature of energy and uncontrollability that is far beyond the imagination of Geisa Kulang, a half-baked scientist. Not only was it unable to perfectly fuse with the slime's poisonous gas core. On the contrary, like a time bomb, a huge hidden danger was buried inside the slime's body, that could explode at any time. This makes the slime monster crown become more dangerous and more uncontrollable than before. Sometimes, due to the disorder of energy in its body, it would uncontrollably release all kinds of new types of poisonous gases with extremely strange colors and smells. Sometimes, it would be unable to withstand the huge Buu energy, and its body would swell violently, as if it would explode at any time. It would even, because, it was in a bad mood? Or, simply hungry? And without distinguishing between friend and foe, it would try to devour everything that moves around it, including its master Geisa Kulang himself. This, more dangerous and uncontrollable slime monster, created by the inferior combination of Dragon Ball technology and Devil Fruit's ability, indirectly shows the Straw Hat Crew and all the people who are paying attention to this incident, that if the Buu legacy is abused or recklessly modified, it will bring terrible, serious consequences. It is like a living negative example, silently telling the cruel reality that once Pandora's box is opened, it can never be easily closed again. Just when the Straw Hat Crew was on the Punk Hazard Island, fighting wits and courage with Guy S.A. Courant and his, scientific creations that were full of creativity and danger, and suffering terribly. Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law, in the midst of his battles and deceitful dealings with Guy S.A., used his micro-energy scalpel, which he seized from the CPO female agent and enhanced by his OPOP fruit ability, to make some new, important discoveries about the energy of Buu's legacy. Luo discovered that the energy fragments that Geisa Kuran used in his crazy experiments, which were said to come from the Dragon Ball Palace, contained energy fluctuations that were similar to the special energy that he had felt from the energy scalpel of the CPO female agent before, after artificial transformation and energy compression. It seemed that there were both similarities and essential differences. The energy fluctuations of those unprocessed Buu energy fragments were even more primitive, violent, and even more unstable. It was like an ancient beast that had not yet been tamed, full of destruction and unpredictability. The energy on the energy scalpel of the CPO female agent is more pure, condensed, and more easier to be controlled. Although that kind of control is only relatively speaking. What surprised Law even more was that he discovered that this special energy from Buu's legacy seemed to have some kind of very strange repulsion or resonance with the devil fruit ability he was familiar with. For example, when he tried to use his enhanced energy scalpel to cut some artificial devil fruit smiles that Guy had created using SAT and that were not yet fully formed, he discovered that the energy on the scalpel would actually produce extremely violent conflicts and rejections with the bloodline factor energy contained in those artificial devil fruits. It would even cause some small-scale energy explosions. And when he tried to use the energy scalpel to touch and analyze the core of the slime monster crown that had been implanted with the Buu energy fragments, however, he discovered that the energy on the scalpel seemed to be able to resonate with the Buu energy fragment inside the slime core to a certain extent. It could even draw a tiny bit of weak, but real, energy feedback from it. This strange phenomenon full of contradictions and unknowns made Chuan feel confused and he realized that the nature and working principle of this special energy from the Buu legacy was probably far more complex and profound than he had imagined. The strange relationship between it and the devil fruit ability, which is both friend and foe, good and evil, also provides him with some new and bolder ideas for using the OPOP fruit ability to study and transform the Buu heritage in the future. Exit. He could try to use the OPOP fruit ability to peel off and reorganize the energy structure inside the Buu legacy. Perhaps, he could try to fuse this Buu energy with certain, specific devil fruit abilities, in a safer and more controllable way. He could even try to use this Buu energy to reversely analyze the true secret of the devil fruit. These ideas, which are full of the spirit of medical exploration and a hint of mad scientist potential, kept flashing in Luo's mind. He knew that the micro-energy in his hand, the scalpel of mass, and the preliminary discoveries about the energy of Buu's legacy will become the important keys for him to uncover more unknown secrets. And he will certainly use these keys in future adventures to open doors, leading to higher realms of power and deeper mysteries of life. Mysterious Gate. Punk Hazard, the island of death that is half hell of fire and half purgatory of ice and snow, has become a place of chaos and chaos due to the unexpected arrival of Straw Hat Crew and Trafalgar Law, as well as scientist M. Geisa Kuran's secret experiments, full of creativity and danger, have become more chaotic and lively. Just as Luffy and Law, for their own purposes, although Luffy's purpose might just be, simply to beat up that annoying-looking gas BD, and win the battle with Geisa Kurant and his, high-tech transformation troops was fierce and chaotic. The Marine G5 branch stationed on this island is known for its members who are mostly, unkempt, rough, and often do something. The Problem Children concentration camp, which was famous for its out-of-line behavior that caused headaches for the naval headquarters, has now become. Some things are not peaceful. The base commander of Marine G5, Vice Admiral Onatake Virgo, seems, serious, ruthless, and often throws leftovers away. The Justice Marine with the grains of ash stuck to his face was alone at the moment, in his, also a bit unkempt, even, exuding a faint smell of sweat. Inside the house, his face was no longer the usual harshness and a hint of naivety that he showed when facing his subordinates. Instead, it was filled with a kind of, cold, a complex expression of calculation and a hint of morbid excitement. In his hand, he was playing with a, simple-looking, but still high-tech, single-lens instrument. Combat power detector. This detector was not the standard equipment issued to him by the naval headquarters. Instead, he had obtained it through some secret channels belonging to the Donquixote family. Get your hands on personal belongings. Although, the function of this detector may not be as strong and accurate as those original goods directly from the Dragon Ball Palace. Maybe it's just a poor quality knockoff made by some unknown small workshop based on some, technical information circulated on the black market that is hard to tell whether it's real or fake. However, for Virgo, one of the highest-ranking officers of the Donquixote family who is hidden deep inside the Marine, this, although a bit copycat, however, this gadget that can roughly judge the strength of others still has extremely important strategic value. He carefully put the simple combat power detector on his left eye. Then, his eyes, like a lion majesty, slowly swept across the office. Hanging on the wall are personnel file photos of the core members of the G5 branch. On the lens, it immediately detected the extremely weak life breath or archival records left on the photos. God knows how many fake detectors these people have. What is the working principle of the device? It showed some fuzzy numbers and ambiguous symbols that represented the approximate strength levels of those members. This guy's combat capability is assessed as sea level. His loyalty, seems to be a bit problematic. We can find a chance to deal with him. Oh? This new kid looks lazy and careless, but his combat capability is rated B? And he seems to have great potential. Interesting, needs, focus on it. Chapter 85. As for this smoker who has always been against Lao Zi, his combat power is rated as high as A level. And he seems to have a special mark of Logia ability user and extremely difficult to deal with on his back. Humph. He is indeed a troublesome guy. But it's just right, I can use him to test the power of some of Lao Zi's new interesting toys. While Virgo was carefully observing the various data and marks displayed on the detector, he gently tapped the table with his fingers, which were covered with armament haki and as hard as steel, making a series of knock-knock sounds that were filled with an ominous atmosphere. He discovered that this simple combat power detector, although not very accurate, would often display some strange garbled characters because of poor signals or too many grains of rice on the operator's face. However, it could, to a certain extent, help him to more clearly identify those unstable factors within the G5 branch, who were truly powerful, or who might pose a potential threat to his secret undercover mission. For him, an executor of dark justice with an important mission, this is undoubtedly a very practical and more efficient management tool. He can use this detector to conduct more secretive and more cruel and ruthless personnel screening and internal cleansing within the G5 branch. Those waste who are not loyal enough to him, or who are too weak and have no use value, will be ruthlessly eliminated. Those thorns who have potential but are unruly and difficult to control are all focused on training and thought reform in various ways, full of love and care. Thus, the entire G5 branch was completely transformed into the most stable and the most convenient secret base for Donquixote family in New World. In addition to being used for internal rectification, Virgo also discovered that this combat power detector also had a certain reference value in evaluating the true combat power of those external friends who, might have friendly interactions with their G5 branch, such as Straw Hat Boy Luffy and Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law, the two little troublemakers who are causing chaos on Punk Hazard Island. Although he couldn't completely believe the data displayed on the detector, the data would often go off the charts because the opponent's protagonist halo was so strong. But, at least, it can allow him to have a relatively clear, mental preparation, about the approximate strength levels of those guys. So that, in the future, friendly competitions, one can better grasp the measure and avoid accidentally killing the other party, or, even worse, being killed by the other party. Phew. Straw Hat Boy Luffy, Trafalgar Law. Virgo looked at the secret intelligence about Punk Hazard's latest developments in his hand, as well as the two high-risk values displayed on the detector that made him feel, both, a headache and a little excited. A smile full of coldness and a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. Let Lao Z play a more exciting game with you guys. Phew. Marine G5 branch, this problem children concentration camp that was already full of chaos and a hint of gangster atmosphere, has become, even more, turbulent and more, full of dangers because of the appearance of the combat effectiveness detector in Virgo's hand, which is also full of problems and a hint of copycat atmosphere. Just when Gazoo Virgo was in the office of the G5 branch, using that simple combat power detector, he was carrying out various secret plans that were full of farsightedness and a hint of sinisterness and cunningness. Another member of the Marine G5 branch, an outlier whose style is completely different from those unkempt rough guys around him, the White Hunter Smoker, at this moment, is filled with deep confusion and a hint of irritation. Smoker, the Logia smoke fruit user who always has 2 cigars in his mouth, has a hot temper, and hates evil. He finds it extremely confusing and difficult to accept the various strange things that have happened around him recently. First, his immediate superior, Vice Admiral Virgo, whom he had always disliked, had been acting, more and more strangely, and more, unpredictable. Sometimes, he would look at himself and other G5 branch members with a strange look, full of scrutiny and evaluation, as if he was looking at a group of, commodities waiting to be tagged with a price tag. Sometimes, suddenly, they would show unusual respect and promote some guys who usually performed mediocrely, or even were a little lazy. And some other old subordinates who were obviously quite capable, loyal, and reliable, would be ruthlessly dealt with by him, or simply disappear from the face of the earth, because of some, trivial matters, or just for no reason. This kind of personnel change, which is full of arbitrariness and a little bit of neurosis, has plunged the entire G5 branch into a weird atmosphere where everyone is in a panic and sees enemies everywhere. Smoker has reported these unusual situations to his superiors, such as Naval Headquarters. However, the responses he got were always some ambiguous, bureaucratic, perfunctory responses and warning him not to meddle in other people's business. This made Smoker, who was always upright and had a bad temper, feel extremely aggrieved and angry. What made him feel even more confused and a little uneasy was the most recent friendly exchange that he and Vice Admiral Virgo had accidentally had because of a disagreement on how to carry out a mission. He actually, vaguely, felt a different way of using power from that BD Virgo, that was completely different from the past, full of explosiveness and a little bit of weird penetration. That power, though, is still based on armament haki. However, the moment it exploded, it seemed to contain some kind of more condensed and more, difficult to defend, unknown energy. At that moment, Smoker even felt that his proud Logia smoke body, which was immune to most physical attacks, actually had the illusion of being injured or even broken by the opponent's, turtle punch style but extremely heavy attack. Although, it was only a momentary feeling, and that BD Virgo quickly withdrew that strange power, and with a hypocritical smile full of superior caring for subordinates, he forcibly ended the friendly exchange. However, that unusual feeling of power was like a seed, full of doubt, buried deep in Smoker's heart. He began to wonder if that BD Virgo had secretly practiced some kind of, evil ways that were strictly prohibited within the Marine? Or, had he also gained some, unknown benefits from those, rumors about the Buu legacy? What made Smoker even more annoyed was that he himself was also trying to sense and imitate that mysterious power called Qi that was rumored to be miraculous by the outside world. He heard that the Iron Fist Monka who unexpectedly rose to prominence in East Blue was able to knock the Marine captain away with one punch because he mastered this kind of Qi. He also heard that when the Straw Hat Boy Luffy was fighting Hody Jones on the Fishmen Island, he had also burst out with a similar, strange power full of the protagonist's halo. Although Smoker has some skepticism towards these, unreliable rumors. However, as a Justice Marine who has strict requirements on his own strength and is eager to become stronger, he couldn't help but conduct some attempts in private that were full of scientific exploration spirit. He tried, like those, third-rate martial arts novels, to sit cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky, and then, draw the Qi into the body? Or, flow the Qi through the 4 fields? Apart from making himself suffer from back pain, and almost having poor blood circulation in the lower body due to incorrect sitting posture, he did not feel any so-called Qi at all. He also tried to combine his ability of controlling the smoke fruit with the techniques of energy burst he had read in some ancient martial arts manuals, of course, some unreliable cheap books. He fantasized whether he could also, like those legendary Qigong masters, eject smoke shockwaves from his hands. Or, use the smoke to condense into an indestructible smoke sword. Result: apart from making himself all over the place and almost getting carbon monoxide poisoning due to the high smoke concentration, he also gained nothing. What made him most depressed was that he found that his proud smoke fruit ability, when it was being so-called fused with the energy of Qi that he imagined, seemed to have some kind of. He felt that the ability of smoke fruit was a kind of power that spread outward and was full of the characteristics of freedom and invisibility. And that kind of Qi that he imagined was more like a kind of inward condensing force full of introverted and explosive characteristics. These two, completely different power attributes made it impossible for him to find any balance point that could effectively combine them. This frustrating attempt made Smoker feel deeply doubtful and a little resistant to the new power system that was rumored to be miraculous by the outside world. He began to wonder if the so-called Qi was not suitable for people like them to practice. Logia demon fruit power? Or, that kind of power itself is a kind of mutually exclusive with the devil fruit ability, evil ways. Smoker's confusion and a little bit of going off the deep end, which also represents a part of people who, in the face of the impact of this new power system, have become accustomed to their own demons. The strong men of the old times who possessed fruit abilities all had a common feeling of confusion and anxiety. They both desire to obtain greater power, but are also afraid that in the pursuit of new power they might lose their original path. This conflict and choice between the new and old power systems will surely trouble more powerful people in the days to come. Just when Smoker was confused by the conflict between Qi and Logia's abilities, his direct subordinate, the Marine swordswoman who always wears a pair of myopic glasses, has a somewhat reckless personality but is full of persistence in kendo and a little bit of collection addiction. Tashigi, in this chaotic and dangerous battle on Punk Hazard Island, once again, deeply felt the inadequacy of his own strength. Whether facing Geisa Kurons, despicable means full of high technology and gas attacks, or facing Vice Admiral Virgo's, armament hacky attack which is full of turtle fist style but extremely heavy and weird. Or, facing the long-range harassment from the Snow Mountain Killer which, looks a bit copycat but can still emit energy beams. Tashigi felt that her fairly sophisticated swordsmanship, and the swords in her hands, which could barely be called famous swords, were no match for these. In front of an enemy that doesn't play by the rules, they all seem so weak and powerless, so vulnerable. Once again, like countless times before, she dragged down Mr. Smoker because of her weakness and even nearly killed him. This deep feeling of powerlessness and strong self-blame, like a poisonous thorn, pierced Tashiji's heart fiercely, making her feel both painful and unwilling. Heart. Why am I always so weak? Tashigi tightly grasped the famous sword Shijir in her hand, Her knuckles turned white from the force, and her eyes were flashing with unyielding tears. Is it possible that I can only follow behind Mr. Smoker for the rest of my life and be a burden? She remembered the time in Logue Town when the green algae-haired swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, easily defeated her with just one move. She also remembered the time in Alabasta, when Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, burst out with amazing power in order to protect his companions. She also thought of the various legends that have been circulating around the world recently about the Buu legacy and the mysterious power called Chi. It is said that the green algae-haired swordsman Zoro seems to be also exploring A&D feeling about the power called Ki to some extent. Could it be that that kind of power could really allow a person to achieve a dramatic improvement in a short period of time? Tashiji's heart was filled with confusion and a hint of desire. She knew that she could no longer be like before, just simply obsessed with collecting various famous swords, and then looking forward to being able to use these magic weapons to make up for the lack of one's own strength. She must find a path of swordsmanship that is truly suitable for her and can make her stronger. What she is pursuing is not just a sharper knife and harder electricity. Rather, it is a higher realm of swordsmanship itself. A kind of truly powerful force that can cut off all illusions and protect all that is precious. I must become stronger. Tashiji wiped away the tears from her eyes, and a firm and burning fire was rekindled in her eyes. I don't want to be. Will no longer be a burden to anyone. I will also use the sword in my hand to protect the justice I believe in. Chapter 86. Tashiji's determination, though, sounds a bit middle school and a little bit overestimating one's own capabilities. However, this kind of never admit defeat belief and persistent pursuit of a higher realm is also the indispensable soul of a true swordsman. And her slightly immature but powerful determination will surely guide her on a path to the truly powerful swordsmanship at some point in the future. After that chaotic adventure on Punk Hazard Island filled with gas, poison gas, snowmen, and all kinds of strange experimental subjects, Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, and Trafalgar Law, the surgeon of death, finally, in a wonderful atmosphere, full of no friendship without fighting and the enemy of my enemy is my friend, successfully defeated the evil and crazy scientist M. Guy S.A. Kulang. And captured him alive. This BD, who once caused quite a stir in the New World with his artificial devil fruit and weapons of mass destruction, finally got the temporary punishment he deserved. After all, with his cockroach-like vitality and his special skill of sucking up to powerful people, no one knows whether he will make a comeback and continue to do evil in the future. After successfully liberating Punk Hazard Island, although this island, maybe, doesn't need their liberation, and by the way, saving those poor children, who were used as experimental subjects by Guy. The two tech geeks of the Straw Hat crew, the sniper Usopp and the shipwright Frankie, were just like Columbus who discovered the New World. They happily rushed into Gyson's secret laboratory filled with all kinds of dangerous chemicals and unknown experimental subjects, and began to carry out the desire for knowledge and the desire for destruction. The spoils recovery work. They finally found some inferior imitations and some scattered research materials related to the legendary Buu legacy from the experimental equipment and discarded parts that were piled up in the corner by Guy, which were covered with dust and some suspicious stains. Although, most of these things are full of Geisa Kulang's whimsical crazy conjectures and unrealistic science fantasy. For example, a detailed design drawing on how to combine the gas fruit ability with cosmic rays to create a super invincible gas gamma ray destruction death ray cannon. Moreover, some of the core technologies involved in Buu's legacy are mostly incomplete, or seriously misunderstood and modified in 2 days. However, for Usopp and Frankie, two amateurs who can only be regarded as getting a glimpse of the black technology field, these, although legacies full of Guy characteristics, also allow them to have a more intuitive and a little concrete understanding of that unknown, ahead of its time technology. At least, they knew that the instrument that could detect combat power seemed to have a core component called energy sensing chip inside. At least they also knew that the shell of the universal capsule that could create things out of thin air seemed to be made of some kind of unknown alloy that could store and conduct special energy. However, these, extremely superficial and rough cognitions are still, far from their grand goal of, completely cracking and copying the Buu legacy. However, this was like a door leading to a new world, and it slowly opened a small gap in front of them. It also makes them, feel, more eager for technological exploration and a little overestimating their own capabilities. After successfully solving the incident on Punk Hazard Island, and by the way, recovering some of the Buu legacy full of surprises and accidents from Geisa Kulang's laboratory. Straw Hat crew, together with their new ally Trafalgar Law, headed non-stop towards their next target, Dressrosa, which was more dangerous, more full of conspiracy and, a hint of birdcage. Their common goal is very clear, that is, to bring down the most dangerous dark middleman in the New World, Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote da Flamingo, who is hidden under the halo of Shishibukai. During the voyage to Dressrosa, Trafalgar Law also revealed more shocking secrets about Doflamingo to Luffy and others. He told Luffy that Doflamingo was not only the mastermind behind the artificial devil fruit smile, but also an important sponsor of the mad scientist Geisa Kulang. He is also an ambitious man who is full of greed and strong control over the Buu legacy that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace. It is said that after the Summit War, Doflamingo immediately used his underground network all over the world, as well as some unknown secret channels, to frantically collect and hoard various Buu legacy. Not only did he buy several of them from the black market at a high price, they were said to be relatively intact in function, and they had also been preliminarily certified by Dr. Vegapunk, genuine combat power detectors. He also, through some, coercion, inducement and plundering means, got some, unlucky lucky people, these, advanced universal capsules that are said to be able to transform into powerful weapons or, some more practical means of transportation. There are even rumors that he seems to have obtained 1 or 2 Senzu Beans that can bring people back to life. Although the authenticity of this rumor remains to be verified. And after Doflamingo obtained these gods' tools that were enough to change the situation of the battle, he did not just put them away or show them off as collections. He is secretly using these Buu heritage and some of the early technologies about energy weapons and biological transformation that he shared from Geisa Kulang, trying to build an underground technological empire that belongs entirely to him and is not controlled by the world government. He wants to perfectly combine the powerful strength of the Buu legacy with the various traditional skills of his own Don Quixote family, such as the manipulation of the string fruit, or some dark business operations. Thus, he created an invincible army, that not only possessed technological weapons that were beyond their time, but was also, absolutely loyal to him. Then, he would use this invincible army to, subvert the order of the entire world and realize his, crazy ambition, to dominate the sea, and even, become the king of the New World. And his land of love, passion and toys in New World Dressrosa, may very well be hiding the core secrets of his legacy empire and a large number of experimental results. So, Straw Hat Master, Law looked at Luffy, his eyes flashing with a hint of, imperceptible solemnity and a hint of expectation. This time when we go to Dressrosa, we will not only face a, powerful Shishibukai, but also a, more dangerous and unpredictable, technological madman who has mastered part of the power of the Buu legacy. We must, be fully prepared. Otherwise, we may not even be able to get out of his birdcage alive. Luo's words undoubtedly added some heavy pressure and unknown variables to the Straw Hat crew's upcoming trip to Dressrosa. And after listening to Law's, introduction which was full of spoilers and foreshadowing, Luffy, still, didn't have much idea about things like the underground technological empire or the balance of power. However, he was more, full of interest and desire to beat that Flamingo BD who was said to have mastered a lot of Buu's legacy. Oh! That Flamingo! It sounds like it has a lot of fun things hidden in it. He. Luffy's eyes turned into stars again, and his face showed a childlike, innocent a little money grubber smile. When we get to Dressrosa, we must, take away all his treasures. Then, hold, a bigger party. He. It seems that Straw Hat Crew's trip to Dressrosa is destined to be, not peaceful. And they are about to have a more thrilling and more surprising, life and death duel with Don Quixote da Flamingo and his, probably already initially formed heritage empire in that, kingdom full of lies, conspiracies and a hint of toys. East Blue, that area of sea that is much calmer and weaker than the Grand Line. Iron Fist Monka, the little pirate leader who once became famous in East Blue because he accidentally picked up a few torn pages of the Kaimryu training manual and was even, regarded as a martial arts genius by some equally ignorant little pirates. However, his fate at this moment came to an end full of tragedy and a hint of black humor. Ever since the last time, he relied on his, sometimes ineffective shockwave magic, and some unspeakable luck, to defeat the Marine captain with one punch, and robbed a Marine warship by the way. Please send flowers 001-480-6316 Fila 19253108. Monka's heart was completely floating. He was no longer satisfied with being a local emperor in the small pond of East Blue, someone who could barely scare some small fish and shrimps. He longs for more power. He longs for a wider stage. He longs to become the true overlord of the sea. The few remaining pages of the Turtle Immortal Style Training Manual in his hand that recorded the Shockwave Divine Art were undoubtedly his only hope to realize this great dream. However, as mentioned before, since the technique is incomplete, and Monka himself really has no talent for practice and cultural level. Therefore, after his strength reached that primary bottleneck of being able to only break a relatively thick wooden board, or knock down an unlucky seagull, he could no longer make any further progress. This made Monka feel extremely frustrated and unwilling. He began to frantically search around the world for any information that might be related to the book Turtle Immortal Style Cultivation Manual. He even was willing to take out all the little, pitiful money he had robbed with great difficulty, and offer a reward for those. There is no full version cheats. Just when he was becoming a little, obsessed, and even unscrupulous in his pursuit of greater power. A man who claimed to be a senior coder from a powerful pirates group in Grand Line, although that guy looked more like a smooth-talking charlatan, took the initiative to find him. That senior coder showed great interest and curiosity in Monka's, powerful-sounding shockwave magic. Sko. He told Monka that the captain of their pirates group was a peerless master who was also interested in various ancient martial arts and mysterious powers. If Monka is willing to join their pirates group and present his secret book of magical skills to their captain for consultation, then, not only will their captain be rewarded handsomely, but more importantly, he may be able to teach him a few tricks to help him break through the bottleneck and become a true heaven-destroying master. The shockwave magic skill that can destroy the world. They will even teach him the complete version of the secret manual that is even more mysterious and profound, which is treasured by the pirates group. This is full of temptation and a little bit of pie in the sky beautiful promise, for Iron Fist who is currently worried about his stagnant strength. For Monka, it is simply like a timely rain after a long drought, a timely help in times of need. He almost, without any hesitation, joyfully accepted the senior coder's gracious invitation. He even carefully wrapped up the remaining pages of his Turtle Immortal Training Manual, which he regarded as a treasure in oilcloth, and prepared, as a greeting gift, dedicated to the captain who is a peerless master whom I have never met. However, he never expected that this was a complete scam. The so-called Big Pirates group was actually just a group that was slightly stronger than his Iron Scraps Pirates group and was equally inferior. Just a ragtag army. And the reason why they came to Monka was not because they admired his shockwave magic or they wanted to exchange martial arts experience with him. Their real purpose is just to use Monka, a simple-minded and self-righteous sucker, as cannon fodder. Go, participate in a war between them and another more powerful pirate group, because, they are competing for the right to collect protection fees from an unknown island, and a war is about to break out. It was a dangerous fight. Poor Iron Fist Monka was fooled by that, senior coder with superb acting skills. He brought his group of equally brainless minions, and happily followed the senior coder to the battlefield of the fighting. And they were regarded as, the Suicide Squad charging into battle. Facing dozens of ferocious enemies holding sharp blades, whose strength is far superior to theirs. Iron Fist Monka finally realized that he had been fooled. But it's already too late. The retreat route had already been quietly cut off by that, equally malicious partner. What awaits him, Song, a bloody massacre with no chance of winning. Damn you! You, despicable liars! I'm going to fight you! After realizing that he had been deceived, Iron Fist Monka felt extremely angry and humiliated. Chapter 87. However, he still had a little bit of pirate's blood and the instinct of survival in his bones, which made him burst into the final madness. He roared, and concentrated the few and not very obedient chi in his body, as well as all the strength in his body, on his fists without reservation. Then, at those enemies who were rushing towards him with a fierce smile, he launched the most powerful and most desperate attack in his life. Turtle, Iron Fist. Super Invincible. Destructive Shockwave. Although the name of the move he called out was still full of flaws, and what he emitted was still just 2 balls of weak, but slightly brighter, light blue energy than before. Those 2 balls of energy that could barely be called shockwaves, with Monka's unwilling and angry will, fiercely blasted towards the enemies in the front. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds. The expressions of those little pirates who originally had disdain and mockery on their faces suddenly changed when they were hit in the chest by those 2 balls of energy that seemed to have no power. They only felt a strange force that was explosive and penetrating, that instantly flowed into their bodies. And puff! They actually, really, spurted blood from their mouths and flew backwards. Although they didn't die on the spot, they also temporarily lost their ability to fight. In the last moments of his life, Iron Fist Monka actually, really, burst out with a little potential that surpassed his own limits. Righto! This was only a short-lived flash of life. After 050 defeated those unlucky pioneers, the energy and physical strength in Monka's body were completely exhausted. He didn't even have time to let out another unwilling roar. They were ruthlessly overwhelmed by more and more brutal enemies. The flash of swords and sabers. Blood stained his already worn-out pirate's jacket. Iron Fist Monka, the East Blue martial arts wizard who rose to prominence due to an accident and fell due to his own stupidity and greed, ended his short life, which was full of legends and a touch of black humor, on an unknown island in the Grand Line. Until his death, he never figured out what kind of magic skill he was practicing. He also couldn't have another bite of his favorite barbecue. And the few remaining pages of the Turtle School training manual in his hand, which he regarded as treasures, were also looted from his body after his death by the more powerful pirates who finally won the fight. Then, like a trophy full of unknowns and temptations, it continued to circulate quietly, in this underground world full of blood and desires. Waiting for the next lucky guy or unlucky guy to appear. Just when Iron Fist Monka, because of his obsession with pursuing the complete martial arts, finally, died in an unknown corner of the Grand Line in a tragic way. At the headquarters of the Marine Science Corps, in a secret laboratory full of all kinds of fantastic ideas and a hint of madness, the genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk, after months, or even longer, of hard work and countless failed attempts, finally, achieved a milestone, great breakthrough, in the militarization of Buu's legacy. That is, he actually, really, after analyzing the driving methods, energy cores, and related technological principles of the weapon systems of some of the metal puppets recovered from the Dragon Ball Palace, successfully carried out a small-scale, but significant, upgrade and transformation of Marine's current human weapon, the Pacifist. The new enhanced robot, named Pacifist Mark II, has not changed much in appearance compared to the original Pacifist, that is, mass-produced weapons based on the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, which, look a bit simple but are quite powerful. It's still that, slightly bulky but powerful huge body. It's still that, terrifying weapon system that can fire powerful lasers from its mouth. However, in some key details, very obvious enhancements and improvements have been made. First, the armor. Dr. Vegapunk, using some preliminary data on unknown alloy materials analyzed from the remains of the palace metal puppets, as well as some of his own, equally unreliable exclusive secret recipes in his own laboratory, successfully replaced the Pacifist Mark II with a new type of composite material that is more durable, more resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, and even has a hint of absorptive properties. The defensive power of this new type of armor, though, is still far from comparable to those palace puppets that are truly made of Buu's legacy materials and can withstand attacks from top powerhouses. However, compared to the original pacifists, ordinary alloy armor that can only be considered relatively tough, its strength and survivability have undoubtedly achieved a qualitative leap. At least, when facing attacks from some, not so perverted pirates, such as ordinary people with special abilities who don't know haki, or small-time captains who only know some mediocre kung fu, it can hold on for a longer time, and won't be easily beaten into a pile of scrap metal. Secondly, the weapon system. Dr. Vegapunk also obtained some preliminary application principles of Buu energy and some immature energy compression and emission technologies from the energy weapon systems of those palace metal puppets, as well as his own preliminary research on the combat power detectors and the wreckage of the palace radar. Then, he drastically upgraded the original laser launch system of the pacifists, full of experimental spirit and a hint of gambling. He transformed the muzzle that the pacifists said could only fire straight lasers into a composite energy cannon that looked more ferocious and multifunctional. This new energy cannon can not only continue to fire more powerful high-energy laser beams that have been initially blessed by Buu energy, even when the energy supply is sufficient, and the operator is lucky, he can barely fire a kind of, similar to the Iron Fist Monka, not very powerful but with a certain impact effect, a simplified version of energy shells. Although, this kind of energy shell has a short range, low accuracy, and often misfires due to, energy circuit overload, or even, explodes the pupil. But, after all, it is also a brand new attack method full of Buu technology. This Pacifist Mark II, which has been significantly improved in both offense and defense, after a series of internal tests by Dr. Vegapunk that were full of surprises and accidents, was finally, secretly delivered to the world government's top intelligence and assassination organization, CPO, for a small-scale, actual combat trial. Those, ruthless dark justice enforcers of CPO, after getting these, new toys that look more powerful and powerful, naturally, felt like they had found a treasure and were ecstatic. They immediately put these Pacifist Mark II into their ongoing secret missions of legacy recovery and out-of-control purification that were full of blood and violence around the world. Result: the effect is outstanding. These Pacifist Mark II that have been initially strengthened by Buu technology have demonstrated in actual combat, more powerful combat capabilities and more terrifying killing efficiency than the original pacifist. Their more solid alloy armor can effectively resist the dying counterattacks of most of the out-of-control ones. Their more powerful high-energy laser beams, and the energy shells that they can occasionally successfully launch, can also, more quickly and effectively blast those targets that dare to resist into pieces. For a time, the CPO's purification operation became smoother and more efficient because of the addition of these Pacifist Mark II. And because of these preliminary deployment of legacy weapons, the world government has developed stronger confidence and greater desire for Dr. Vegapunk's scientific research capabilities and the great potential of the Buu legacy. They began to support Dr. Vegapunk's research work with even more efforts, and also hoped to obtain more and more core Buu technology from the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace more urgently. A military technology competition centered on the Buu legacy has quietly begun within the world government. And those out of control who unfortunately became the actual combat test subjects of Pacifist Mark II paid the most painful price with their blood and lives for the birth of this legacy weapon full of unknowns and dangers. Just as the world government was excited by the initial success of the Pacifist Mark II, it began to plan how to further. It's time to squeeze out more value from that mysterious palace. The Revolutionary Army, an underground force dedicated to overthrowing the corrupt rule of the world government, is also quietly accumulating their own new power under the leadership of their Commander-in-Chief Monkey D. Dragon and Chief of Staff Sabo. After Sabo seized the fragments of Introduction to Crane Senryu fighting techniques from that, uninhabited island full of surprises and surprises, he immediately kept it secret. Brought back the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Baldigo. Then, he and Long worked together to study these two secret books of magical skills, Turtle School and Crane School, which were full of metaphysics and a little bit of unreliability, as well as the preliminary research data on the energy principle of Buu's legacy that leaked out from the Vegapunk laboratory. They studied them day and night, full of revolutionary enthusiasm and bold imagination. In-depth research and secondary creation. Although, their understanding of the mysterious power called Qi is still very superficial and full of speculation. However, with Long's unfathomable wisdom, Seibo's extraordinary talent, and the valuable experience gained by countless revolutionary martyrs with their blood and lives, although these experiences may have nothing to do with the cultivation of Qi. They actually, really, from those incomplete data and theories full of misunderstandings, summarized a set of preliminary training methods, which, although still very imperfect, can barely be called the outline of rapid training of the Revolutionary Army's characteristic Qigong. Then, they could not wait to secretly select from within the Revolutionary Army a group of young warriors with excellent qualifications. Mainly, they were physically tough, and their brains were simple and gullible, strong wills. Mainly they had an almost blind and fanatical belief in the revolutionary cause, and absolutely loyal to Ryu and Seibo. Formed, the first, and only Qi unit in the history of the Revolutionary Army, full of experimental spirit and unknown risks, although they may not even have touched a hair of Qi yet. In the following days, Seibo personally served as the chief instructor of this, seed force. Every day, he passionately teaches those young warriors, who are also full of expectations and a little confused, the secret of Qi, which he himself doesn't quite understand. He asked them to imitate the postures of the Kame Senryu to, feel the energy of nature and become one with the world. Although, maybe they just sat by the sea for half a day in the cold wind and collectively caught a cold. Then, they were asked to imitate the posture of Crane Senryu to, concentrate the sharp blade of the spirit and pierce through all illusions. Although, they might 2.6, just make themselves dizzy, and then, almost perform a leap of faith on the spot. He also combined the Buu energy data from Vegapunk's lab with his own understanding of the Marimara fruit's abilities to create some unique techniques that were full of Seibo characteristics and a fusion of fire and air. Although those techniques might just to make those young warriors, when you're lucky, it's easier to, light your hair or your crotch on fire. In short, the training process of this Qi unit of the Revolutionary Army is full of hardships, twists and turns, and countless accidents and surprises. However, under Seibo's encouragement full of revolutionary optimism and careful guidance of never give up, never abandon, and those young fighters, supported by their tenacious vitality and infinite loyalty to the revolutionary cause. Surprisingly, there really are a small number of seed players who are luckier and have good talents after weeks or even months of devil training filled with blood and tears and a hint of comedy. Initially, I have mastered some very basic application techniques of Qi. Although, they are still far from being able to emit shockwaves from their palms like Iron Fist Monka, which can break wooden boards. Not to mention, destroying planets at will like that pink demon. However, they are able to a certain extent, condense the energy known as Qi into their fists and feet, thereby bursting out with faster speed and stronger power than ever before in a short period of time. Chapter 88. Or, they can also, barely, attach Qi to some, specially made throwing weapons, such as, poisoned flying needles, or rocks tied with explosives, making them more penetrating and a little bit of energy damage. Although these very rudimentary and unstable uses of Qi may still be vulnerable in front of a truly strong person. However, for the Revolutionary Army, this is already a great breakthrough, from nothing to something. So, after an assessment that was filled with caution and anticipation, Long and Seibo decided that it was time to let this newly sprouted Qi force conduct a small-scale combat test. The target they chose was a small supply base of marine in New World, which was relatively weakly defended and stored a batch of medicines and food that the Revolutionary Army urgently needed. The action quietly unfolded on a dark and windy night. Seibo personally led the dozen or so, young warriors of the Chi unit who had just set out and sneaked into the outskirts of the marine supply base like ghosts. Then, under the unified command of Sabo, those young warriors who, were not good at controlling the primordial power in their bodies, howled and launched a surprise attack on the base's defense system, full of youthful vitality and revolutionary passion. Some of them, imitating some unknown moves from Crane Senryu, tried to use their chi to, point acupuncture points from a distance to paralyze those rotating automatic turrets. Although, they might just be randomly poking the air with their fingers for a long time. Some of them, imitating an equally unknown move of the Kame-ryu, tried to use ki to, energy shield, to block those sporadic bullets fired from the watchtower. Although, they might have just used their bodies to resist a few, weak lead bullets. Some, the more smart ones simply gathered all their energy on their legs, and then, in a faster than a rabbit, running around in the base, creating chaos and attracting fire. The entire surprise attack process was full of, all kinds of ridiculous accidents and surprises. However, we have to admit that these recruit kids of the Revolutionary Army, though still very young, have indeed mastered a little bit of chi. The explosive power and speed advantages they have shown have indeed caught the Marines, who are used to traditional fighting methods, off guard and difficult to deal with. Especially when Sabo himself took action and used his more powerful Flame Dragon King move that combined the Dragon Claw Fist and the power of the Maramara Fruit to easily destroy several of the most critical defense nodes of the base. The defense system of the entire marine supply base was completely paralyzed. In the end, after paying the small price of, a few young soldiers suffered minor injuries due to bad luck. The first batch of Chi troops led by Sabo actually successfully captured the marine supply base and seized a considerable amount of medicine and food. Although this operation was not large in scale and the results were, well, they were only satisfactory. However, the huge potential of the mysterious power of Chi in actual combat proved by it made Long and Sabo, as well as all the revolutionary soldiers who participated in it, feel unprecedented excitement and encouragement. They knew that the future of the Revolutionary Army, because of the emergence of this new force, had added unlimited possibilities. And those Marine soldiers who had managed to survive the surprise attack, when reporting to their superiors, used a tone filled with fear and disbelief, describing those Revolutionary Army monsters that were like ghosts and possessed incredible powers. This also made the naval headquarters more vigilant and fearful of the true strength and potential threat of the Revolutionary Army, which was their biggest concern. Just when the Revolutionary Army was rejoicing over the success of the Chi unit's first actual combat, A&D began to plan how to promote the practice of this new power on a larger scale. In a dark corner of the New World, Blackbeard Marshal D teaches using the small amount of Buu's legacy in his hands, as well as some secret information about the mysterious palace that is difficult to distinguish between true and false, to carry out his recruiting operation that is full of greed and expansionist desire. Blackbeard, an ambitious man known for his cunning, cruelty, and boundless desire for power, knows that in this increasingly chaotic and dangerous new era, his own strength alone is far from enough to realize his great dream of dominating the world. He needs more helpers. More strong ones who are also loyal to him, or same ambitions and desires, B9, 11%. So, he began to consciously use the Buu heritage he got from the palace, such as the combat power detectors that were still in good working order, or the damaged treatment device that seemed to be barely usable, as well as some intelligence he had inquired about the mysterious palace and Gohan Buu through various channels, which was full of exclusive insider information and earth-shattering secrets. Of course, the authenticity of this information may only be known by him, as bait to attract those pirates or other marginal characters who were also not doing so well in the New World, but were quite powerful and ambitious to join him. Don't you feel that you are talented but not appreciated? You have great strength but cannot get the status and wealth you deserve? It doesn't matter. Come to my Blackbeard pirates. We have a combat power detector that can make you invincible in battle. We have a magic healing device that can make you recover quickly after being injured. And more and more powerful Buu legacy is waiting for you to discover and enjoy. Aren't you full of curiosity and desire for the Gohan Buu who can destroy the planet and the Dragon Ball Palace full of unknown treasures? It doesn't matter. Come to my Blackbeard pirates. Our captain, Master Teach, is the chosen one who holds the core secrets of the palace and the method to enter. As long as you join us, you will have the opportunity to explore that mysterious place full of miracles and wealth with us. You may even get the Gohan Buu's God's gift. Blackbeard Teach, using his eloquence that was full of persuasion and a hint of MLM leader potential, as well as those Buu heritage that could really bring some practical benefits as bait, actually, really, successfully attracted some strong men who were originally well known in the New World, but for various reasons, were not doing well, to join him. For example, a swordsman who was once the second in command of a powerful pirate group, but was forced to defect because of some irreconcilable conflicts with the captain over the issue of unequal distribution of spoils. For example, a person who possesses the ability of the Paramecia devil fruit, but does not know how to develop and use it. The potential stock that has been buried all along. For example, a martial arts expert who was once the captain of a certain kingdom's palace guard, but was, accidentally discovered some of the king's unspeakable secrets, and was exiled overseas. In short, the size of the Blackbeard pirates has increased in a short period of time due to the addition of these new members who are full of stories and ambitions. Further expansion. His influence in the New World is also growing, day by day. It has even begun to pose some, not so big, but definite, threats and challenges, to those other four emperors who were originally high and mighty. Blackbeard teaches using his unique and effective way, step by step, to realize his all-consuming dark ambition. And those new members who were attracted by the Buu legacy and the secret information about the palace in his hands and joined his team will surely become his important chess pieces and cannon fodder in his quest to dominate the world at some point in the future. While forces around the world are engaging in all kinds of open and covert struggles, filled with conspiracy, blood, and a hint of black humor, for the Buu legacy that has already leaked out or has not yet been discovered. That coordinate point left by the mysterious palace in the sea near Marineford, which constantly flashes with lavender light, the energy fluctuations around it seem to have undergone some new, subtle changes. After weeks, or even months, of continuous observation and data analysis by the Marine and some other forces with relatively advanced detection equipment, such as the Red Hair Pirates or the Revolutionary Army's secret submarine, they were surprised to find out that entrance to the space passage that is located in the deep sea and leads to the interior of the palace, which is filled with unknown energy turbulence and powerful force fields, its stability seems not to be constant. It seems there is some kind of periodic changes similar to tides or moon phases. During certain specific time periods, such as the full moon night of every month, or every 49 days. Who knows, the violent and chaotic energy turbulence around the entrance of the space channel will weaken to a certain extent. And that space passage that was originally full of exclusion and danger will become relatively more stable and easier to enter. Although this stable opening period will not last too long, maybe only a few hours, or a day or two. Moreover, even within this open period, entering that space channel is still full of unknowns and huge risks. However, for those explorers, ambitious people, and who are full of endless desire for the treasures and secrets inside the palace, for the desperate criminals, this discovery is undoubtedly great news. This means that they finally have a relatively safe, of course, only relatively, and efficient the chance to enter that mysterious palace. So, when the first, accurately predicted periodic stable opening period of the palace entrance is about to come, a new round of, more powerful than ever before, more, full of professionalism and a little bit of internationalism. The palace exploration craze of the time has begun again in full swing in the chaotic sea area near Marineford, which has long been regarded as a battlefield by various forces. The prologue. This time, those involved are not just those sporadic, insignificant small pirate groups, or some 700 hot-headed private expedition teams. More of them are some regular troops who are well prepared, have stronger strength and more advanced equipment. For example, the Marines' Heritage Recovery Team has been more fully prepared. It is said that this time, they not only brought more pacifist Mark I, and also, borrowed some, more high-tech equipment, from Dr. Vegapunk, specifically designed to deal with the unknown energy fields and defense mechanisms inside the palace. Secret weapon. For example, Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Pirates also sent out their most elite officers. Even the 3 disasters or General Stars level, another character, leads a larger and more brutal treasure hunting task force. Even some old and powerful people who were not very interested in this treasure hunt game but did not want to be abandoned by the trend of the times, such as some legendary pirates who have retired for many years, or a secret army of an ancient kingdom that has never fought with the world, are also, driven by various interests in various ways. Under the movement, quietly joined this gluttonous feast full of unknowns and temptations. Suddenly, the already overcrowded sea area near Marineford became even more crowded with ships and people. There are all kinds of submarines with strange shapes and distinctive flags, exploration ships, and even, homemade submarines made of wooden barrels and bamboo rafts. Like a crowd of fish swimming across a river, they swarmed towards the entrance of the palace, which was emitting an alluring light in the deep sea. A more chaotic and bloody battle for the palace entrance, and a deep-sea palace adventure full of unknowns and thrills. It will be officially staged, during this periodic opening period full of opportunities and death. And that mysterious palace, sleeping in the deep sea, will soon be opened, under the cordial greetings of these, uninvited enthusiastic visitors. Gradually, its mysterious veil full of unknowns and horrors is unveiled. In the sea near Marineford, the entrance to the Dragon Ball Palace is periodically opened, and an adventure full of unknowns and blood has begun again. During the boom, some, more lucky, or more business-minded guys have begun to bring back the money they had managed to get out of the palace. The Buu legacy that was obtained was being operated, in a commercial manner that was full of creativity and smell of money. Among them, the most eye-catching one is undoubtedly the one, which was taken from a palace by a private expedition team funded by a fat South Blue businessman after paying a heavy price. In the newly discovered small room, I brought out Small Food Replicator. Chapter 89. Although the copying efficiency of that machine is not high, it is said that copying a palm-sized piece of barbecue takes several hours, and consumes some unknown energy that cannot be stably supplied at present, and the taste and nutritional value of the copied food are also slightly worse than the original. More importantly, it seems to have some, picky eating problems. For example, it seems that it can only replicate some foods with relatively simple structures, such as fruits, bread, or, some relatively pure meat. As for those high-end dishes with more complicated cooking techniques or a wide variety of ingredients, such as Buddha jumps over the wall, or Wellington beef, it is completely helpless, and even, it will freeze on the spot because it cannot analyze the food structure. But even so, there are so many limitations and unsatisfactory aspects. This machine, in the eyes of some people, may be just a useless small food replicator, but it was still bought by a super rich man who was also from South Blue but richer and more business-minded than the fat businessman before, at a jaw-droppingly high price, from the private expedition team, which had become a little elated because of this successful expedition. No, it was bought by friendly negotiation, from the private expedition team. The reason why the super rich man would spend all his money to buy such a machine that doesn't look very practical is naturally, not to solve the world famine problem, or to provide free lunch to those poor people who are starving. What he values is the huge commercial value and the even more inestimable social value behind this machine. He used this magic machine that, although its copying efficiency was low, could indeed create food out of thin air, and began to hold one secret banquet after another, filled with mystery and honor, in his extremely luxurious private estate, located on a secret island in South Blue. The guests invited to these banquets were all well-known dignitaries, business tycoons, and some mysterious people with special backgrounds and ulterior motives in South Blue and even in the world. And at these, secret banquets full of the atmosphere of the upper class, the most eye-catching finale is naturally, the small food replicator will perform on the spot, replicating some, extremely rare, even, legendary ingredients that have long been extinct in the outside world. For example, A millennium ginseng fruit that is said to prolong life and beautify the skin? Although, the replica might just be an ordinary apple that tastes a bit like ginseng. Another example is a piece of ancient mammoth tenderloin that is said to make people extremely strong and immune to all diseases. Although, the replica may just be an ordinary piece of beef with a rough texture. Another example, a cup of rainbow nectar from the castle in the sky that is said to give people a taste of God. Although, the replica may just be an ordinary soda water with coloring and saccharin added. Although, the real taste and efficacy of these copied rare ingredients may not be as magical as the legend says. But, that kind of witnessing food appear out of nothing, it's like a miracle. And the great satisfaction and vanity of being able to taste the legendary delicacy that is unique in the world, although it is a replica. But it was enough to make those top dignitaries and business tycoons who had long been tired of ordinary delicacies feel unprecedented excitement and a hint of awe. Therefore, the super rich man successfully won over countless powerful or wealthy business partners and political allies by means of these secret banquets full of gimmicks and mystery. As a result, his influence has been unprecedentedly expanded in South Blue, and even in the upper class of the world. He even began to use this food replicator to conduct some more high-end and artistic business operations. For example, limited sales of some unique artistic desserts copied by the God's machine. Although, those desserts might just be copied from some ordinary candies and cookies. Or, hold some super luxurious charity dinners with the theme of tasting ancient delicacies and experiencing the gift of God. Although, most of the charity funds may eventually flow into his own pocket. In short, that small food replicator that was probably just a inconspicuous household appliance in a corner of the Dragon Ball Palace actually, really exerted a huge commercial value that far exceeded its own edible value after it fell into the hands of this super rich man who was full of business acumen and a little bit of profiteer potential. It also makes this world, which is already full of money and desire, even more full of bubbles and a hint of false prosperity. Just when that small food replicator set off a food storm full of sweetness and vanity in the upper class of South Blue. In some other, more chaotic and mixed underground black markets in the world, imitations of other Buu legacy have also begun to emerge, like mushrooms after rain, one after another. After all, those real Buu heritage, such as Senzu Beans, intact combat power detectors, or powerful universal capsules, are really too scarce in number. And most of them are in the hands of Marineford emperors or some other top forces, and it is impossible for them to easily circulate on the black market. However, human beings, wisdom and greed are infinite. Some, copycat workshop owners with more flexible minds and stronger hands-on skills, for example, some black-hearted blacksmiths in the first half of the Grand Line who specialize in making and selling all kinds of, inferior imitations of famous swords? Or, some folk scientists in the lawless zone who specialize in studying how to, use the least cost to make the most powerful homemade bombs, after hearing all the magical legends about the Buu legacy and getting some, technical drawings or physical remains that are difficult to distinguish between true and false through various channels. They immediately sensed the huge business opportunity contained therein. So, they began to work day and night, overtime, using their own, crude equipment and limited materials, to carry out various creative and opportunistic imitation works. The things they imitated can be described as a mixed bag of 8 gates. Nothing is too strange. There is a kind of imitation Senzu Beans that uses ordinary anko, paints it with a layer of shiny red paint, and then soaks it in some unknown chemicals, so that it emits a strange fragrance similar to the breath of life. It is said that this imitation magic bean, although it cannot bring people back to life, nor can it instantly heal fatal injuries. However, after eating it, it can make people feel refreshed and full of strength in a short period of time, and even produce some more pleasant and floating hallucinations. Although, this effect is probably just the side effects of those unknown chemicals. There are those that use ordinary magnifying lenses, embedded in a high-tech shell that is randomly pieced together from discarded iron sheets and plastic tubes, and then secretly install a small, manually adjustable, digital dial, with various numbers from 1 to 99,999 engraved on it, behind the lens. Manual Combat Power Detector. It is said that this manual detector, although it has no detection function at all, but as long as you quietly turn the digital dial to display a just right value on the lens when facing different enemies, it can, to a certain extent, play a magical effect of bluffing, or self-comforting. There is also the kind that uses a ordinary marble-sized hollow metal ball, stuffs a small amount of not very powerful but can produce a lot of smoke, smashing cannon gunpowder inside, and then uses colorful paint to paint a few cool-looking numbers or skull marks on the outside of the metal ball. One-time attack capsule. It is said that this attack capsule, although has no actual killing power, but when you need to escape, or want to create chaos, throw it on the ground, and with a bang, it will produce a thick smoke, full of visual effects and a hint of choking smell, thus buying the user precious a few seconds of escape time. These Buu legacy imitations are full of copycat spirit and folk wisdom, although their functions are mostly very unstable, and may even have some very dangerous side effects. For example, after eating high imitation Senzu Beans, one may vomit and have diarrhea, or produce some indescribable sequelae. However, their prices are much cheaper than those legendary genuine goods. Therefore, among those ordinary treasure hunters who are eager to obtain God's props but are short of money, some speculators who are more greedy for small profits, there is still a huge market for it. Many people, with the hopeful mentality of, what if, or what if what I bought is the authentic one, rush to buy these imitations of Buu legacy that are difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Naturally, some are happy while others are sad. Some people who are, luckier, or clearer-headed, may just pay for a lesson, or get some useless but harmless toys. Others, well, less lucky. Or, the greedy ones are likely to be deceived and lose their fortunes, or even use those unstable functions and full of imitations that are full of dangerous side effects, and pay a more painful price. A chaotic market, a mixture of real and fake Buu legacy, full of deception and a hint of black humor, has quietly formed in every dark corner of the world. It also makes those treasure hunts that were originally full of unknowns and dangers even more confusing and full of surprises. Just as the rest of the world is becoming increasingly chaotic and full of business opportunities due to the emergence of Buu legacy. A certain place in New World, full of passion and a hint of blood. The land of love, passion and toys Dressrosa, its famous Clyda arena inside, and under the careful planning and business operation of the man behind the scenes, heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote Doflamingo, something attractive is happening quietly. New changes in purpose. Doflamingo, the Shishibukai who calls the shots in the dark world, is naturally filled with greedy desires and a strong desire to possess the Buu legacy that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace. However, he also knew clearly that those truly valuable core legacies, such as Senzu Beans, intact detectors, or powerful universal capsules, most of them are in the hands of Marine or other four emperors. It is almost an impossible task for him to get them easily. However, this does not prevent him from using those, relatively easy to obtain, and easier to be copied and promoted Zhao's legacy, such as the simple cultivation method of the mysterious power called Qi, for themselves, to gain greater benefits and to create a greater sensation. He keenly realized that in that new era full of the unknown and power worship, people were full of all kinds of novel, powerful, and even the performance fighting style has a strong interest and a strong desire to watch. The Dressrosa Clyda arena, which he controls, is undoubtedly the best place to satisfy people's desires. So, under Doflamingo's, Lemming's instructions, Clyda arena, in order to attract more spectators, solicit more bets, and further enhance Dressrosa's popularity and influence in the entire New World. Degree start, introducing some people who have mastered that mysterious power, called Qi, so-called Qigong masters to participate in the gladiator shows in the arena. These so-called Qigong masters come from a mixed group. Yes, maybe, really, like Iron Fist Monka, who accidentally got some incomplete maps of Turtle Senryu or Crane Senryu, and like a blind cat catching a dead mouse, he developed a little bit of unsystematic chi sense. Some of them may have received some flashy and intimidating information from some unreliable charlatans. Chen Mao's Qigong performance routine? There are some who don't even have any chi foundation at all, but just rely on their, relatively strong bodies, or, some special the devil fruit ability, coupled with some, imaginative special effects and acting skills, to pretend to be a Qigong master and deceive the audience. Applause and bounty from the organizer. Chapter 90. In short, on the stage of the Krita arena, a large number of Qigong masters suddenly appeared. It was hard to tell whether they were real or fake, and the quality was mixed. Some of them can, during battle, emit some, weak energy shock waves from their palms that are not very powerful but look cool. Some of them can perform some low-altitude floating movements on the ring, which are, not very high but can actually leave the ground for a short period of time. That is, a super simplified and funny prototype of the air dance technique. Some, the more watery ones might just strike some philosophical and mysterious poses on the ring, then yell kame haha or dong dongbo, and then, add some lights and smoke effects, operated in secret by the arena staff. Although, the actual fighting power of these so-called Qigong masters may not be that good. However, what they showed was a new and strange energy that was completely different from the traditional swordsmanship, physical skills, and devil fruit abilities. A fighting style with a hint of fantasy immediately caused a huge sensation and crazy pursuit among all the audience present. Wow! Did you see that? That guy actually emitted light waves from his hands. Too powerful. Could it be that is the legendary chi? And that one? It actually flew up. Although it only flew a little bit high, and it almost fell down. This is simply a fight between gods. The audience seats at the Klida arena erupted with deafening cheers and exclamations. Those viewers who were used to watching ordinary sword fights and devil fruit power duels felt both novel and excited after witnessing this Qigong performance full of Eastern mysticism and a hint of Dragon Ball for the first time. As a result, the amount of money bet in the arena has continued to rise, reaching new highs. Doflamingo, looking at the arena that had become extremely hot and full of the smell of money because of the debut of the Qigong master, showed a smile, full of pride and sinister on his face. He knew that his move was right again. In this way, he not only, more importantly, it is to make the Qi, a 593 power system full of unknowns and temptations, known to the world in a more entertaining and popular way. Thus, it is also for his future, more massive, secret legacy empire plan, which is, a subtle public opinion preparation and talent reserve. The Dressrosa arena has become more lively and full of highlights because of the appearance of the Qigong master. And Qi, this mysterious and powerful power system, also began, gradually, from those, unreliable rumors and underground black markets where the truth was difficult to distinguish, to the, relatively open and formal historical stage. Just as Doflamingo, using the Krita arena, was promoting and commercializing the mysterious power known as Qi. The real rulers of Dressrosa, at least in name, the Riku royal family, are in their palace, which has gone through many vicissitudes but still maintains a trace of dignity and helplessness. Because of those rumors about Gohan Buu and the Dragon Ball Palace, they have fallen into a state of deep worry and uneasiness. The Riku royal family is an ancient royal family with hundreds of years of history on the land of Dressrosa. Although, due to Doflamingo's usurpation of the throne and high-handed rule, they have long been, in name only, and have lost actual control over the country. However, in their royal secrets and the ancestral teachings passed down from generation to generation, there seem to be some vague records and extremely strict vigilance about some aliens in ancient times that were powerful enough to destroy the world, or a terrifying existence called the Devil of Star Destruction. Those records are usually sporadic and obscure. Most of them are hidden in some dusty old parchments, or some royal secret books written in ancient characters that have long been lost. Moreover, most of its contents are fables or warning maxims that are full of symbolic meanings and a hint of mythology. EERO. When a huge black Uzumaki split open in the sky, and the paths of the stars became disordered, that was an ominous sign of the coming of the demon of destruction. Its name cannot be described, its form is unpredictable, its power is enough to shatter the stars and annihilate all things. Only pure love and fearless courage can resist the all-devouring darkness. These sound like ancient records that are full of middle school atmosphere and a hint of mystification. In the past, most members of the Liku royal family regarded them as some unrealistic myths and legends, or just bedtime stories made up by their ancestors in order to educate their descendants to respect the heavens and the earth, and have love in their hearts. Didn't take it too seriously. But now, after they heard from various channels those horrific legends about Gohan Buu destroying planets with ease, and the various strange stories about the Dragon Ball Palace that rose from the bottom of the sea, full of unknown and ominous atmosphere. An ancient and primitive sense of uneasiness that was deeply embedded in their blood was suddenly awakened, just like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years. They began to re-examine those ancient records and ancestral teachings that they had once considered to be nonsense. They began to doubt. Could it be that those legends are not groundless? Could it be that the pink demon called Gohan Buu is really the alien or the ancient evil demon that their ancestors were wary of, that can destroy the stars? And that mysterious Dragon Ball Palace has some kind of unknown connection with the legendary cracked black Uzumaki or the vision of the disordered stars? These speculations filled with unknowns and fears made the members of the Liku royal family, especially the core figures, who were still shouldering the mission of restoring the country, such as Cyrus, or Princess Violet, feel uneasy and worried. They knew that if these speculations were true, then Dressrosa, and even the entire world, would face an unprecedented crisis. And how should these kings of a fallen nation who have long lost their power and strength, deal with this kind of horrific threat, that is enough to destroy everything? A deep feeling of powerlessness and despair began to spread in their hearts. They can only collect all the information about Gohan Buu and Dragon Ball Palace more carefully in secret, and silently pray that those ancient disaster prophecies will never come true. Or, at least, not until they succeed in overthrowing Doflamingo's tyranny and bringing light back to Dressrosa. The secrets of the Riku royal family and their ancient vigilance against aliens also add a layer of mystery and a hint of fatalism to this world, which has become increasingly chaotic and confusing because of the Buu legacy. Just when all the forces in Dressrosa were harboring their own ulterior motives and undercurrents were surging because of the emergence of Buu's legacy and chi. A certain, most inconspicuous and harmless core cadre of the Donquixote family, Sucrose, the 10,000 years lowly who possesses the heaven-defying ability of the childlike fun fruit, also under the creative and bad taste whims of her master Doflamingo, began to develop some childlike and a little weird, special connections with the mysterious Buu legacy. Sucrose's childlike playfulness fruit ability, B, is very, bug. She only needs to, gently, with her seemingly innocent little hands, touch any living creature, be it human, animal, or even, some more active plants. It can, in an instant, turn the other person into a lifeless, thoughtless, and a toy that will be completely forgotten by everyone, except herself, even the relevant memories will be erased. This terrifying ability, which can be called the rule-based ability, is also one of the important cornerstones for Doflamingo to maintain his decade-long high-pressure rule and a perfect lie in Dressrosa. And Doflamingo, this conspirator full of evil wisdom and a little bit of experimental spirit, after obtaining those Buu legacy full of unknown technology that flowed out from the Dragon Ball Palace, naturally, will not let go of the perfect opportunity to cross-border cooperation and strong alliance with these new toys and his subordinates who also have various strange devil fruit abilities. So, on a certain, afternoon that was full of inspiration, Doflamingo called over Sugar and some small parts of the Buu legacy that he had obtained from various channels, which could not be activated or used at all due to severe damage or lack of core components, such as some broken arms of metal puppets, or some broken lenses of combat power detectors, or some empty shells of universal capsules, all of which were brought to him. Then, in a tone that was full of kindness and a hint of malice, he gave a special instruction to the 10,000 years lowly Sugar who would never grow up, which sounded full of childishness and a hint of waste of resources. Sugar, Doflamingo's mouth curled up with his signature evil smile like a night owl. Young master, I recently got some, very interesting toys. It's a pity that these toys seem a little broken and can't be played with. So, young master, I would like to ask you for help. I'll do you a small favor. Use your very cute ability of the childish fun fruit to turn these broken little toys into real toys that can make us more convenient. A cute little toy for you to play with, okay? Hearing this, Sandang tilted her head, which had two cute little love letters on it, revealing an innocent, yet slightly innocent look on her face. Expression. She didn't know that behind these odd-looking toys in front of her, there was technology that was ahead of its time and great value. She only knew that her young master Doflamingo asked her to turn these things into toys. BB. She just did it. Then, Sugar stretched out her tender, harmless little hands and gently touched the various strange things piled in front of her. Small, oddly shaped parts of the Buu legacy. The contract is established. As Sugar's childish voice full of magic sounded. A miracle, or rather, some kind of magic full of bad taste happened. I saw that those small parts of Buu legacy that were originally full of unknown technology and a hint of cold metal, were touched by Sugar's little hand. It was really like a magic trick. It shrank and deformed quickly, and then turned into different shapes, bright colors, and playing with a cute atmosphere. The broken arms of the metal puppets have turned into mini robot toys with movable joints that can pose in various cool shapes. Those broken lenses of the combat detectors have turned into pieces of colorful Madara that can be used to build castles or playhouse games. Stained glass blocks. As for those empty shells of the universal capsules, they were directly transformed into round balls that could be used as marbles, or fed to some special pets as snacks, colorful balls. Doflamingo looked at those Buu legacy toys that had a sudden change in style, full of childishness and a little bit of weirdness, and a look of a complex expression of satisfaction and somewhat amusing and sad. His original intention was to see if the ability of Sugar's childlike fun fruit would work on these Buu's legacy containing unknown energy and special materials. Will there be some unexpected and strange changes? For example, do the parts that have been turned into toys still retain some of their original functions? Or, will they be more easily hidden because they have been turned into toys? Hiding and secret transport? There are changes, indeed. After those Buu legacy parts were turned into toys, the weak Buu energy fluctuations contained in them seemed to be, really, powered by something more. Adding a stronger power of rules to completely suppress and seal it. Make them look like, really, just some ordinary children's toys, without any special reactions. This, to some extent, did achieve part of Doflamingo's original purpose of more conveniently hiding and transporting these sensitive items. 10. Is it possible to expect these Buu legacy that have been completely toyed to still show some unique functions or, at some point in the future, can be restored to its original state and put to use again? Then, I'm afraid, it's really just a foolish dream. Unless Sugar herself, or some mysterious being with a more heaven-defying power that can lift the curse of the childlike fruit, can. The forgotten toy soldiers are restored to their original form. Chapter 91. Otherwise, these Buu's legacy that may have once contained the power to destroy the world will forever exist in this world in this form, full of childishness and a hint of sadness. Doflamingo looked at those colorful toys and couldn't tell whether he was more disappointed or found them more funny. However, he quickly put these harmless episodes behind him. Because he knew that he had more important and interesting things to plan and execute. And Sugar, the 10,000 years lowly who never grows up, after completing the task assigned by the young master, she skipped and ran to eat her favorite grapefruit. She didn't know how much precious legacy she had just destroyed that might contain the power to change the world. She only knew that the grapefruit today tasted a little sweeter than yesterday. Inside the palace of Dressrosa, the weird daily life filled with lies, conspiracies, and a hint of childishness is still continuing. Dressrosa, the land of love, passion, and toys in the new world, under the 10-year high-pressure rule of heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote da Flamingo and a perfect disguise full of lies and conspiracies, on the surface, looks prosperous and peaceful, as if it is a paradise on earth. However, beneath this glamorous appearance full of false smiles and a hint of plastic toys, there are countless unknown darkness, sins, and suffocating despair. Doflamingo, the Shishibukai who calls the shots in the dark world, and his loyal, or rather, intimidated by his terrifying strength and a twisted charm, Donquixote family cotters, are like a group of demons in human skin, turning the entire Dressrosa into a huge birdcage full of lies and slavery. The Riku royal family, an ancient royal family that was once deeply loved by the people but whose country was destroyed and whose family was ruined and whose reputation was disgraced because of Doflamingo's conspiracy, has become one of the most miserable and sympathetic prisoners in this birdcage. The princess of the Riku royal family, Violet, or rather, the alias she was forced to use in order to hide her identity, Violet, this stunning beauty who possessed the heaven-defying ability of the stare fruit, which could see through everyone's hearts and see the scenery thousands of miles away, had to submit to Doflamingo's tyranny at this moment, and became a chess piece in his hand, full of helplessness and pain. She was forced to use the ability of her Gero no Mi to gather all kinds of intelligence for Doflamingo and monitor those enemies that might pose a threat to him, and even help him against his will to maintain this false kingdom, built on countless lies and blood. Her heart was filled with deep hatred and endless despair towards Doflamingo. However, in order to protect those surviving members of the Riku royal family, and those innocent citizens who are still secretly resisting Doflamingo's tyranny, she can only bury all the pain and humiliation deep in her heart, put on a cold and charming mask, and live in this disgusting birdcage. Not long ago, when the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace set off a huge wave in the sea near Marineford and countless stone European heritage with magical effects flowed out. Doflamingo, an ambitious man full of greed for power and unknown things, will naturally not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not only did he frantically collect all the information about the Dragon Ball Palace and Buu's legacy through various channels, but he also tried to buy those magical props at high prices on the black market or imitate them. More importantly, he also thought of a more direct and more heavenly Yaksha-style way of intelligence acquisition. That is, use Violet's omnipotent power of the stare fruit, to observe and spy on the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace, located at the bottom of the sea in Marineford, from a distance. He wanted to know whether the palace was still there. How many undiscovered treasures and secrets are hidden inside it? And what kind of exploration and robbery is the marine or other forces conducting in that palace? So, on a certain night full of intimidation and bribes, Doflamingo called Violet to the top floor of his palace, which was full of luxury and sin. Then, in a tone full of unquestionable and a hint of evil smile, he gave Violet this special order, which made her feel humiliated and a little scared. Phew. My dear Violet, Doflamingo's fingertips gently stroked Violet's face that was trembling slightly due to anger and shame. His voice was like that of a lion majesty, full of cold temptation. Young master, I recently heard that a very interesting big toy appeared on the seabed in Marineford. It's a pity that the big toy is hidden too deep, and there are a lot of annoying flies flying around, which makes it a bit inconvenient for me. Go there in person and take a look. So, young master, I want to borrow your beautiful eyes that can see through everything. Help me take a look at the big toy from a distance. What is it like now? Okay. Violet's body shook violently when she heard that. A trace of unconcealable fear and strong resistance flashed across her eyes. She knew that the big toy Doflamingo was referring to must be the Dragon Ball Palace that had recently been making a lot of noise around the world and was full of unknown and ominous atmosphere. She also knew that with the limited range of her stare fruit ability, it was almost impossible to observe the palace on the bottom of the Sea of Marineford from Dressrosa from a distance. That kind of super long distance spying that has to penetrate thousands of meters of deep sea would put an unimaginable strain on her mental strength and the power of the fruit. If she is not careful, she may suffer a mental breakdown due to overuse of her abilities, or even go blind on the spot. However, she also knew that if she dared to disobey Doflamingo's orders, then what would await her and the people she wanted to protect would be an even more cruel and desperate end. So, after a lot of pain and struggle, Violet finally chose to give in. She slowly closed those purple eyes that were once filled with pride and intelligence. When she opened her eyes again, circles of strange halos had appeared in her pupils, rippling like water waves and filled with mysterious power. Look, clairvoyance! Violet let out a low roar, full of repression and pain. She pushed the power of her staring fruit to an unprecedented limit. Her sight seemed to penetrate the barrier of space in an instant, crossing the long distance, and extending towards the mysterious coordinate point on the bottom of the Marineford Sea, which was full of unknowns and dangers. This process was extremely difficult and painful for Violet. She could clearly feel that her brain was as if being stabbed fiercely by countless red-hot steel needles. Her eyes also felt an unbearable burning and tearing sensation. Her body, unable to bear this huge mental burden, began to tremble slightly. Cold sweat, like raindrops, continuously seeped from her forehead, wetting her beautiful and pale cheeks. But she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Because she knew that if she gave up now, then the devil Doflamingo would definitely not let her go. After a long and painful search, Violet's clairvoyance finally caught a trace of extremely faint, but real, lavender light in the dark and cold deep sea of Marineford. That is, the coordinate point left by that mysterious palace. Then, she took it a step further and extended her sight towards the bottom of the light spot. Passing through the layers upon layers of deep sea water filled with pressure and unknown energy turbulence. 10%, she saw it. Although, because the distance was too far, there was also interference from the palace's powerful energy field, the images she could see were very blurry. It's also very distorted and unstable. She could only vaguely see the outline of a magnificent palace, as huge as a mountain, glowing with a faint purple light. She could also vaguely feel that the area around and inside the palace seemed to be filled with all kinds of chaotic and violent energy flows. Some of that energy was cold and deadly, some was scorching and violent, and some was filled with the unknown and dangerous aura. But she could no longer see more clearly. She felt that her mental strength had reached its limit. If she continued like this, her eyes would probably be ruined. I saw it. Violet's voice became unusually hoarse and weak due to extreme fatigue and pain. That heavy building, it's still there. After saying this, she could no longer hold on, her body went limp, and she fell backwards. Fortunately, Doflamingo, was still somewhat gentlemanly. He reached out his hand in time and caught her. Although, his actions might not be very gentle. Phew. Well done, my dear Violet. Doflamingo looked at the stunning beauty in his arms who had fallen into a coma due to overuse of her abilities. A smile full of satisfaction and a hint of evil appeared on his face. Although, all Violet could see were some blurry palaces. The outline of the temple and chaotic energy flows. But, this is enough for him to confirm something very important. That is the Dragon Ball Palace filled with endless treasures and unknown powers, still continues to exist at that coordinate point. It is not, as some people have speculated, then disappear completely, or move somewhere else. This means that he, Don Quixote Doflamingo, still has the opportunity to obtain more and more powerful Buu legacy from that palace. His ambition to build a legacy empire is still full of possibilities. Phew. It seems that it is time to prepare some more enthusiastic welcome ceremonies for our old friend. Doflamingo's eyes flashed. There was a cold and dangerous light flashing in his mind, and he had already begun to plan some, more sinister and vicious plans. And Violet, the tragic princess with heaven-defying abilities, is forced to spy on the mysterious palace and the people behind it. The hidden unknown power creates a deeper fear and awe. She didn't know what kind of consequences her compromise this time would bring to the world. She only hoped that the hero who could rescue her from this birdcage would appear as soon as possible. Just when Violet, exhausted both physically and mentally and falling into a coma because she was forced to use her clairvoyance to spy on the palace. In a dark, damp, and desperate underground toy house in the Dressrosa Palace. Although his body has been turned into a toy, his will is still as strong as steel, a one-legged soldier, after hearing about the recent incident at the Klida Arena, after hearing about the legend of the so-called Qigong Master and the various Buu legacy that could instantly increase strength, the heart that had become somewhat numb due to despair also, rekindled a little, strong desire for power. This one-legged soldier is, of course, the strongest swordsman in Dressrosa, the son-in-law of the Riku royal family, and Rebecca's father. Cyrus. 10 years ago, due to Doflamingo's conspiracy, he was transformed by Sugar's childlike fun fruit into a little funny but full of erotic colors. He lost all his powers, and was completely forgotten by everyone, except those fellow sufferers who were also turned into toys. He could only watch helplessly as his country, under Doflamingo's tyranny, moved step by step towards darkness and destruction. He could only wait silently, in endless despair and pain, for an opportunity for revenge that might never come. But now, when he heard that those so-called Qigong masters could actually send out energy shock waves from their palms, and even when floating low in the sky, when he heard that those magical items, Cyrus's heart, which had long been silent, began to beat violently again. In his eyes, the desire for power reignited. He longs to recover his original body. He longs to master even greater power. He longed to overthrow the brutal rule of the devil Doflamingo with his own hands. To avenge those innocent citizens who were killed by him. Power. I need more power. Cyrus clenched his cold toy fist made of tin tightly, his knuckles brimming from exerting so much force. His voice was pale and trembling slightly with excitement. Although, now he is just a toy without life or power. Chapter 92. Although, he didn't know how to cultivate the mysterious power called Qi, nor did he know how to obtain the legendary Buu legacy, but, as long as there is still a glimmer of hope in his heart, he will never give up. He believed that one day, he would be able to get rid of this damn toy curse. He believed that one day, he would be able to pick up again his sharp blade that had drunk the blood of countless enemies. Then, with his iron fist filled with anger and the flames of revenge, he will completely knock the demon Doflamingo off his throne. Cyrus's anger and his renewed desire for power were like a fire buried deep in the darkness, waiting to be completely ignited at some point in the future, and then burst into a raging flame that could set the whole prairie on fire. Just when the royal family members of Dressrosa and the former strongest swordsmen, were filled with all kinds of complicated emotions and unrealistic fantasies about the Buu legacy and the power of Qi for their own reasons. Living deep underground on this island, in the Tontata kingdom, which is full of mystery and a hint of miniature aura, those, small but powerful and naive to the point of being gullible, have come up with some new ideas and unrealistic expectations, because of some ancient legends circulating among their tribe and various rumors about magic beans from the outside world. The dwarfs of the Tontata tribe, though, possess enormous strength far beyond their size and some rather practical special abilities, such as the healing technique that can instantly sew up wounds. However, because they are too simple and kind-hearted, and are particularly easy to believe in other people's sweet words, especially those who are handsome or more good at speaking sweet words, and throughout history, they have been repeatedly deceived and enslaved by the outside world. Currently, they have unfortunately become Don Quixote Doflamingo's cheap labor and the main growers and forced experimental subjects of the artificial devil fruit smile. They were imprisoned in the underground factory of the Tontata kingdom by Doflamingo's men using all kinds of despicable means. Day and night, they were forced to do heavy and dangerous labor, living a miserable life, in darkness and worse than death. However, even though they were in such a desperate situation, the dwarfs of the Tontata tribe never gave up their desire for freedom and their yearning for light. In their tribe, there has always been a legend that is very ancient and full of a hint of mythology. According to legend, a long time ago, their ancestors once obtained a kind of magic seed from outside the sky. It is said that if one eats one of these seeds, one can instantly become extremely powerful. One can even be able to bring the dead back to life and achieve immortality. It's a pity that the magic seed was completely lost in a later, huge disaster, most likely, an episode in the blank 100 years. Only some vague legends about its magical effects and some unreliable ancestral teachings full of good wishes were left, such as long as we, the Dongtata tribe, can find that kind of magic seed again, we will be able to defeat all the bad guys and establish a Dongtata empire that is forever peaceful and happy. For a long time, the dwarf people of the Dongtata tribe have regarded this legend about the magic seeds as a kind of spiritual sustenance, or a bedtime story to coax children to sleep. I didn't take it too seriously. But now, after they heard from some toy humans who were also enslaved by Doflamingo but had access to information from the outside world, all sorts of miraculous rumors about Senzu Beans being able to bring people back to life and instantly restore their strength. Their originally somewhat numb and hopeless hearts, suddenly, rekindled a little, weak, but full of hope, little flame. They began to associate the magic beans that were circulated in the outside world with the magic seeds that were legendary in their tribe. They began to believe that kind of God's gift that can save them from the dire straits may really exist in this world. And they, the Tontata tribe, might really have a chance to obtain this magic seed and then become incomparably powerful, like their ancestors. And thus, defeat the great demon Doflamingo, and his equally evil family cotters. Liberate all enslaved compatriots and toy humans. Build a free kingdom that truly belongs to their little human race. This idea, which was full of revolutionary romanticism and a hint of naivety, spread rapidly among the little people of the Dongtata tribe like a spark that set the prairie ablaze. They began to secretly find out all the information about Senzu Beans and the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace. They even sent out some agile Dongtata warriors who also possessed some special stealth skills, such as being able to ride on wasps for aerial reconnaissance, to try to sneak into Dressrosa's palace, or Doflamingo's secret factory, to look for any clues that might be related to the Senzu Beans. Although most of their actions, which were full of courage and sacrifice, ended in failure, after all, their opponents were those powerful and ruthless cotters of the Dongquixote family. Even a lot of Dongtata martyrs who were also full of revolutionary enthusiasm were sacrificed because of this. But they didn't give up. Because, in their hearts, the magic seed called hope has already quietly taken root and sprouted. And they will surely, at some point in the future, fight side by side with those allies, such as the Straw Hat crew, who also yearn for freedom and light, for a common goal. Just when every corner of Dressrosa was becoming undercurrents surging and people's hearts were agitated because of the emergence of Buu's legacy, Straw Hat crew's shipwright, the cyborg Frankie, also made a major discovery during his infiltration and exploration activities that were full of manly romance and a super pervert atmosphere, which made him feel shocked and a little excited. Frankie, a mad scientist who has an almost instinctive obsession with various mechanical structures and powerful firepower, is planning with Trafalgar Law and the Tontata tribe dwarfs who are also enslaved by Doflamingo, how to overthrow Doflamingo's tyranny and liberate Dressrosa. The second great plan. He volunteered to undertake a very important and very dangerous secret infiltration mission. That is, infiltrate Dressrosa's toy house, where those who were turned into toys by sugar are forced to live and use their spare energy, as well as its heavily guarded secret trading port and smile factory located underground. He hopes to find key evidence there that will reveal Doflamingo's evil deeds. And, if possible, recycle some trophies that seem to be more valuable or more interesting. So, on a certain dark and windy night, although, Dressrosa, it seems, there is no real night. Frankie, with his, carefully disguised, that is, wearing a, suspicious-looking top hat on his head, and sticking a few, equally suspicious fake mustaches on his face. Perfect look, and his, modified body that was full of future technology and masculinity. Without any danger, of course, with the help of some of the Tontata dwarf's friends, friendly guest appearances and self-sacrificing protection, they successfully infiltrated that underground world, full of sin and a hint of toys. There, he not only witnessed with his own eyes the inhuman treatment and endless suffering suffered by those people who were turned into toys. I was also shocked to find that Doflamingo, that BD, was actually using the talents and labor of the Tontata tribe to secretly mass-produce the artificial devil fruit smile that could give people the power of the Zoan devil fruit. And through the channels of the dark world, he sold it to various pirates groups in the New World and some countries with bad intentions, so as to make huge profits and secretly provoke more wars and chaos. This kind of insane, life-threatening, evil behavior made Frankie, who has always been full of sense of justice and pervert romance, feel extremely angry and disgusted. He wished he could immediately transform into General Frankie and then completely blow up this evil underground factory into ruins. However, just when he was preparing to do so, he unexpectedly found something that shocked him and made him feel a little excited in a more secretive and heavily guarded area of the Smile Factory. He discovered that Doflamingo, that BD, was not only producing the Smile Fruit. He is also secretly building a small-scale, but black-tech new weapons production line. And what was produced on that production line were not ordinary muskets or cannons. Rather, they were some strangely shaped energy weapons that were flashing with unknown energy. Although those energy weapons still look very crude and simple, it is very likely that Doflamingo got some inferior imitation drawings of the Buu legacy energy weapons from those equally unreliable black market channels, and then let that madman Gaisa Kulang make some improvements and secondary creations full of personal characteristics. B. Moreover, its production efficiency is also very low. It seems that it takes several days to barely assemble one or two, it doesn't look very reliable. Pistol or energy rifle? However, Frankie, with his keen intuition as a world-class shipbuilder and half-baked scientist, was able to see at a glance that behind the crude energy weapon, there is a core technology that transcends time and comes from the Buu legacy. No matter what kind of energy conversion module that can convert ordinary energy into high-energy particle beams, or that kind of unknown alloy gun barrel that can withstand high-intensity energy impact, or maybe a small energy core that can be quickly charged and occasionally won't explode. They all made him feel both familiar and strange. Familiar, because he had seen similar technical principles in the remains and data of the Buu legacy that he recovered from Gaisa's laboratory. And design ideas. The reason why I feel strange is that these imitations from Doflamingo seem to be more complete and more practical, at least, it seems that way, than the originals. Guy's semi-finished products full of crazy fantasies are more than a level higher. This BD Flamingo. He was actually secretly copying the weapons technology of Buu legacy. Frankie looked at those on the production line. The energy weapon parts are moving slowly, and next to them, the Tontata dwarf craftsmen are working hard, or are forced to work. Our hearts were filled with unspeakable shock and a hint of anger. He knew that Doflamingo's ambition was far greater than he had imagined. Yamato. Terrible. This guy doesn't just want to be the king of Dressrosa, or a middleman in the dark world. He is to build a powerful armed force that truly belongs to him, with technology that is beyond the times. Then, use this power to conquer the world. This kind of obvious wolfish ambition made Frankie feel both frightened and a little excited. After all, for a tech geek for me, being able to personally see this kind of secret weapon production line full of black technology is also a kind of a different kind of pilgrimage, right? He immediately, quietly, using his, specially modified electronic eye to obtain the location of this secret production line and some key technical parameters. It was recorded. He knew that this information would play a crucial role in their future plan to overthrow Doflamingo. It also provided him with some, inspiration reference value. Bayasugan for his future technological research and development. Frankie's discovery of Dressrosa is full of surprises and accidents, which also makes the Straw Hat crew more confident about Doflamingo, the final boss. The true strength and terrifying ambition, have a clearer and deeper understanding. They knew that the coming battle would be extremely difficult and dangerous. Just when Frankie was having a great time in Dressrosa's underground factory, collecting important intelligence and observing advanced technology. Another important member of the Straw Hat crew, the lecherous chef Sanji, is also on the ground of Dressrosa, in order to, carry out his gentlemanly manners and the chivalry spirit of picking up girls, no, it's the great cause of protecting beauties, and encountered a, not so big not so small, but full of technological sense trouble. Chapter 93. The cause of the incident is as follows. After Sanji temporarily separated from the other members of the Straw Hat crew, he, relied on his, almost instinctive sense of smell for beautiful women, and his heart-shaped radar eyes that could automatically ignore all men and accurately lock onto all the pretty ladies within a 10-kilometer radius. Soon, I ran into the one, who was being hunted by Doflamingo's men, a little embarrassed but still beautiful, Princess Dressrosa, Violet. For this kind of classic plot, of a hero saving a beautiful woman and winning her heart, although it was just his one-sided fantasy, Sanji would naturally take on the responsibility, and would have no choice but to do so. He immediately transformed himself into a flower protector and, with his lightning-fast moonwalk and his devil kick full of love, he kicked those soldiers of the Donquixote family who dared to be disrespectful to Princess Violet to the ground one by one, making them scream mother. However, just when he successfully rescued the beautiful Princess Violet from those miscellaneous soldiers, and was about to use his magnetic voice and a little bit of greasy sweet words to win the princess' heart. A cotter from the Donquixote family who, didn't look like a good guy, stood in front of him, very unwisely. That cotter was a middle-aged greasy man, short and fat, with a face full of flesh, and wearing a leather jacket with a very unique taste, full of rivets and skull patterns. On his hand, he was wearing a black metal glove that looked a bit rough and cheap. That glove was almost identical to the simple energy glove that Doflamingo had obtained from some unlucky nobleman before. Obviously, this is also one of the benefits secretly provided by Doflamingo in order to enhance the combat effectiveness of his, not-so-strong cotters. Oh? Where did this curly-browed kid come from? How dare you, meddle in the affairs of our Donquixote family? And you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Humph! You really don't know how to live or die. The greasy male cotter wearing energy gloves looked at Sanji, who suddenly appeared, and a contemptuous and cruel smile appeared on his face. His voice, like him, was full of disgusting greasiness. Sanji raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard that, and his signature curly eyebrows also twitched 10 times unhappily. What he hated the most was this kind of scumbag, who was ugly, spoke rudely, and had the guts to bully the pretty girl in front of him. You, BD who looks like fermented stinky cheese. Sanji responded rudely, his eyes full of contempt and murderous intent towards the greasy man in front of him. Get out of my sight right now. Otherwise, I don't mind using my feet to leave some unforgettable artistic signatures on your face. You ignorant little brat. Since you want to die so badly, I will help you. The greasy male cotter was furious at Sanji's venomous tongue. He roared, and then suddenly, he raised his right hand wearing a black energy glove. I saw a faint but real red light quickly appearing on the palm of the glove. Try this. Curly eyebrows. My latest acquisition. Donquixote family special super invincible energy destruction death ray. Although, the name of this move he also made it up himself, and what he had in his hand was just a defective product with little power. Call out. A red energy bullet, only as thick as a finger, full of unstable energy fluctuations, with a force, well, not particularly strong, but certainly powerful enough to penetrate a thin wooden board, shot towards Sanji's face. Seeing this, Sanji was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this greasy guy who looked ordinary could actually launch an attack. But he was not at all panicked. He has been through many battles. What kind of weird enemies and strange attacks has he not seen? I saw him lightly tap the ground with his toes, and his body flashed to the side gracefully like a light feather. Easily dodged that energy boosting bullet whose flying speed wasn't that fast. Oh? So it's this cheap little trick. Sanji's mouth curled up with a trace of disdainful sneer. I thought it was something great. However, the greasy male cotter was not discouraged by this. He grinned and raised the energy glove in his hand again. Whoosh! 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 One after another, red energy bullets filled with unstable energy fluctuations, like rain, although the raindrops are sparse, and often miss the target, shot towards Sanji, overwhelming the sky. With his lightning-fast moonwalk and his almost instinctive sense of danger, Sanji was able to maneuver easily among the rain of energy bullets that looked powerful but were actually not very accurate. He even had the time to verbally taunt and mentally attack the greasy male cotter whose gloves had become heated and short-circuited due to the continuous firing of energy bullets. Hey! You look like a moldy cantaloupe. These little sugar beans of yours, are you not full? How come you don't have any energy at all? And what's more, your glove looks like it's about to explode? Do you want me to call the fire department for you? Ha ha ha. Sanji's venomous attacks that were full of gentlemanly manners and a hint of bad taste were undoubtedly more effective than those energy bombs at causing tons of real damage to that greasy male cotter. The greasy male cotter was so angry that he was screaming and his attacks became more chaotic and disorganized. Just when, due to his overuse of the defective energy glove, the energy core inside the glove began to smoke and spark. Sanji sees this fleeting opportunity. His figure, like a ghost, instantly appeared in front of the greasy male cotter. His right leg, wrapped with blazing flames, like a meteorite falling from the sky, with an unrivaled momentum, fiercely kicked at the opponent's belly full of stewed meat. Devil's Wind Kick Level 1 Minced Meat. Bang! A muffled sound, full of elasticity and a hint of grease popping. That greasy male cotter who had been so arrogant just now, didn't even have time to scream. His eyeballs bulged out, foam came out of his mouth, and some half-digested fried food, and his whole body flew backwards, like a human sandbag, hit by a high-speed truck. It hit heavily, a distant wall, and then slid down like a puddle of mud, completely losing consciousness. And the energy glove in his hand, which had begun to smoke and spark, also completely. Sanji looked at the greasy male cotter who was already unconscious, and the energy glove next to him which had turned into a pile of scrap metal. He blew out a smoke ring lightly, with an expression of both disdain and thoughtfulness on his face. He knew that this kind of false power obtained by relying on external objects would ultimately not be worthy of being mentioned in public. However, he also had a deeper and more intuitive understanding of the characteristics and potential threats of this new type of weapon that could fire energy bullets from the palm of his hand. He knew that the future new world would probably become more dangerous and unpredictable, because of the appearance of these Buu legacy. And he must constantly improve his own strength so that he can better protect everything he cherishes, as well as the beautiful ladies who need his protection. Miss Violet, are you okay? Sanji turned around and asked in a tone that was full of tenderness and a hint of flattery to Princess Dressrosa, who was a little frightened, because she had just witnessed that fast and furious battle, with concern. Once again, countless pink hearts appeared in his eyes. Dressrosa, the land of love, passion, and toys full of lies, conspiracies, and a hint of toys. The swordsman of the Straw Hat crew, Roronoa Zoro, is still steadily exerting his power on this complex island that is like a maze. The amazing attribute of being a person with poor sense of direction. Whether in a bustling and lively commercial district, or in the dark and damp underground port, or in those winding, spiderweb-like alleys in the slums. Zoro always manages to get lost in a bizarre, completely illogical way, and then walk to some deserved place where he doesn't even know where. His companions have long been accustomed to his gifted pathfinding ability, and are no longer surprised. Although, every time they have to spend a lot of energy and a little bit of luck, to find him again, from those strange corners. However, just when Zoro, once again, because of his penultimate getting lost skills, accidentally broke into a seemingly very remote and desolate abandoned area of Dressrosa. However, he unexpectedly discovered some special auras that made him feel familiar and strange at the same time. It was looked like some sort of large warehouse area that had been abandoned for a long time. The iron door of the warehouse had long been rusted, and was covered with all kinds of artistic graffiti and some not so elegant words. The air was filled with rust, dust, and a faint, pungent smell similar to that of chemicals. Although Zoro has a very poor sense of direction, his combat instincts and ability to sense danger are exceptionally sharp. He could clearly feel that from the depths of those seemingly dilapidated abandoned warehouses, there was a faint, it emits a very strange and very powerful energy aura. That aura was very similar to the energy fluctuations contained in the Buu legacy that he had felt in the mysterious palace in Marineford before. But also, slightly different. The power of the palace's legacy is more pure, ancient, and more elusive. The energy here was even more chaotic, mixed, and full of artificial transformation and a hint of stability. Smell? Where is this place? Zoro frowned slightly. A glimmer of vigilance and curiosity flashed in his one eye. Although he couldn't understand the various strange-shaped metal parts and some unknown crystals that were shining with faint light piled in the corner of the warehouse, what on earth did they mean? What is it? He also didn't understand why these things that looked like garbage would emit such strange energy. However, he instinctively felt that these things were not simple. Moreover, in this kind of environment, filled with unknown energy, practicing swordsmanship seems to have an unexpected, special effect. So, Zoro, a kendo geek who was obsessed with training, did not hesitate to take this abandoned warehouse that he accidentally found when he got lost. The reservoir area was used as his temporary secret training base. Every day, he would find a way to get lost here, although, maybe, he doesn't even need to deliberately find a way. Then, in those Buu legacy parts that exude a strange energy, although most of them are just Doflamingo or Guy, they are conducting imitation experiments surrounded by the leftovers, some useless scraps or failed products. They were sweating and practicing hard. He tried to deepen his increasingly improved armament haki, his vague understanding of chi, and the three beloved swords in his hands. Fusion of. He found that in this environment filled with unknown energy, his concentration and explosion of haki seemed to become smoother and it's handy. He even felt that the blade in his hand, every time it was swung, could produce a tiny effect with the free energy particles in the surrounding air. Weak resonance. This made his slash even sharper, more swift, and more full of indescribable penetrating power. Although, he still couldn't emit pure energy sword energy directly from the blade like that pink demon. However, he felt that his sword intent, under the subtle influence of this strange energy, was, very slowly but surely. The speed of existence has become more condensed, more pure, and also closer to the supreme state that can cut off everything. Not enough. Zoro roared in anger, and the three knives in his hands drew sharp and deadly trajectories in the air, sweeping away the people around him. The abandoned iron frame that had long been rusted was chopped into pieces, sparks flew everywhere. I will become stronger. Zoro's journey of getting lost and practicing, although, is full of unknowns and a little bit of nonsense. However, he had unknowingly learned something from the discarded parts of the Buu legacy that were considered garbage by others, well, maybe even a mysterious power that even Dr. Vegapunk has yet to fully understand. Chapter 94. And this more powerful sword intent honed in the aura of legacy will surely burst out with amazing, brilliant light in his future duels with those truly top-notch masters. Just when Zoro, in the abandoned warehouse area of Dressrosa, was pursuing a stronger kendo, and performing various self-abuse training. Another important member of the Straw Hat crew, the sniper Usopp, also encountered a sniper battle that made him feel both headache and embarrassed in a certain, equally chaotic and dangerous neighborhood in Dressrosa. Usopp, the god Usopp, who is famous for his, never-missing sharpshooting, although, most of the time, it relies on, some creative and deceptive special ammunition, and a hint of luck, and an endless stream of secret weapons, has always been, confident in his, relatively sharp combat instincts and equally sharp escape skills. He even thought that, in this world, apart from those, monsters with pervert observation haki, or, monsters that were so fast that they could not be seen, there should be no one, who could, easily dodge his, sniper talent, that was full of artistic atmosphere and faith in death. However, this time, in Dressrosa, he encountered a new enemy that made him feel extremely difficult and a little helpless. That enemy is a professional killer who belongs to a mysterious organization that specializes in reselling various imitations of Buu legacy and related information on the black market. The killer's strength was actually not that strong. His physical skills and shooting skills were probably only slightly better than those of ordinary bounty hunters. However, on his head, he was wearing a copycat version of a combat power detector that he had bought at a high price from an unknown small workshop. Although its function was very simple, it could indeed detect the energy fluctuations of surrounding life forms to a certain extent. Moreover, he was also very smart and adjusted the detector's search range and sensitivity to maximum. So, in this sniper battle full of high technology and homegrown methods, Usopp sadly discovered that his previous ambush and camouflage skills, which had always worked, were all ineffective in front of the opponent's not very reliable but indeed cheating detector. No matter how hidden he is, or how harmless a roadside grass he disguises himself as, the other party's killer, who was wearing a fake detector, was able to accurately find his hiding place at the first moment, and predict his attack position and escape route in advance. This makes Usopp feel depressed and crazy. He felt like a child who was playing hide-and-seek and was tricked by his opponent. He felt powerless and had a slight sense of humiliation. Damn it! This guy! How did he find me? Could it be that he also has an observation haki as powerful as mine? Usopp cursed in his heart as he dodged the opponent's, not very accurate but numerous harassing shooting. He even began to doubt whether his proud title of Sniper King was going to be overturned in front of this unknown little character. However, Usopp is Usopp after all. Although he is timid and afraid of things, and he often brags about things that are not true. However, when facing real danger and the critical moment involving the safety of his companions, his heart, belonging to a brave sea warrior, will also burst out with amazing wisdom and a little bit of quick thinking. After a series of events that were full of thrills and a little embarrassment, Usopp finally relied on his various strange plant seeds that were full of imagination and practicality, as well as some little traps that were full of deception and bad taste. In the end, without any danger, the professional killer who was a little too proud of his detector plug-in was successfully killed. Although the process of winning was somewhat not very glorious, and even had a hint of luck. But if you win, you win. After Usopp successfully used a nightmare grass vine coated with powerful hypnosis gas to tie up the killer into a solid plant dumpling, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. On his face, there was a smile that was both tired and full of relief for having survived the disaster. As a result, he also realized more deeply that those seemingly insignificant imitations of Buu's legacy, if used by some equally insignificant little characters in an unexpected way, could also bring these guys who think they are strong huge troubles and a little bit of psychological shadow. It seems I have to be more cautious in my future adventures in the new world. Usopp wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and warned himself secretly in his heart. He also decided that after returning to the Sunny, he must work harder to research and reform those universal capsules and flying machines. He would strive to own one or two high-tech secret weapons that could be effective at a critical moment, as soon as possible. Just as the male members of Straw Hat Crew were in various corners of Dressrosa, for various reasons, experiencing some adventures full of challenges and growth. Nico Robin, an archaeologist from Straw Hat Crew, also made a major discovery that surprised and frightened her during her intellectual and slightly sinister journey of intelligence gathering and historical exploration. Robin, after having friendly academic interactions and exchanges with members of the Rico royal family, such as Princess Rebecca, or Princess Violet, after she escaped from Doflamingo's control. She actually discovered some more detailed and astonishing records about aliens and the star-destroying demon from those extremely precious and secret ancient documents that had been guarded by the Rico royal family for generations. Those records, though, are still full of symbolism and a hint of mythology. However, the description of the pink star giant that brings disaster has certain physical features, such as the tentacles on its head, or the strange M mark on its body, as well as the terrible power it possesses that can easily destroy stars and devour all life. Surprisingly, some of the features of the pink demon called Gohan Buu that she saw in the image of the black stone tablet in the mysterious palace in Marineford War, similar to those of the pink demon called Gohan Buu. Can it even be said that they are exactly the same? This discovery made Robin, who was always calm and composed and remained calm even when faced with a catastrophe, feel a deep shock and a little fear from the bottom of his soul. She began to speculate that the pink demon called Gohan Buu, or one of his kind, or even himself. It is very likely that in the ancient times, even earlier than the blank 100 years, there was a person who had visited their world. In this world, it left behind an extremely deep mark of terror, filled with destruction and fear. And that Dragon Ball Palace that suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea is probably some kind of relic or seal left behind by the pink star giant in ancient times. As for those Buu heritage that flowed out of the palace, they were more like some small toys or garbage that the star giant casually discarded before leaving, or being sealed. This subversive and slightly cosmic horror inference stirred up a huge wave in Robin's heart. She realized that her previous understanding of the history of this world, as well as the truth behind the blank 100 years, might be too superficial. This world is far more ancient, complex, and dangerous than she had imagined. And that mysterious existence called Gohan Buu represents not only a technological force that is beyond the times, but also an ultimate disaster that is enough to destroy the entire universe. Robin's face showed an unprecedented solemnity and worry. She knew that she had to tell Luffy and the rest of her companions about this amazing discovery as soon as possible. They must prepare for the worst and face the huge crisis that may be coming and full of unknowns and destruction. The secrets of the Rico royal family and Robin's major discovery, which is filled with cosmic information, have added a deeper and more disturbing ancient shadow to this world, which has become increasingly chaotic and confusing because of the Buu legacy. Just above the sea, people are in panic and undercurrents are surging because of various legends about the Buu legacy and some unreliable archaeological discoveries. In the deep and dark seabed, in that huge sleeping palace, in that secret incubation room filled with unknown technology at the deepest part, some more drastic and more disturbing, substantial changes are also taking place. The huge, transparent culture tank that was like a giant egg was still filled with light pink, viscous nutrient solution that emitted a faint fluorescent light. And that piece, which was once only the size of a thumb, with a strange pink color all over, like a chewed gum. Buu's cell tissue has been continuously and greedily absorbing the weak energy escaping from the core of the palace, as well as the chi energy that was transmitted intermittently from the distant sea surface and was full of delicious aroma. Its size has. It started as a small piece and grew to, about the size of an adult's fist. Moreover, its, originally just a blurry mass of cell tissue, also began, gradually, to show some, relatively clear, human-shaped outlines. Although, the outline is still very, rough and abstract, it looks more like a little man randomly molded out of pink plasticine. However, I can already barely make out the rough outlines of the head, torso, and limbs. What is even more surprising is that the energy fluctuations emanating from that pink cell tissue that has begun to take on a human form are also stronger than before. I don't know how many times. That energy fluctuation is no longer like before, it is just a weak, almost negligible breath of life. Rather, it is a powerful energy field filled with vitality and a hint of violence. It was even able to actively influence the surrounding nutrient solution, causing it to form a tiny uzumaki and energy ripples within the culture tank. It was as if the pink little man who was in the process of development was impatiently expressing 10 kinds of extremely strong hunger. It craves more energy. It craves for pure and more delicious chi energy. It even began to react to the various forces that were fighting near the entrance of the palace for the Buu legacy, and the various life energies of varying strengths, the slightest hacky fluctuations all express extreme desire and greed. It was like a terrifying glutton that had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. In the darkness, it opened its bloodshot and lustful eyes and glared at he stared intently at those, prey, on the sea. In his opinion, they were all walking delicious snacks. Although, it is now still trapped in that sturdy culture tank, and cannot break free and enjoy those delicacies itself. However, its growing hunger and strong desire for external energy are like a time bomb that is expanding wildly, foreshadowing, in the near future, when it truly breaks out of its shell, it will bring to this world what a horrible, gluttonous feast and a storm of destruction. The palace in the deep sea is still sleeping. But the unknown fetal movement, due to the infinite desire for energy, became more active, more full of ominous and destructive aura. Buu legacy, this Pandora's box that fell from the sky, actually rose from the bottom of the sea, and was full of unknowns and temptations. After being opened, it aroused the ripples have spread like a plague to every corner of the world. From the high and mighty 4 emperors, to the little-known East Blue pirates. From the world government that controls world power, to the revolutionary army dedicated to overthrowing its rule. From a swordsman who pursues ultimate power, to a boatman obsessed with technological inventions. From the rich and powerful who long for eternal life, to the desperate people who have nowhere else to turn. Almost everyone has been caught up in this huge storm, caused by the Buu legacy that has swept the world. The old balance of power began to show cracks that were difficult to bridge because of the appearance of these aliens. New strong men are quietly rising in those unknown areas, full of opportunities and dangers. Chapter 95. The understanding of the power system is being subverted and reshaped by the mysterious energy called Chi and those technological props that are ahead of their time. Because of these uninvited guests from an unknown palace, the gears of destiny of the entire world began to turn slowly, uncontrollably, in a completely new direction, full of the unknown, chaos, and a hint of madness. The butterfly's wings have already flapped. And that huge storm, that is enough to change everything, is about to come in full force. An power system and structure will experience violent turbulence and complete reshuffle, out of control era, full of blood and a hint of black humor. The bell of the eve of the has already quietly rung. No one knows what this world will become when dawn truly arrives. No one knows what role they will play in this out of control era. Is it to become a trendsetter of the times, ride the waves, and create the future? Or will it be swallowed up by the merciless waves and turned into the dust of history? Everything is still unknown. But what is certain is that this world can't be returned to. And the out-of-control prelude that was kicked off by Whitebeard's shocking shock during the Summit War is about to usher in its even crazier, more climax-filled and brilliant chapter. East Blue, the sea area that seemed as peaceful as a novice village against the backdrop of the Grand Line's notorious reputation, has recently become less peaceful because of a little-known pirates group. The Iron Fist Pirates and their captain, Monka, who calls himself Iron Fist, accidentally obtained a few torn pages of the Turtle School training manual and by chance, initially mastered the magic skill of releasing weak energy shock waves. Since then, their fate has been like riding an out-of-control roller coaster, full of excitement and unknowns. After Iron Fist Monka, with his a sometimes ineffective shockwave punch, defeated a captain of the Marine G8 branch, A&D. Robbed a Marine warship by the way, although he only broke the mast and didn't steal anything valuable. His reputation spread rapidly, like wings, in East Blue, a sea area where, information was relatively closed and strong people were relatively scarce. Have you heard? That Iron Fist Monka can actually emit light waves from his hands. It's more than just a light wave. It is said that he knocked Captain Sodom, the demon slayer of the G8 branch, flying with one punch. He didn't even give him a chance to draw his 727 swords. Too incredible. Could it be, he is really some hidden martial arts genius? For a time, the various legends about Iron Fist Monka became more and more mysterious and outrageous. And Monka himself, because of these, praises full of flattery and a hint of unrealistic fantasies, has become, even more inflated and I'm not going anywhere. He began to feel that he was the savior of East Blue. He was destined to become the king of pirates. Although, this dream seemed to have been reserved by another boy in a straw hat. So, on a certain afternoon that was filled with confidence and suicidal spirit, Iron Fist Monka led his group of iron pirates who had become arrogant because of the captain's reputation, and went to challenge a powerful enemy that they had never dared to even think about before. That is Marine G8, a well-equipped, well-trained elite patrol team led by a genuine Marine Major. According to past experience, the Iron Scrap Pirates were, well, third-rate little characters that weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder in the New World. When they encountered the elite patrol team of the Marine branch, especially, with the Major in charge, they would basically, be pinned to the ground and then, packed up and sent to prison. But this time, Iron Fist Monka was, full of mysterious confidence. He believed that with his, perfect, so he thought, shockwave skills, and his capable men who, had also mastered some superficial chi sense, actually, it was just because they were often accidentally injured by his shock waves, which caused them to have some, muscle spasms and hallucinations. They will surely be able to, create miracles again. Beat those, high-handed Marine elites, into a pulp and make them kneel down and beg for mercy. However, reality, once again, mercilessly, gave him a loud slap in the face. The elite patrol team of Marine G8 branch, its overall strength and combat quality, is far beyond the reach of the unlucky captain who was knocked out by his punch. The patrol's commander, the sharp-eyed, battle-hardened Marine Major, sneered in a way that was both amusing and somewhat disdainful when he saw that the Iron Scraps Pirates, a group of, seemingly small fry mobs, actually, dared, BGDF, to actively attack them. Oh? Where did this ignorant little bug come from? How dare you, block the way of our Marine G8 branch? You are really, tired of living. Following the Major's order, the Marines behind him, equipped with the latest muskets and some high-tech looking restraint net launchers, just like a group of well-trained hounds, they launched a ruthless siege against the Iron Scraps Pirates. Bang, bang, bang. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dense sound of gunfire and the sound of the restraint net breaking through the air instantly resounded across the entire sea. Those Iron Scraps Pirates, the minions who were a little elated by their captain's Kamui just now, faced with the Marine elite patrols, textbook-like precise and efficient coordinated attack, had almost no ability to resist. Their, random charge without any rules, and those imaginative but useless self-created moves, in front of the Marine soldiers, cold gun muzzles and tough restraint nets, seemed, so pale and powerless, so vulnerable. Just a meeting. The formation of the Iron Scrap Pirates was completely dispersed. Most of the crew members were tied up like dumplings by the restraint nets that fell from the sky, and then were mercilessly knocked unconscious by the Marine soldiers with their cold gun butts. Only a few, those who ran faster, or had better luck, managed to escape the disaster, but they were all terrified and trembling, and never dared to take another step forward. Captain, Captain! Help, help! A skinny crew member who was entangled in a restraint net and had a gun pointed at his head by a Marine soldier, the guy, who had used half of the remaining pages of the Turtle School training manual as toilet paper, let out a heart-wrenching scream. When Iron Fist Monka saw that his crew members were, so easily, wiped out by the Marine, his heart was filled with unbelievable shock and raging anger. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't believe it. He, the chosen one who possessed the shockwave magic, actually, lost to these Marine patrols who, in his opinion, were just small fry. Damn it! You, damn Marines! How dare you, hurt my crew! Monka's eyes turned red with anger, and his face, covered with flesh, also revealed a ferocious expression, like a wounded beast. I will make you pay the price. Under the strong stimulation of the crew being seriously injured, although, maybe he was just tied a little tight by the restraint net, or, was a little dizzy by the butt of the gun, and driven by the blind confidence in his own magic skills. Iron Fist Monka has completely gone berserk. He let out a roar that was not like a human voice. He gathered the few and not very obedient chi in his body, as well as all the strength, anger, unwillingness, and a little fear of death in his body, without reservation, into his palms. He even felt that his palms had become abnormally hot and stinging because they had endured too much energy and emotions. But he couldn't care less. He wanted to put all his strength into this one strike. He wanted to let those Marine scions who looked down on him see that he, the Iron Fist Monk, was a real expert. The ultimate secret of Turtle Stream. Although, he had no idea what the ultimate secret was, and had never practiced the moves of the Turtle Stream, this did not prevent him from adding some drama to himself and boosting his courage at the critical moment. Double, C, destroying the heavens and the earth, invincible, shock waves. With Monkana, full of middle school atmosphere and a slightly broken roar. Between his palms, he actually, really condensed a light blue shock wave, that was more condensed, brighter, and more, full of unstable energy fluctuations than ever before. That shock wave, though, was still not particularly huge, about the size of a basketball. However, the energy fluctuations it exuded, that were full of explosiveness and destructive aura, made everyone present feel an inexplicable palpitation. Even the Marine Major, who had always acted very calm and disdainful, when he saw the energy planet in Monka's hand that looked full of danger, his expression also showed a trace of solemnity and vigilance for the first time. Oh no! Get out of the way! Major Marine subconsciously shouted to the soldiers around him. Success! It's too late already. 58. Iron Fist Monka used up his last bit of strength and blasted the shockwave in his hand, which condensed all his strength and anger, right towards the center of the hull of the Marine Elite Patrol ship, which looked the most annoying and had the most fierce firepower. Boom! A deafening bang. That, light blue shockwave filled with unstable energy, the moment it touched the patrol ship's solid alloy hull, suddenly it exploded. The unimaginable impact force and a trace of unknown energy full of the flavor of Buu technology swept wildly in all directions like a flood that broke through a dam. The patrol ship's heavy hull, which was strong enough to withstand ordinary artillery shells, was actually like paper in the face of this terrifying force that was far beyond everyone's imagination. Able to strike. I saw a huge crack visible to the naked eye, which quickly spread out from the place hit by the shock wave to the surrounding areas. XEL. Crack. Boom. Amidst a series of teeth-grinding sounds of metal twisting and violent explosions. That, well-equipped and heavily guarded Marine Elite Patrol ship, in the center of its hull, was, really, held by Monkana, full of miracles and the last blow of shit luck created a huge hole, with a diameter of several meters. The sea water, like a ferocious beast that had found an outlet, rushed madly from the hole into the people. The patrol ship's hull also lost its balance and tilted violently, as if it would capsize at any time. The ship is going to sink. Quick, abandon ship. The Marines on the warship were all frightened by this sudden, catastrophic change. They were all panicked and terrified. They all rushed forward. He jumped into the cold sea water, trying to escape from the sinking death ship. And that Marine Major, who was originally full of disdain and contempt for Iron Fist Monka, now, has lost his previous composure and composure. His face was filled with disbelief, horror and a hint of fear. He couldn't imagine. He couldn't understand. That guy, who in his opinion was just a small-time pirates leader, actually possessed such a terrifying power that could severely damage the sea with one blow. The destructive power of the military's elite patrol ship. This is simply a monster. After a brief moment of shock and confusion, the Marine Major forced himself to calm down. He knew that now was not the time to blame anyone or to lament the other party's strength. He must lead his surviving soldiers to evacuate this dangerous and slightly weird sea area as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the monster captain, who seemed to be somewhat exhausted, recovered again, or his not quite right Chang's subordinates also went crazy, then this elite patrol team, who has already lost its flagship, is probably going to be completely wiped out here. So, under the Marine Major's decisive or hasty command, the remaining Marine ships immediately turned around and sailed at the fastest speed. They evacuated this battlefield, which had left them with deep fear and a trace of psychological trauma. After successfully forcing back the Marines' elite patrol, Iron Fist Monka also died due to exhaustion and overexertion. Internal injuries. And gorgeously fainted. His equally frightened minions, upon seeing their captain show off Kamui again and successfully repel the powerful after Marine, my heart was filled with indescribable awe and a hint of proud of it. They hurriedly carried their heroically wounded captain back to their equally dilapidated iron scrap ship. Then, with a mixed feeling of surviving a disaster and a hint of blind optimism, he set sail and left as if escaping this place of right and wrong. Chapter 96. Iron Fist Monka, with his final blow that was full of miracle and shitty luck, once again created a legend of his own. And his glorious deeds of shockwave that could blast through Marine warships were also spread rapidly in the nearby waters and even in the wider world through the mouths of those surviving Marine soldiers and the exaggerations of some busybodies who were also watching the fun in the nearby waters. Suddenly, Iron Fist Monka, who was originally just the name of a small-time pirate leader in East Blue, actually became the new idol and life mentor in the hearts of countless pirates and adventurers who were eager for power. Iron Fist Monka, with his shockwave full of miracles and shitty luck, defeated the elite patrol of Marine G8 branch in one fell swoop, and also blasted through a Marine warship. This glorious deed was like a powerful catalyst, once again, igniting the countless pirates and adventurers who are eager to reach the sky in one step, have an infinite passion and crazy desire for the mysterious power of Chi in their hearts. Have you heard? That Iron Fist Monka has made big news again. It's more than just big news. It's simply a miracle. It is said that this time, he only used one shock wave to sink the most elite patrol ship of the Marine G8 branch. Although, the fact is, he only blasted a big hole, and he succeeded because the opponent was careless and underestimated the enemy, and Monka himself also performed exceptionally well, and even, he almost got himself into trouble. Too incredible. That power, called Chi, is it really that powerful? Of course. Didn't you see that Iron Fist Monka, who used to be just a small character, with a bounty of only a few million berry? Now, it is said that his bounty has soared to tens of millions. There are even rumors that the naval headquarters has already listed him as a dangerous person of special concern. Although, this special concern may be more because of the repair costs of his marine warship with a broken mast. For a time, all kinds of, exaggerated and fanciful legends about Iron Fist Monka and his shockwave magic spread rapidly in every corner of the world, especially in those relatively chaotic and information-less areas. Countless pirates, adventurers, bounty hunters, and even some ambitious people who were dissatisfied with their own strength or eager to become stronger quickly through some shortcuts all began to search frantically around the world for any ancient books, rumors, or even some cultivation secrets that might be related to the mysterious power called Chi, like sharks smelling blood. Some of them would go bankrupt and buy at high prices some, precious manuscripts of the turtle-style training manual that were said to have been practiced by Iron Fist Monka from some, seemingly unreliable charlatans or, underground intelligence dealers, although, those manuscripts might just be some ordinary toilet paper with some, abstract art like stick figures scribbled on them. Some of them began to go deep into some remote mountains and forests that were said to hide ancient secrets, or swamps and poisonous caves full of miasma, to look for ancient stone tablets that might record the cultivation methods of chi or mysterious cave paintings. Although, what they found might just be some bones that were gnawed by wild beasts, or some graffiti full of primitive art. There are also some, more active and imaginative guys who simply do it themselves and have enough food and clothing. They began to carry out more crazy and more dangerous independent research and development and random practice based on those hearsay descriptions of shockwaves and some theories about energy bursts from Buu legacy or other unreliable folk tales. They thought that as long as they did what Iron Fist Monka did, and banged their heads against trees 10,000 times a day, or washed their some unspeakable part of their bodies with icy river water under a waterfall, or swallowed hundreds of living earthworms that were said to be able to replenish their vitality, then you can open up the Ren and Du meridians, awaken the potential in your body, and develop a Qigong wave that can destroy the world. From then on, you can travel across the world and be invincible. That's why reality, once again, ruthlessly shattered their beautiful fantasies, which were full of middle school atmosphere and a little bit unrealistic. Due to the lack of correct guidance, they do not understand the essence of Qi and the taboos of cultivation. More importantly, they simply don't have the lucky luck that comes only once in a century and the unexpected success physique of Iron Fist Monka. Therefore, the vast majority of those who blindly follow the trend and try to practice Qi recklessly, their final outcome is extremely miserable and full of warning significance. Not only were they unable to emit even an extremely weak shock wave from their hands like Iron Fist Monka could. Success. Some people, because of randomly imitating those luck-breathing techniques that are said to be taught by experts, such as drinking seawater while standing upside down, or blowing out candles through nostrils, have caused themselves to bleed from all 7 orifices, have their meridians reversed, or even become possessed on the spot, and become an idiot who can only drool and smile foolishly. Some people, because of excessive pursuit of extreme bursts of strength, for example, trying to lift a boulder that is several times heavier than themselves with mind power, or trying to knock down a solid wall with a headbutt, end up breaking bones, damaging internal organs, or even bursting blood vessels, and dying on the spot, without even leaving behind a decent last words. There are also some lucky ones who, just because of improper cultivation, have developed some strange and permanent sequelae in certain parts of their bodies. For example, all their hair fell out and turned into a shiny boiled egg, or a certain part of their body uncontrollably began to emit some very strong and long-lasting strange smells. A Qi cultivation craze that was once again set off by the accidental fame of Iron Fist Monka and swept across the entire pirates' world is now being carried out vigorously in an atmosphere filled with blood, tears, pain, and countless ridiculous tragedies and farces. And those strong men who truly possess the Buu legacy and have a deeper understanding and covetousness of the unknown power of Qi, are still watching all this in secret, coldly, waiting for the true opportunity that belongs to them, and those more mature and delicious fruits. Marine hero, Iron Fist Garp, at naval headquarters, heard about the glorious deeds of the East Blue Pirates Monka, who had the same name as his grandson and also called himself Iron Fist, and actually used his unsystematic shock wave to blast through the elite patrol ship of the Marine G8 branch in one fell swoop. His face, which was always filled with a bright smile, couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise, a complicated expression that was both amusing and embarrassing. Haha! That kid named Monka. He's really getting more and more interesting. Garp said vaguely while stuffing his favorite senbei into his mouth. His eyes were glittering with an indescribable, a hint of appreciation and gloating. After all, it wasn't his G14 branch's warship that was penetrated. It turns out that he was able to blast a big hole in the Marine's warship. It seems that I underestimated his shitty luck. Ha ha ha. However, Apart from the joke, Garp's heart was also touched and thought more deeply about the mysterious power called Chi and its possible uses because of this dramatic event. He recalled the feeling of trying to highly compress and instantly explode armament haki in a completely new way during his daily Iron Fist training. He discovered that the way of exploding, of concentrating power at a point and then suddenly releasing it, seemed to be similar to the shockwave used by the Little Pirates manga and the energy utilization principle used by the pink demon that appeared in the palace image to destroy the planet at will. Could it be that the essence of chi is a kind of life energy that is purer and more easily detonated? Garp touched his chin. He muttered to himself thoughtfully. Haki, on the other hand, is more like a kind of spiritual energy that is guided and strengthened by willpower. If we can combine these two energies, which have different properties but seem to have the same purpose, in a more perfect way and transform them. An idea that was extremely bold and full of Garp characteristics began to quietly take shape in his mind. He decided to learn from the Little Pirates mangas, successful experience, although he didn't know that manga's success was more dependent on luck and the plot needs like the protagonist's halo, as well as his own vague understanding of chi. Integrate this new way of using energy more deeply into your own Iron Fist secret. So, in the following days, Garp temporarily said goodbye to his equally unemployed subordinates, such as that Kobe who always liked to chase him for autographs, and came alone to a certain place in the front half of the Grand Line, because of a previous battle, probably, when he was young, fighting with Roger or Golden Lion, he accidentally caused it, and it became deserted, with only some ruins and full of historical vicissitudes, on the ruins of Sky Island. He was going to conduct a secret training here, which would be kept absolutely confidential and not be disturbed by anyone. He sat cross-legged on a huge ancient stone slab engraved with unknown runes, closed his eyes, concentrated, and adjusted his breathing. He was no longer like before, simply relying on pure armament haki and his monster-like physical strength to launch a simple and rough attack. Hit! He began to try to guide the vast sea of haki in his body more carefully and compress it to the ultimate level. 0. He tried to combine the haki core that was compressed into ultimate with his own, from the image of the pink demon, and the Little Pirates manga. In the shockwave, I felt that kind of pure chi explosion technique, and carried out conscious combination. He wanted to use chi as a special energy, similar to internal strength or explosive fuse. At the moment of punching, through the guidance of this internal energy and the detonation of the fuse, his already terrifying armament haki and physical strength, in a more concentrated, more penetrating, and more destructive way, it completely bursts out. This training process is naturally full of hardships and a hint of danger. Garp is old after all, although his body is still as strong as a monster than most young people. Moreover, his understanding of chi is still in a very preliminary and exploratory stage. So, in the first few attempts, he also suffered a lot. Sometimes, due to excessive compression of haki, the blood in the body would churn and almost cause vomiting blood on the spot. Sometimes, because of the wrong way of guiding the chi, it will cause, before the fist is thrown, your arm will cramp first. Sometimes, he would even, use too much force and accidentally punch the ancient stone slab under his feet, which is said to have existed for thousands of years. It turned into flying stone chips. Luckily, there was no one around, otherwise, old Sengoku would have been nagging me for days. But, Garp is Garp after all. He is the hero of the Marines. He is a legendary man who has pushed the Pirates King Roger into desperate situations many times. His beast-like fighting instinct and his stubborn will to never give up, allowed him to quickly learn from his failures and gradually, he figured out some unique methods of his own. He discovered that if he could adjust his breathing to a very special rhythm, a rhythm similar to the one before a volcano erupts, just before he throws a punch, the depressing and peaceful rhythm of ultimate. Then, all thoughts, all haki, and that hazy feeling of chi are concentrated in your own mind like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. At the center of the fist, an almost negligible explosion singularity. Finally, at the critical moment when the fist touches the target, all the energy contained in this explosion singularity is released like the universe. Like a big explosion, it penetrated forward completely, without reservation, in a spirally accelerating, progressive, horrifying way. It exploded. BB. Iron Fist, Meteor. Well, the name of the move is still full of GARP characteristics, simple and crude and a hint of use. Guang. Chapter 97. GARP, that iron fist wrapped in the inky black armament haki, and faintly emitting a trace of an indescribable chi full of destructive aura, fiercely slammed into a huge mountain in the distance that was hundreds of meters high and made of extremely hard Sky Island rocks. There was no earth-shattering bang. There are also no gorgeous and cool lighting and shadow effects. There was only an extremely dull, yet a soft puff sound that seemed to be able to penetrate the soul. Under GARP, and the trembling Sky Island animals in the distance who were attracted by the terrifying energy fluctuations, were staring in disbelief. That huge rock mountain that was hundreds of meters high actually started from the point where GARP's fist hit it, silently and without a sound. A very fine, spider-web-like crack appeared. Then, the crack, as if it had life, spread madly in all directions of the mountain at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wow! Boom boom boom! Amidst a violent shaking that shook the earth and a deafening roar. That huge rock mountain that had stood for thousands of years, actually, completely, collapsed like a building block with its skeleton removed. It disintegrated. It turned into huge rocks flying all over the sky and billowing smoke and dust that covered the sky. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. GARP looked at how he had caused such a spectacular destruction with just one punch, and couldn't help but let out his signature hearty laugh filled with pride and a hint of childishness again. He knew that he had become stronger again. 630 Although he still could not destroy the planet as easily as that pink demon. However, he felt that the penetration and destructive power of his current iron fist had at least improved by several levels compared to before. If he were to meet old rivals like Green Pepper or Golden Lion again, he was confident that with just one punch, he could beat them so badly that even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. Marine Hero GARP, because of the reference to Chi and a little bit of GARP characteristics magic modification, his already very terrifying Iron Fist secret has once again evolved to a new, more pervert and unreasonable realm. And his successful attempt to unintentionally integrate the power of Haki and Chi will inevitably bring unpredictable and huge impacts to this world that is about to get out of control at some critical moment in the future. Just as GARP, on the ruins of Sky Island, was happily demolishing in order to pursue greater destructive power, at the headquarters of the Marine Science Corps, in a secret laboratory full of all kinds of fantastic ideas and a hint of mad scientist atmosphere, the genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk, whose artificial Qigong soldier plan was full of ambition and a hint of unrealistic fantasy, finally made some preliminary, but equally milestone, progress, after countless failures and several small accidents that almost blew up the laboratory. Dr. Vegapunk, after analyzing more device debris recovered from the Dragon Ball Palace, such as some unknown metal wires that look like energy transmission lines, or some small energy core fragments disassembled from metal puppets, which are damaged but can still, barely store a little energy. He also had a deeper understanding of the nature and application principles of the mysterious energy called Qi, although it may still be full of misunderstandings and imagination. He discovered that the Qi seemed not just a kind of biological energy stored inside living organisms. It is more like a kind of free energy that permeates the entire universe and is everywhere. And those so-called Qigong masters, such as the Pink Demon, or the Iron Fist Monka who is extremely lucky, what they do is probably just through some special method, such as making some strange postures, or chanting some meaningless spells. Absorb these free energies that permeate the universe into your body, and then compress, transform, and use them in a certain way. Just release it. This, bold guess full of Vegapunk characteristics instantly made the eyes of this genius scientist burst into an unprecedented, brilliant light, as if he had discovered a new continent. If this guess is true, BB. Could he, Vegapunk, also simulate this process through technological means? Could he also create a kind of artificial Qigong soldier that could automatically collect and compress the free energy from the atmosphere, and then launch it in the form of Qigong waves? Once this thought came into his mind, it was like a flame that would never go out was ignited in his brain that was full of wonderful ideas and a little bit of madness. So, he immediately gathered all the still useful researchers in his laboratory, and some unlucky experimental animals. Then, day and night, they devoted themselves to the research and development of the artificial Qigong soldier project, which was full of black technology and a bit of the tragic atmosphere of success or death. They tried all kinds of imaginative and dangerous experimental schemes. They tried to use some specially modified giant vacuum cleaners to directly absorb the possible free energy from the atmosphere. The result was that they just sucked up all the dust in the laboratory and made it fly all over the sky. After a while, he tried to use some devices similar to Tesla coils to create a high-intensity electromagnetic field in the air, hoping to ionize and capture the free energy. The result was that all the electronic equipment in the laboratory was short-circuited. Some, more radical researchers even, proposed some more bold and suicidal ideas. For example, should we directly detonate a small hydrogen bomb in the stratosphere? See if we can collect some more pure and high-energy cosmic energy. Of course, this proposal was severely rejected by Dr. Vegapunk himself at the first opportunity. After all, he didn't want to trigger the end of the world in advance because of such a small matter. In short, Dr. Vegapunk and his research team, after countless failures, countless, small-scale explosions, and countless times of self-doubt and blaming each other, with their never-giving-up spirit of scientific exploration and the almost cost-free scientific research funding support provided by the world government behind the scenes, they actually, really, on a night, full of coincidences and shitty luck, successfully created an experimental artificial Qigong soldier, Evangelion Unit 01, which, although it looked very bulky and ugly, and spit out billowing black smoke, could actually, barely function. It was a machine, more than 3 meters tall, made of various, cheap alloy materials and some second-hand parts removed from abandoned warships. A giant exoskeleton device made of random pieces. On the back of the device, there is an energy pipeline that is thicker than a thigh, connected to a equally huge, unstable free energy collection and compression unit. It looks more like a giant pressure cooker that may explode at any time. At the end of the devices, 2 equally thick and uncoordinated mechanical arms, there is a simple energy transmitter that looks like some giant hairdryer nozzle. When a rather burly and luckier marine soldier put on this experimental exoskeleton device full of steampunk and a hint of wasteland style and under the remote control of Dr. Vegapunk, full of tension and expectation, he randomly pressed a few equally crude and unreliable buttons. Miracle happened again. I saw that bulky artificial Qigong soldier Unit 01, after making a loud thump noise like a tractor starting and several puffs of black smoke filled with a pungent smell. The giant hairdryer nozzles at the ends of its 2 mechanical arms actually, really, began to emit a series of faint, yet real, clicking sounds. And there was also a faint flicker, a few blue sparks that looked very cheap. When, under the breathless gaze of all the researchers who were equally nervous and expectant, bang! A sound, not particularly loud, but capable of making a small hole in a relatively thin wooden board. A dull sound of energy impact suddenly rang out. An energy shockwave, only the size of a fist, with a somewhat greenish color, maybe because the energy was impure, or the machine was leaking oil, and seemingly not very powerful, was actually emitted from the hairdryer nozzle of the right mechanical arm of the artificial Qigong soldier Unit 01, shakily. Although that energy shock wave, after flying less than 10 meters, it was powerless and dissipated into the air. And after that artificial Qigong soldier Unit 01 launched this earth-shattering attack, because of an overload of its energy core. A thicker puff of black smoke came out on the spot, and then, magnificently, it short-circuited. But this, after all, is also a great breakthrough, created from nothing. Oh! Success! We actually succeeded. Dr. Vegapunk looked at the artificial Qigong, which was completely broken, but it did emit a Qigong wave, although it was a knockoff version. Soldier Unit 01 was so excited that tears streamed down his face and he was incoherent. He knew that his ambitious and somewhat crazy artificial Qigong soldier plan had already taken the most difficult and most important step. A necessary step. Although, it is still a long way from actually achieving the grand goal of allowing ordinary soldiers to release the world-destroying Qigong waves at will. But, at present, he has already seen the dawn of hope. A more in-depth A&D. Black Technology Research and Development competition around artificial Qigong soldiers is about to take place in Vegapunk's laboratory. A&D. With the full support of the world government, it is launched in full swing. And this new type of legacy weapon full of unknowns and huge potential will surely bring great changes to this already chaotic world at some point in the future. World, bringing, even more unpredictable, huge changes. Just when Dr. Vegapunk was ecstatic and full of energy for his artificial Qigong soldier plan. Far away in a dark corner of the new world, the devil sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, Yonya Van Oka, is also in his, full of unknowns A&D. A little bit of. With the help of the evil Buu legacy scope, his, beyond visual range sniping ability was improved to a, more terrifying A&D. Unpredictable, new, realm. Ever since Van Oka received the strange-looking scope from the Dragon Ball Palace from his Captain Teach, he just couldn't let it go and studied it day and night. He discovered that this scope was not just for seeing far. Inside it, it seems to contain a very weak, but very strange, power that can lock the second when he aimed the crosshairs at a target. The inside of the scope would automatically project a shadow on the target that was almost invisible to the naked eye. A light red energy mark. And this energy mark seems to be able to assist him, to a certain extent, in correcting the trajectory deviation caused by distance, wind speed, or target movement. Although, the effect of this auxiliary correction is still very weak and unstable. However, for Asians like Van Oka who already possesses top sniping skills, this little bit of extra bonus is enough for him to the hit rate and threat have been significantly improved. What surprised him even more was that after using this strange scope for a period of time, he found that the energy locking function of this scope seems not to be fixed. It seemed to be slowly absorbing the haki, mainly observation haki, but also maybe there might be a hint of armament haki's murderous intent, or pure mental power. Then, the absorbed energy is converted into nourishment to strengthen its own locking function. Although, this process of absorption and strengthening is very slow and difficult to detect. However, Van Oka, with his superordinary keen perception, still, clearly captured this subtle change. He discovered that as time went on, the energy locking function of the scope in his hand was becoming more and more powerful, little by little, precise. And more, full of spirituality. Chapter 98. Now, he can not only simply lock onto the target and correct the trajectory. He could even, at the critical moment when the bullet was fired, use the energy mark inside the scope that had already produced a faint resonance with his own mental power to make extremely subtle but fatal secondary adjustments to the bullet's flight trajectory. It's like he has a pair of invisible hands that can remotely control bullets. It allows him to shoot some ghost arc bullets that, in the eyes of others, are completely inconsistent with the common sense of physics, full of weirdness and incredible. These ghost bullets can draw strange arcs in the air, that are hard to guard against. They can easily get around obstacles. They can attack from angles the enemy doesn't expect. They can even, to a certain extent, track those high-speed moving targets that try to evade. This bug-like sniping ability makes Van Oka, the already very dangerous devil sniper, even more terrifying and desperate. Now, he can almost launch a fatal attack on any enemy that he has locked on, at any time, any place, and from any angle. And those who were unfortunate enough to become his prey often didn't even know how they died. Captain Teach, Van Oka's mouth curled up into a smile that only he could understand, a smile full of coldness and confidence. It seems, our Blackbeard pirates are one step closer to our goal of dominating the entire new world. His eagle eyes have become sharper and more deadly because of the blessing of the Buu legacy scope, which is full of unknowns and evolutionary potential. The Blackbeard pirates, a powerful force that has risen rapidly in the new world and is full of evil and greed. Each of its core members has undergone some unknown evolution and a little bit of blackening due to the appearance of the Buu legacy that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace. Sniper Van Oka, because of the blessing of that unique scope, his beyond visual range sniping ability has reached a terrifying level that is impossible to defend against. And another core coder who is also famous for his killing and pervert hobby. Rain Shiryu, also, from the palace entrance in the melee. With the nourishment of the unexpectedly seized special samurai sword filled with evil aura, it has become more dangerous and more bloodthirsty. Shiryu, the former warden of the underwater prison, is simply obsessed with the demon sword in his hand that can absorb life energy to strengthen itself. He regards it as a treasure. He almost invested all his time and energy into using this knife to carry out various knife testing activities that were full of artistic atmosphere and a hint of blood. Whether it's those unfortunate ones who were captured by the Blackbeard pirates, or those uninvited guests who accidentally entered their sphere of influence during the voyage, or those wild animals that live freely on some deserted islands, look relatively fat and eatable. They all became the perfect material for Shiryu and the demon sword in his hand, enhancing feelings and improving strength. As more and more lives were killed, as the life energy being absorbed, it becomes more and more Yamato complex. The samurai sword in Shiryu's hand originally only showed a strange dark red color, but on its blade, it also began to gradually show some fine and twisted, faint blood-colored lines like a human blood vessel. Those blood-colored lines, in the dim light, flickered with an unsettling, eerie light, as if countless wronged souls were silently crying and roaring within the blade. And after killing enough lives, the knife's sharpness and toughness have indeed improved significantly compared to before. Now, it can even easily cut through steel. Even when it collides with some famous swords of the same quality, it is not inferior at all, and can even faintly gain the upper hand. What made Shiryu even more ecstatic was that he found that this demon sword is not only able to absorb the life energy of the slain to strengthen itself. It seems to have another, more heaven-defying, and more practical, hidden attribute. That is when he uses this sword to point to the 10 attacks containing special energy, such as elemental attacks released by demon fruit power, or haki shocks from haki masters. He could clearly feel that the blade of the knife seemed to be able to, like a sponge, weakly absorbing some of the special energy that escaped due to the collision. Although the efficiency of this absorption is very low, maybe less than 1%. Moreover, the absorbed energy is also very complex and difficult to control. It may even cause some minor damage to the blade itself. But, after all, this is also absorption. And, most importantly, those absorbed, mixed special energies, after undergoing some unknown transformation and purification inside the blade, can actually nourish and strengthen the blade itself, just like those life energies. Make it sharper, tougher, and more full of evil spirit. This discovery made Shiryu completely crazy. He knew that the knife in his hand was no longer just a sharp weapon. It is very likely a true demon sword, with unlimited evolutionary potential. One that can become stronger and stronger through continuous killing and absorbing energy, and even, eventually, it can rival those legendary Supreme Great Sword 12i, or even surpass them. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Shiryu stroked the blood-colored lines on the knife that were slowly wriggling like a living thing, feeling the increasingly strong vibrations of desire and excitement coming from the knife, and couldn't help but let out his signature hoarse laughter that was full of cruelty and morbidity. He has become completely addicted to this forbidden pleasure of improving himself and the power of his weapons through killing. He craves more blood. He longs for a more powerful enemy. He longed to make the whole world tremble and submit to him and the increasingly powerful demon sword in his hand. Rain Shiryu, and his demon sword that is filled with an evil and ominous aura, are becoming stronger and more dangerous at a disturbing speed. And they will surely, at some point in the future, bring even more severe disasters and bloodshed to this already chaotic world. Just when the emergence of Buu's legacy had set off a huge storm of greed, desire, and bloody killing in every corner of the new world. The first half of the Grand Line, the Dream Island located 10,000 meters below the sea, the Fishmen Island, although temporarily escaped the war and the crisis of destruction brought by Hody Jones. However, the trauma and shadow left by the war were not so easy to completely dissipate. Especially, the improved killer drug that Hody Jones and the remnants of his new Fishman pirates took in large quantities during the battle, because it was mixed with some mysterious substances with unknown catalytic effects that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace, and it mutated. This kind of evil forbidden drug can greatly enhance the user's strength in a short period of time, but at the same time, it will also overdraw their vitality at a more terrifying speed. It is like a cancer full of temptation and destructive aura. It grows quietly in the dark corners of the Fishmen Island and begins to spread to the wider human world. Although Hody Jones was defeated in the end, his crazy plan to subvert the entire the Fishmen Island and take revenge on humans also completely failed. However, the partial formula of the improved version of the deadly drug that he made and used, most likely, just some, incomplete, and full of errors and fantasies, experimental notes left behind by that madman Geisa Courant when he was improving the drugs, as well as some unfinished products that luckily were not consumed in the battle. However, through the hands of those underworld organizations in Uran Street, that are inextricably linked to the dark forces of the human world, some middlemen who forget their principles for the sake of profit, it quietly flowed into the underground black market of the human world. This kind of magic forbidden drug that can, in a short period of time, allow an ordinary person to possess the powerful strength comparable to that of the berry pirates with a bounty of millions, although it is only temporary and comes at an extremely heavy price, is simply irresistible to those desperados, underground gladiators, and some cannon fodder who desire power but are unwilling or do not have the talent to practice hard. Its temptation is simply irresistible. They don't care what terrible side effects this drug will bring. They don't care how much pain this power will cost them in life. They only knew that as long as they could get this drug, they would be able to gain powerful strength within a short period of time that was enough to change their own fate, or at least to drag a few more people down with them before they perished together with the enemy. So, driven by huge profits and a morbid desire for power, that improved version of the deadly drug that was full of danger and destruction began to spread secretly in some underground arenas where good and bad people were mixed and lawless, as well as in some secret organizations that specialized in conducting various illegal biological experiments or human body transformation. Some third-rate gladiators who were originally at the bottom of the arena, barely making a living by playing fake matches or being beaten like sandbags, actually really exploded in the arena after taking this murderous drug. They displayed a terrifying fighting power that shocked the world. They even defeated some of the gladiator stars who had once intimidated them. Although, after they won the game, they died suddenly due to the side effects of the drugs, or turned into a rapidly aging mummy. Some second-rate thugs who were originally just doing some petty thefts, or extortion on the streets, after getting this murder drug, also, they suddenly became gangsters who dared to rob banks and even attack marine patrols. Although their gangster career, usually, it won't last too long, and they will, due to the huge side effects of the drugs, end their lives, or be shot dead on the spot by an angry marine. There are even some more desperate dark organizations that have begun to use this murder drug to train some people who only know how to obey orders. Fearless suicide attackers. Or some disposable biological weapons with short-lived but extremely terrifying destructive power. The spread of this evil and tragic improved version of the murderous drug on the black market has undoubtedly added to the chaos in this already chaotic world. Added more turmoil and unrest. It also casts a thicker and bloodier shadow over the future, which has become increasingly unpredictable due to the emergence of Buu's legacy. In every corner of the new world, there is chaos and restlessness because of various, Buu legacy full of surprises and accidents. When Thousand Sunny from Straw Hat Crew, after experiencing the adventure full of justice and food on the Fishmen Island, officially headed for that island, the true starting point of the wider and more dangerous new world, has set sail. On their way to their next destination, Dressrosa, they will naturally encounter some, new world specialties, all kinds of strange things. Weirdly shaped islands, unpredictable weather, and some powerful but, full of personality, marine creatures. For example, just as they had just sailed away from the Fishmen Island, the deep sea area full of dreamy colors, and entered an area, well, it looked calm but was actually dark, when in ordinary sea areas with rough currents. They were very unfortunate, or very lucky. They encountered a extremely huge, and looked very tough. Upgraded Sea Kings. The Sea Kings was several times bigger than the Sunny. It was covered with a layer of, hard as steel, shining with dark golden light, strange scales. On its head, there are two huge horns as sharp as scimitars. Its mouth is full of fangs as sharp as daggers. Its pair of blood-red eyes, as big as lanterns, were filled with violence and hunger. It stared intently at the Sunny, which was just a moving snack, a delicious prey. Roar! The upgraded Sea Kings let out a deafening roar. Then, it moved its sturdy limbs like giant battering rams, creating a huge wave. Pounds towards the Sunny. Wow! What a huge monster! Usopp, Chopper, and Nami on the boat were shocked when they saw this huge monster suddenly emerging from the bottom of the sea. They were all scared, their souls flew out of their bodies, they hugged each other, trembled, and let out, screams that were full of artistic atmosphere. Chapter 99. As for Luffy, the single-celled foodie who gets so excited that he dances with joy when he encounters a powerful, or delicious-looking, monster, he is not surprised but delighted. His eyes instantly turned into stars. His saliva also flowed down from the corners of his mouth like a waterfall. Wow! What a big piece of meat! It looks delicious. He. Luffy wiped his saliva and gave a bright smile, full of anticipation and appetite to the upgraded Sea Kings that were rushing towards them with their bloody mouths wide open. Guys! It's time to eat! With Luffy's roar, full of battle passion and foodie instinct. Powerful and delicious. Human-animal war broke out fiercely in this turbulent New World Sea. Luffy was, naturally, the one who rushed to the front. He directly activated the third gear. Fist of the Giants. His right arm suddenly expanded like a balloon, and became a terrifying skin tube that was about the same size as the head of the upgraded Sea Kings. Then, he covered the huge rubber fist that was as black as ink with the highly condensed armament haki, and the vague chi feeling that he himself couldn't explain but was definitely there, without reservation. 1818, his black iron fist, like a siege hammer, with the terrifying aura of destroying the world, fiercely blasted towards the upgraded Sea Kings that was opening its bloody mouth and trying to swallow the Sunny in one gulp. Bang! A dull and terrifying noise. Luffy's huge black fist, which contained the strange power of haki and ki, hit the upgraded Sea Kings' front teeth. The upgraded Sea Kings only felt an unimaginable, penetrating and shocking force, which instantly surged into his head from his teeth, and then spread throughout his body. Its sharp fangs, that were strong enough to break steel, actually broke with a sound after being hit by this punch. Its mountain-like body was also blasted back dozens of meters by this sudden and terrifying impact. It plowed a long white wave on the sea. The upgraded Sea Kings let out a sharp roar filled with pain and anger. It obviously didn't expect that this tiny thing in front of it, who looked only as big as the gap between its teeth, could actually explode such terrifying power. Its blood-red eyes, which were originally filled with violence and hunger, now also had a hint of incredible horror and a hint of grievance. After all, it just wanted to have a meal. However, Luffy's attack did not end there. After successfully using an elephant spear to temporarily force back the upgraded Sea Kings, he didn't give the other party any chance to breathe or fight back. His huge rubber arm, which had expanded to its limit, once again rained down like raindrops towards the still dizzy upgraded Sea Kings, pouring down crazily. Elephant gun, shoot randomly. All I saw was, countless, huge rubber fists, wrapped in black hacky and a hint of strange chi, like, a shower of black meteorites falling from the sky, with, an unparalleled terrifying force, smashing fiercely onto the, large body of the upgraded Sea Kings. Cut, cut, cut. Waves of, more intense and more, dull and terrifying sounds of flesh and bones colliding with each other continued to ring out. The upgraded Sea Kings, with their strange scales that were as hard as steel and gleaming with dark golden light, actually began to be unable to resist Luffy's elephant spear random attack, which was full of violent aesthetics and a little bit of chi. All I saw was, pieces of hard scales the size of a palm, shattered like, fragile pieces of porcelain under the bombardment of the black iron fist. They flew everywhere, revealing the pink flesh underneath, the equally tough but relatively soft. Every punch would leave a huge fist mark on the upgraded Sea King's body, a bloody mess with bones visible through it. Every punch seemed to carry an invisible shock force that could penetrate all defenses. It made its huge and tough body tremble and spasm constantly. 1. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The once invincible upgraded Sea Kings could only let out a series of shrill howls filled with pain, despair, and a hint of begging for mercy. Its pair of, lantern-sized blood-red eyes had already been, completely filled with endless fear and a deep awe of this little evil star in front of it. It finally, understood that this time, it seemed, to have, really, provoked a, terrifying existence, that it shouldn't have provoked. Finally, under Luffy's, ruthless destruction of shooting with an elephant gun that was like a continuous storm. That, huge, thick-skinned upgraded Sea Kings, could no longer hold on, and let out a final wail, filled with reluctance and a hint of relief, and then, its huge body collapsed like, a mountain without support. It splashed, blood all over the sky and some unsightly fragments of internal organs. It completely lost its vitality. And after Luffy successfully, hunted this, delicious-looking super meal, he, consumed too much energy and turned back to his original size. He collapsed on the deck of the Sunny, panting. Although there was a hint of fatigue on his face, what was more, it was, satisfaction and infinite anticipation for the upcoming Sea King's full banquet. He. So awesome. I've become stronger again. Luffy wiped the sweat from his forehead and faced his fist with a smile that was full of confidence and a little bit silly. He still didn't realize that the power he had just unleashed, which was beyond anything he had ever experienced before, contained the true mystery behind it. He simply attributed it to being stronger when hungry and a history of wanting to protect his friends and to eat something delicious. Inside the cabin of the Sunny, the Sea Knight Jinbei, who had been silently watching this, human-beast battle, after seeing Luffy's, extremely powerful elephant gun shooting and the horrific wounds on the upgraded Sea King's body, full of penetrating and concussive feelings. On his face, which was full of fishman features, he once again, revealed, the same complex expression, full of surprise, confusion, and thought that had appeared on the Fishman Island before. Luffy-kun, the power you displayed just now, is indeed, not simple. Jinbei's brows were tightly locked together, and his heart was filled with, an indescribable, huge shock. He once again, recalled the vague records he had seen in the ancient documents of Dragon Palace City on the Fishman Island, about the ancient times, in the deep sea near there the Fishman Island, there had appeared, a mysterious building called Temple of the Sky or Palace of the Stars. He recalled those descriptions of those gods who came from outside the sky, although they were sporadic, they were indeed mentioned. In the literature, it seems that, it was mentioned that those outer gods who possess powers beyond the imagination of mortals can control things other than the haki or devil fruit abilities that are familiar to their world. It is a mysterious energy that is more ancient, purer, and closer to the origin of the universe. That kind of energy, in some, extremely rare ancient documents, is called the power of the stars or the energy of the universe. It is said that the power of the stars can give the user the power to destroy the world. It can allow them to easily tear apart space, shatter stars, and even, control time and fate. Although, these descriptions sound, too mysterious, and too exaggerated, just like, a myth, not really real. However, after witnessing Luffy's terrifying fist that just contained the strange power of shock, Jinbei couldn't help but connect Luffy's hazy sense of energy that had not yet fully awakened and was full of unknown possibilities with the mysterious power of the stars recorded in ancient documents, or the unknown power called energy that was circulated in the outside world. Could it be that Luffy-kun, without realizing it, has already touched the threshold of the power of the stars that only exists in ancient legends? That Dragon Ball Palace that appeared in the sea near Marineford, itself, has some kind of unknown, profound connection with those gods from outside the sky and the power of the stars that they can control. This, full of subversive a hint of cosmic information, caused Jinbei's heart to stir up, even more turbulent, huge scars. He knew that this secret was really, too big. Too shocking. He must tell his discovery and guess as soon as possible to the person on the ship who is the only one who can solve this mystery. That is, archaeologist Nicole is wearing it. So, after the battle, Jinbei immediately found Robin, who was carefully examining the upgraded Sea King's strange scales that were full of research value. Then, he told Robin all the speculations and confusions in his mind about the outer temple, power of the stars, and the abnormal power in Luffy. After listening to Jinbei's mythical and bold association narration, Robin's blue eyes, which were always full of intellect and a hint of sinisterness, suddenly burst out with an unprecedented. Some are full of curiosity and the bright light of exploration spirit. She knew that Jinbei's discovery was a huge surprise to her. It provides her with an opportunity to uncover the truth of the blank 100 years and explore the true identity of the mysterious being called Gohan Buu. A completely new and more important direction full of cosmic imagination. She decided that when she reached the next island, she would do everything she could to find more ancient texts about the Temple of the Sky and the power of the stars. Offering and legend. She believed that as long as she could perfectly piece together these scattered clues scattered in every corner of the world, she would be able to. Gradually, the huge truth hidden in the mist of history that is enough to subvert the whole world is revealed. The Sunny, carrying these companions who were full of curiosity and a little bit of the spirit of seeking death, continued, to the land, full of unknown and dangerous, and there may be more cosmic secrets hidden in the depths of the new world. Ride the wind and waves and move forward bravely. As the Buu legacy spreads further, and some chi training methods full of coincidences and a little bit of shit luck, even if, just incomplete, even seriously misunderstood, sporadic appearances. New world, this paradise of the strong that was already full of chaos and the law of the jungle, began to emerge at an unprecedented speed, more and more plus, strange looking. New strong men who have risen rapidly through these adventures. Some of them, perhaps, not long ago, were just, unknown, living well, unknown, small characters in some remote corner. However, because, accidentally, he got a Buu legacy with magical effects, such as, a Senzu Bean, or, a thing that can temporarily increase strength, a knockoff of the energy bracelet. Or, because, by chance, I learned a little bit of, unsystematic chi application skills, such as, the unexpected rise of East Blue Iron Fist Monka. Their strength improved by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Then, they began to, no longer be satisfied with the status quo, no longer be content with mediocrity. They began to use their new power that they had just obtained and were not yet proficient in, to challenge those who had once made them despair. And the dreaded old forces and the powerful order. Some of them, relying on, the infinite endurance brought by a few magic beans, and some of their partners who were also on drugs sacrificed their lives to cover up, actually, really, successfully defeated some, old pirates groups that were much stronger than they were originally. Then, replaced them and established their own new pirates group full of nouveau-riche vibes and a hint of instability. Some of them relied on, a copycat purchased at a high price on the black market, which, although its functions were simple, could indeed, roughly judge the strength of the enemy. The battle power detector, and some cannon fodder who are also incompetent but have large numbers, actually, really, in a certain place in the New World, in an inconspicuous corner, he created a piece of, although it is not big, it is still quite moist. New territory. He even gained, thousands of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of berries newcomer bounty. Becoming, a new generation of supernova, although, maybe, just a parallel import. Chapter 100. There are also some, more smart A&D. Business talented guys who simply, use their, more practical A&D. The Buu legacy that is close to life, such as, that small food replicator. Or, some universal capsules that can turn into, more interesting gadgets, is being, commercially operated with creativity A&D. The smell of money. Surprisingly, and because of this, in a short period of time, it has accumulated, a staggering amount of wealth. Becoming, an emerging business giant in a certain field in the New World. In short, because of the appearance of these Buu legacy, the entire New World seems to have entered a golden age where demons are everywhere and flowers are in full bloom, although, maybe most of them are poisonous flowers and evil flowers. Countless, originally unknown little people have soared to fame and fame because of these, unexpected adventures. Their rise has undoubtedly brought, a huge shock and a slight sense of crisis to those old powerful men who have long been accustomed to the old order and division of power. It also makes the entire New World's power structure even more complex, turbulent, and unpredictable. Righto. As the old Oriental proverb says, if virtue does not match the position, there will be disaster. These emerging powers who have risen rapidly by relying on the Buu legacy or the superficial use of qi, their foundations are, after all, still too shallow. Many of them lack sufficient wisdom, experience, and the mentality to truly control that kind of external force. They tend to become complacent and arrogant because of their temporary success. They often, because of their excessive desire for power, will do whatever it takes, even going astray. They also tend to become the hunting targets of more powerful and more cruel predators, because they hold the Buu legacy that is coveted by countless people. Thus, in the New World, almost every day, various stories of rise and fall full of drama, a touch of tragedy are being played out. Some lucky ones who were just cheering for obtaining the gods' props might, in the next second, be backfired and exploded, leaving no intact body, because they could not control that powerful force. Some new pirate groups that have just become famous for defeating some veteran strongmen may, in the next moment, provoke some more terrifying dragon crossing the river, and be completely wiped out along with their people and ships, as if they had never existed. The changes of power in the New World have become more frequent and more brutal than ever before. This place is no longer just a paradise where the strong are respected. It's more like a giant goo field full of unknowns, variables, and a hint of black humor. Only those chosen ones who truly possess powerful strength, top wisdom, and heaven-defying luck can, finally, survive, in this huge storm, caused by Buu's legacy that has swept the entire world, and stand out and become, the true overlords, of the new era. And those cannon fodders who are not strong enough or have bad luck can only, be like meteors, briefly streak a, well, maybe not very bright, but, full of warning significance, trajectory in the long river of history, and then, quickly fall and turn into, dust. The violent shocks in the New World, as well as the rise and fall of countless emerging powers, also indicate that a more chaotic, more unknown, and more opportunities-filled world of great contention has quietly arrived. As the Buu legacy continues to spread, the mysterious power called qi appears sporadically around the world in various, unexpected and surprising ways. This pirate's world, which is already full of chaos and strife, has become even more turbulent and even more unpredictable. The old balance of power is being ruthlessly broken. New strong men continue to emerge like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and then fall as quickly as meteors. Faced with this increasingly complex and out-of-control situation, the world government, the behemoth that has ruled the entire world for 800 years, will naturally not sit idly by and wait for death. On the one hand, they are carrying out cruel and ruthless purification operations around the world through the CPO organization, trying to completely strangle those out-of-control legacies and uncontrolled new forces in the cradle. On the other hand, they are also increasing their investment, secretly, conducting more in-depth A&D. Black technology-filled, intensive training on the sharpest fangs A&D. The most loyal hounds in their hands, the core members of the CPO organization. The CPO headquarters is hidden in a heavily guarded secret base in Marie Joyce, Cindy, unknown to outsiders. Rob Lucci, as well as Khalifa, Keku, Jabra and other core members of the original CP9, now, they have all been gloriously promoted to, more ruthless and more, helpless CPO agents, are now, standing with serious expressions in a huge training room full of futuristic technology. The training room was filled with all kinds of strange instruments that they had never seen before, flashing all kinds of lights and auxiliary devices that looked very dangerous. The air was filled with a faint smell of ozone and a hint of special energy fluctuations, similar to those emitted by the Buu legacy. And standing in front of them were still those few Dr. Vegapunk's favorite students from the Marine Science Corps. However, this time, the expressions on the faces of these young scientists were more confident and a little more confident than last time. Because, behind them, there were several devices, newly developed by Dr. Vegapunk based on the data recovered from the Dragon Ball Palace and his preliminary research results on the energy of Qi. Qi sensing assistance and basic application training devices. Although, these devices still look a bit crude and full of experimental atmosphere, and from time to time, there will be a few technological sparks coming out. Dear CPO officers, a young scientist who looked like the team leader pushed up his black-framed glasses and spoke to Lucci and the others in a tone that was, full of academic flavor and a hint of superiority. According to the latest research results of Dr. Vegapunk, and are preliminary analysis of the energy characteristics of Buu's legacy. We discovered that the mysterious energy called Qi is, in essence, very likely, a kind of original life force that exists in all living things, even in the universe. Although, at present, we are still unable to fully grasp the specific composition and transformation mechanism of this original vitality. However, we have already, preliminarily found some auxiliary methods that can effectively help special individuals like you, the commanders, who possess extraordinary physiques and strong willpower, to sense, guide, and preliminarily use this Qi. As he spoke, the young scientist pointed to the training equipment behind him that looked very high-end. These are the Qi sensing and basic application training systems that Dr. Vegapunk has specially designed for you officers. Through these auxiliary devices, the officers can not only more clearly sense the existence of the free Qi energy in their bodies and in the surrounding environment. More importantly, I am able to learn how to, initially condense, guide, and release this Qi energy in a relatively safe and controllable manner. At the same time, another young scientist who looked, a little offline and Gab, Eek, also added excitedly, we also, based on the, various strange-looking Buu heritage recovered from the Dragon Ball Palace, such as, some broken energy shield fragments, or some thruster wreckage that can perform short-distance space jumps, we have preliminarily reverse-analyzed some very basic Dao collaborative combat operating principles and energy matching plans. That is to say, officers, in the following training, you must not only work hard to sense and use the mysterious power known as Qi. More importantly, we need to learn how to combine the power of this Qi with those Buu legacy items that are also full of unknowns and powerful potential. Perfect coordinated operations. Thus, a more terrifying combat effect, far beyond 1 + 1 = 2. Listening to these young scientists' introductions full of professional terms and a hint of pie in the sky, Rob Lucci and other core agents of CPO, although his face still had that cold, ruthless and calm expression. However, deep down in their hearts, they all, more or less, felt a little curious and expecting about these new technologies and new powers that sounded so high-end and awesome. After all, they are CPO. They are the sharpest dark blade in the hands of the world government. The meaning of their existence is to continue to become stronger. To continue to carry out the most dangerous and most challenging tasks. If this mysterious power called Qi and those magical items of Buu's legacy can really make them stronger and more omnipotent, Well, they don't mind giving it a try. So, in the following days, inside the CPO's secret training base, a series of strange scenes full of the collision of high technology and violent aesthetics were staged again. Rob Lucci and others, under the careful guidance of those young scientists who are full of experimental spirit and a little bit of unreliability. And, in those, are also full of unknown risks and, well, from time to time there will be risks with the enthusiastic help of the Qi sensing assistance and basic application training device that emitted a few wisps of black smoke. Beginning to conduct deeper Qi induction and basic application training. They tried to make a preliminary fusion of their 6-style physical skills that they had practiced for a long time and that hazy feeling of Qi. For example, when Lucci performed the shave, he would try to inject a little bit of, he himself couldn't explain the Qi into his legs, hoping can make his speed even faster. Even weirder. Even, can it achieve an effect similar to teleportation? Although, at present, the most he can do is, when I move at high speed, a few wisps of faint green smoke will come out from the soles of my feet. For example, when Keiku performs Tempest Kick, he will try to concentrate his ki in his slash, hoping to kick out a sharper and more powerful kick. Penetrating power, and even, a little bit of energy cutting effect. Super Tempest Kick. Although, at present, the most he can do is, make his pants the legs, when kicked out, make some, similar to farting sounds, puff puff. They also, under the, bold suggestions and enthusiastic encouragement of those young scientists, began to learn how to transform this immature. The power of Qi and those Buu legacy items, which are also full of unknowns and dangers, are working together, full of creativity and risk. Fight. For example, they would try to activate a certain, recovered from the palace, which could produce a layer of, not very strong but could indeed withstand some weak impacts. When he activated the energy shield generator, he also injected the few remaining Qi in his body into the shield, hoping to enhance the shield's defense. Defense and duration. Although, the result is often, the shield collapses on the spot, and they also get electrocuted, until they are burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. For example, they would try to use a certain device that was also recovered from the palace and could perform short distance, probably, a few meters, space jumps. Disposable thrusters, and often jump to some strange places due to unstable energy, at the same time, use Qi to, stabilize their own spatial coordinates, or, enhance the explosive power of the thrusters. Although, the result is often, they will, fall headfirst and get stuck in the next second. It went into the ceiling, or, it crashed through the wall and flew into the next door, the women's room. In short, this CPO's training was full of high-tech and black-tech intensive training, although the process was full of hardships, twists and turns, and countless ridiculous accidents and surprises. However, with the support of Rob Lucci and other core CPO agents' extraordinary talents, indomitable will and morbid obsession with power, they actually, really, in a short period of time, have mastered some basic skills in using Qi, and how to combine Qi with Buu's legacy. Production props, to carry out coordinated operations, some more practical, or, less likely to kill yourself, special tactics. Although, they are still far from being a true Qigong master or a technological pioneer who can bring the power of Buu's legacy to the ultimate level. Very far away. However, the cold and dangerous aura they exude is even more chilling than before. The blade of darkness of the world government is quietly evolving in a completely new and more terrifying way.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.